Chapter 144. Boom. 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 Yang Feng piloted the Type 1 lightning dragon, as if a savage beast emerged from the wilderness, rampaging about. The magic sports cars blocking in front of him were forcibly sent flying. As if toys, the expensive magic sports cars were sent flying in all directions, continuously rolling in midair. It was a visually shocking scene. So savage. That magic sports car is really savage. That magic sports car's appearance is mediocre. I didn't expect it to be so savage. At the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack, there was an incomparably huge magic screen. The magic screen clearly displayed the race's situation. When the princeling warlocks saw the savage scene of Yang Feng piloting the Type 1 lightning dragon and sending the magic sports cars flying, they couldn't help but be speechless. When the princeling warlocks raced on the Fiery Dragon racetrack, it was very rare to see someone forcibly send the other party's magic sports car flying. To send the other party's magic sports car flying, then the disparity in performance between the two vehicles had to reach an astonishing degree. It was like the huge disparity in armor performance between an ordinary sedan and a heavy armored tank on Earth. The magic sports cars were basically made by Level 2 and Level 3 warlock alchemists, so the disparity in performance naturally wouldn't be that big. When the magic sports cars blocking in front of Yang Feng saw this scene, they got out of the way and opened up a path. Under Yang Feng's piloting, the Type 1 lightning dragon sped forward. It quickly overtook one magic sports car after another, and entered the first group of magic sports cars. Suddenly, the more than a dozen magic sports cars lagging behind flashed with magic radiances, and fireballs were instantly shot from the more than a dozen magic sports cars, bombarding the Type 1 lightning dragon. The Level 1 spell Fireball was the most common offensive spell attached to magic sports cars. The more than a dozen magic sports cars besieged Yang Feng, practically covering the entire track. So ruthless, they're trying to kill Yang Feng. A single fireball would be fine, but the more than a dozen fireballs were fired at the same time, the magic sports cars definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. They're going for the kill. When the more than a dozen fireballs flashed, the eyes of the princeling warlocks surrounding the Fiery Dragon racetrack flashed with a touch of graveness, and they commented. The magic sports cars used in the competition were modified and custom-made secret treasures by princeling warlocks. Every magic sports car was very sturdy and could completely withstand the bombardment of several fireballs. Yang Feng domineeringly sent magic chariots flying, yet didn't injure the drivers in the slightest. Because the magic chariots were sturdy and durable, they weren't so easily destroyed. Generally speaking, a few fireballs would be launched at most in a magic sports car race to force the opponent to admit defeat. The continuous bombardment of fireballs was definitely going to kill the other party. Boom! 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 The dozen-plus fireballs at once bombarded the Type 1 lightning dragon piloted by Yang Feng, setting off a huge explosion. In an instant, the lightning dragon rushed out from the flames of the fireball explosion under everyone's shocked gazes, and a transparent protective shield enveloped the entire body of the lightning dragon. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll let you have a taste of my power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent and he pressed a button. From behind the carriage of the lightning dragon, a dozen Gauss cannons extended out. The dozen Gauss cannons madly spat extremely ferocious tongues of fire, madly shooting towards a magic sports car. In a split second, the magic sports car also released a warping force field. The dense crowd of Gauss cannons ferociously bombarded the warping force field. After a mere second of deadlock, the warping force field was immediately shattered, and the countless Gauss cannons swallowed the magic sports car. Boom! Along with a sky-shaking blare, the magic sports car directly exploded, with countless parts sputtering in all directions. A battered and exhausted figure shot out from the explosion, the owner of that figure had a look of alarm and resentment on his face as he looked at the Type 1 lightning dragon piloted by Yang Feng. If he wasn't a level 1 warlock and had cast a defensive spell in the nick of time, then he would have already been smashed to pieces by the Gauss cannons. The dozen-plus Gauss cannons slightly adjusted their muzzles, then spat out countless tongues of fire, once again shrouding a magic sports car. Boom! The magic sports car was directly blasted to pieces. The driver of the magic sports car, however, had seen the opportunity and had already jumped out of the magic sports car. Go to hell, all of you. Yang Feng gave a cold smile and pressed another button. The body of the Type 1 lightning dragon opened, and shortly after, miniature laser-guided tracking bombs were shot towards the magic sports cars, dragging trails of white smoke behind them. Fuck. Bastard. When the drivers of the magic sports cars saw the dense crowd of miniature laser-guided tracking bombs, their complexions turned pale. After they blessed themselves with defensive spells, they quickly jumped out of the magic sports cars in a sorry state. Boom. 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 Under the bombardment of the miniature laser-guided tracking bombs, the dozen-plus magic sports cars turned into a dozen-plus huge fireballs, with countless parts shooting in all directions. The complexions of the dozen-plus magic sports cars' drivers were pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. What a ruthless guy. Those fellows from Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory reacted quickly. If they hadn't jumped out of the vehicles, then they would have been blown to death. That guy Yang Feng is really ruthless. Those dozen guys are the nephews of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory's Council of Elders. He actually dared to be so ruthless, he's really lawless. So wonderful, this is the most wonderful race I've ever seen. That's a Type 1 lightning dragon refined by Steel City, it's really a good car, I wonder how many magic stones it costs. If only I could buy a Type 1 lightning dragon. At the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack, when those princeling warlocks saw Yang Feng blow up the dozen-plus magic sports cars, they were extremely excited and discussed spiritedly. It was the first time that a magic sports car was able to destroy a dozen-plus hostile magic sports cars in a flash. When those magic sports car enthusiasts saw how savage the Type 1 lightning dragon was, their eyes shone. They wished that they could immediately seize the Type 1 lightning dragon for themselves, and then properly play with it. When the magic sports cars behind Yang Feng saw this scene, they didn't dare to release spells to attack Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon. However, they still urged their spirit force, increased the speed of their sports cars, and chased after it. Even if Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon's offensive power was stronger, but he still wouldn't dare to risk universal condemnation by killing the drivers of those magic sports cars for no reason. After all, those drivers didn't have anything remarkable about their own abilities, but their backgrounds were quite frightening. After destroying the dozen-plus magic sports cars behind him, Yang Feng pressed a button, and 4 rocket propellers extended from the rear of the Type 1 lightning dragon. The 4 rocket propellers ejected a terrifying stream of air, causing the Type 1 lightning dragon's speed to once again frantically accelerate, as if a rocket was chasing ahead. Within a short dozen-plus seconds, the Type 1 lightning dragon, under Yang Feng's control, charged all the way, quickly closing the distance between him and the 3 first-rate magic sports cars ahead at a speed visible to the naked eye. So fast. The Type 1 lightning dragon's speed is really frightening. To be able to catch up to them even though it started later, this speed is too heaven-defying. Such a speed, I'm afraid it has already surpassed 400 km per hour. When those princeling warlocks at the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack saw this scene, their eyes were brimming with shock, and they discussed spiritedly. Tyrannid subcontinent's magic sports cars generally had a speed of more than 200 km per hour, even if they were blessed with all kinds of spells. The highest they could reach was 300 km per hour. A speed of 400 km per hour, only great warlock-rank warlock alchemists of legend could refine such a first-rate magic sports car. However, Great Warlock rank experts basically rode all kinds of flying secret treasures, or powerful bird-type extraordinary life forms. Very few people would be so bored as to refine flashy secret treasures like magic sports cars. Experts above the Great Warlock rank were terrifyingly strong, comparable to godlike existences. Those formidable existences generally wouldn't be so bored as to play with things like magic sports cars. Their speed far surpassed the limits of the magic sports cars. "Angelina, I'll be going first." Yang Feng whistled towards Angelina as he overtook the red rose chariot. He laughed out loud, and then directly drove the Type 1 lightning dragon to overtake Angelina. He was, after all, a youngster from Earth, and had a frivolous temperament. "Bastard!" Angelina scolded in a low voice, before pouring her tremendous spirit force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock into a magic array inside the red rose chariot. Countless rose petals suddenly emerged from the red rose chariot, before turning into several rose magic chains, at once firmly adhering to Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon. Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon dragged the red rose chariot at a crazy speed. Under the interlocking of the rose magic chains, the speed of Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon suddenly dropped, before becoming equal to the speed of the red rose chariot. Yang Feng was slightly distracted, before saying with a loud laugh, "No way. Angelina, that's too shameless." Angelina said with a complacent smile, "That's a tactic. Magic sports car races are like this, only victory is justice." "That's right, only victory is justice." Along with a wild laugh, Cooksen's white tiger chariot extended ahead, before quickly extending a 2m long conical sharp ram. With a crazy acceleration, it ferociously slammed into Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon from the left. So ruthless. He actually hit the ram. Too ruthless. A collision with a ram installed at a speed of nearly 400 km per hour, even a level 3 warlock's protective spell can be destroyed. Cooksen's move is really too ruthless. At the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack, those princeling warlocks were very excited as they discussed. The white tiger chariot had been modified to weigh more than 5 tons. With such a colossus ramming at a speed of 400 km per hour, even a level 3 warlock's defensive spell wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yang Feng pressed a button, before a transparent protective cover was instantly released from the Type 1 lightning dragon chariot, shrouding more than half of the chariot. Cooksen's white tiger chariot ferociously slammed into the transparent protective cover, before immediately issuing extremely ear-piercing sounds of friction. In the next moment, a scene that no one had expected appeared. The ram of Cooksen's white tiger chariot was unexpectedly forcibly broken, before the entire chariot was sent flying under the tremendous reaction force. It continuously spun and was sent flying out of the racetrack. Yang Feng gave a cold smile, then pressed a button. Numerous openings opened on the chariot's body, and miniature laser-guided automatic homing missiles madly shot towards Cooksen's white tiger chariot like raindrops. Boom! 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 Bursts of explosions instantly engulfed the white tiger chariot. With countless flashes of lightning, the thunderbolt chariot driven by Raimont was akin to a railgun shell. Along with countless electric arcs, it rumbled and its speed rose to 500 km per hour in one fell swoop. In a split second, it surpassed Yang Feng and madly sped away into the distance. Yang Feng's gaze congealed slightly, he gave up on killing Cooksen, and pressed a button. 2 flamethrowers extended from the Type 1 lightning dragon chariot, spraying 2 long streams of flames that fiercely burned the 2 magic chains constructed from rose flowers. Under the burning of the flames, the magic chains of rose flowers burned and collapsed. The power of Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragons for rocket launchers was increased to the limit, ejecting a terrifying stream of flames, allowing the Type 1 lightning dragon's speed to rise to 600 km per hour. As the tires rubbed against the ground, it splashed countless sparks. As if it was about to fly, it tore through the air and shot towards Raimont, bringing along a terrifying hurricane. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of extraordinary splendor, and she praised sincerely, "What a fast sports car. This speed definitely exceeds 600 kilometers per hour. What a good car. Steel City's alchemy is really amazing." In terms of speed alone, Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon was definitely the fastest magic sports car that Angelina had ever seen. Within a short few dozen seconds, Yang Feng drove the Type 1 Lightning Dragon to catch up from behind, and then drove side by side with the Thunderbolt chariot driven by Raimont. Raimont's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment, and he was greatly shaken within. "What a fast car. My Thunderbolt chariot is a magic sports car refined by a great warlock rank alchemist. Steel City clearly doesn't have a great warlock rank alchemist. How could they refine such a fast magic sports car?" The Thunderbolt chariot was a treasure that Raimont had obtained during a fortuitous encounter. It was a sports car refined by a great warlock rank expert. He had always believed that his Thunderbolt chariot was Tyrannid subcontinent's #1 magic sports car, but he had never thought that Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon would be so much faster than his. Thunderstorm. Raimont's complexion changed several times, before he finally took out a superior magic stone and threw it into a groove. A tremendous spirit force at once poured into the Thunderbolt chariot. The Thunderbolt chariot instantly flickered with lightning, rumbled, and a bolt of lightning fiercely struck at Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon chariot. Chapter 145. The bolt of lightning at once struck the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's protective cover, forcibly splitting open the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's protective cover and bombarding the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's outer armor. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon's outer armor flashed with radiance and immediately channeled the electric current into the power propulsion furnace. Yang Feng was also startled by the sudden change and broke out in a cold sweat. "What a strong bolt of lightning. It can actually split a level, for protective cover. If the bolt of lightning was a bit stronger, then my Type 1 Lightning Dragon wouldn't be able to withstand it." Yang Feng had long since understood that there wasn't a single magic sports car in Tyrannid subcontinent that could compare to his Type 1 Lightning Dragon in performance. The might of the Thunderbolt chariot was far beyond his imagination. "Since it's like this, then go to hell." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent and he fiercely pressed several buttons in succession. Countless miniature laser-guided missiles flew out of the Type 1 Lightning Dragon and bombarded the Thunderbolt chariot like raindrops. Raimont was startled and he threw several superior magic stones into the Thunderbolt chariot's magic power grooves. At the same time, he used his spirit force as a primer and launched the defensive spell Storm Barrier attached to the Thunderbolt chariot. A terrifying storm instantly enveloped the Thunderbolt chariot, and the miniature laser-guided missiles were diverted by the storm, falling to the side of the road and exploding, blasting huge holes in the ground. When the princeling warlocks at the entrance of the Fiery Dragon race track saw this scene, their eyes were firmly glued to the magic screen and they didn't even dare to breathe heavily, for fear of missing out on the battle between the two legendary chariots. Raimont had just heaved a sigh of relief, when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and a premonition of death welled up in his mind. He swept the rear with a glance and saw that all of Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon's weapon systems had been completely retracted. A muzzle similar to that of a main artillery extended and countless electromagnetic radiances converged in the muzzle of the main artillery. "Fuck, what's that?" Raimont's heart was filled with fear of the unknown. He clenched his teeth and drove the Thunderbolt chariot as if a streak of lightning continuously twisting and turning on the track, performing all kinds of outrageous actions. In addition to blocking, dodging was the best way to avoid the magic sports car's attacks. The most top-notch magic sports car racers could even avoid the bombardment of fireballs. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you try to hide, you won't be able to escape the calculations of a supercomputer. When computing power evolves to the pinnacle, the derivative ability is future prediction. Yang Feng sneered inside. 3 seconds later, the lightning dragon super electromagnetic gun fired out a terrifying bolt of electricity, instantly blasting Rymont's Thunderbolt tank. Boom! More than half of Rymont's Thunderbolt chariot was sent flying, its wreckage splattering everywhere as the entire chariot was sent flying into the air. A terrifyingly large hole that was 13 to 14 meters deep and 5 to 6 meters wide appeared where the Thunderbolt chariot had originally been. How savage! What kind of spell is that? Too cruel. Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon was really too savage. Were all the sports cars developed by Steel City so savage? It can be used as a weapon of war. The princeling warlocks at the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack were all dumbstruck as they commented. It was the first time they had seen a magic sports car loaded with such a formidable weapon of war. After half of Rymont's Thunderbolt tank was destroyed, killing intent flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He once again recharged the super electromagnetic gun. In another 3 seconds, he would be able to fire another super electromagnetic gun and kill Rymont. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Yang Feng, go to hell. As long as you're dead, then everything will cease to exist. Rymont's eyes were bloodshot, hatred shrouded his mind and he ruthlessly crushed a jade card. A terrifying life force comparable to that of a great warlock rank instantly pervaded the area. Great warlock. Those are great warlock rank fluctuations of power. Rymont finally went crazy. It seems that he used White Elephant's Ivory's ultimate trump card. To actually have the protection of a great warlock rank, it seems that this Rymont is White Elephant's Ivory's most valued genius. It seems that Yang Feng is going to die. A great warlock rank expert's move is a thunderbolt. Unless there's an expert of the same rank, otherwise, it's basically impossible to resist. The complexions of the princeling warlocks at the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack changed slightly and their eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. As they looked at Yang Feng, their eyes also flashed with a touch of pity. Every great warlock rank expert possessed world-shaking terrifying power. In many planes, they were legend rank experts who left their mark in history. As long as a great warlock rank expert acted, then existences under the great warlock rank were basically invincible. A large hand condensed from magic power, with the pressure of empty tie, grabbed at Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon. Damn bastard! Angelina's pretty complexion changed and she cursed fiercely, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of helplessness and bitterness. Although she was a peerless genius of Rose Garden, but she was still powerless to contend against a great warlock. Ha, Yang Feng, you're dead. Cookson, who had caught up from behind, revealed a trace of a malevolent smile on his face when he saw this scene. Under everyone's gazes, when the large hand condensed from magic power appeared, the Type 1 lightning dragon, whose speed reached 600 km per hour, was immediately powerlessly suspended in the air, its tires madly idling. It was as if it was a small white mouse frantically struggling in a human's large hand. The large hand made of magic power lightly poked, and the protective cover shrouding the Type 1 lightning dragon collapsed and shattered like a bubble, before grabbing at Yang Feng. Humph! A trifling remnant of power that isn't even a projection dares to bare its fangs and brandish its claws in front of me. Turn into an ice cube and shatter. Dephilia, who was sitting next to Yang Feng like an indifferent lowly, snorted coldly. Terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused from her petite body. She extended her lily-white finger and flicked slightly, and a white cold air instantly shrouded the large hand made of magic power. The large hand made of magic power was instantly shrouded by the white cold air, before condensing into a huge block of ice, before instantly collapsing and turning into silver ice fragments that scattered on the ground. Great warlock. That's a great warlock rank expert. That girl is actually a great warlock. Snow White Madam, she must be Snow White Madam. Not long ago, Snow White Madam had just announced that she had joined Steel City. Snow White Madam, she's Snow White Madam. Too shameless, to actually let a great warlock rank expert board the vehicle. Too despicable. On the fiery dragon racetrack, those princeling warlocks were dumbstruck as they cried out involuntarily. Snow White Madam, that girl is actually Snow White Madam. Furthermore, she's following Xiaofan. How is this possible? Angelina was dumbstruck, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. Practically everyone didn't dare to believe their eyes, and didn't dare to admit this fact. In Tyrannid subcontinent, every great warlock rank expert was a top-notch existence. They spent most of their time in their warlock pagodas, practicing cultivation or conducting all kinds of research. For such a bigwig to actually act as a bodyguard by Xiaofan's side, it was as inconceivable as a lofty king running over to act as a bodyguard for an ordinary civil servant with a low status. Since you can't afford to lose, then go to hell. Dephilia snorted coldly, then flicked her finger and a pure white cold air instantly swept towards Raimont. Raimont's complexion changed greatly when he was faced with the pure white cold air. He took out a magic staff and silently recited an incantation. A long flame, as if a huge fire snake, swept towards the pure white cold air. When the huge fire snake came into contact with the pure white cold air, it issued zzz sounds and then immediately disappeared with a pa sound. The pure white cold air at once shrouded Raimont, directly freezing him into a human-shaped ice sculpture. A blood-colored cross suddenly appeared between Raimont's eyebrows, and terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash. The entire ice sculpture immediately burst open, with countless ice fragments splashing in all directions. Raimont's aura changed, his eyes were shrouded in a layer of incomparably profound light of wisdom, as if he had become another person. He uttered a slightly aged voice and said extremely overbearingly, "So it's Snow White Madam. I'm Grant of White Elephant's Ivory. Raimont is the most outstanding of my grandchildren. You actually dared to attack him. Do you want to become enemies with White Elephant Pagoda?" In Tyrannid subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups were aloof, and their style of conduct was similarly incomparably overbearing. Even the relatively amiable and approachable Rose Garden was brimming with pride. Dephilia's eyebrows arched, and she directly transmitted, "Xiaofan, you've provoked a big one by beating the small one. Do you want to get rid of this waste? If we get rid of him, then we'll basically have a falling out with White Elephant Ivory." Xiaofan sneered, "This old thing is so savage, there's no need to give me face. Get rid of them. In any case, this is Rose Garden, not White Elephant Ivory." Along with the continuous increase of Xiaofang's power, his trump cards were also increasing. Although he still wasn't a match for the 6 great warlock groups, but if the other party were to attack him, then he would definitely give the other party a pleasant surprise. "Grant, you're just a projection of power attached to your grandson, yet you still dare to threaten me. You're really reckless. You can die now." Dephilia sneered, operated her magic power, pointed with her lily-white hand, and condensed ice-cold force into a white breath of ice that rolled towards Raimont. In a split second, Raimont was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, fixing his startled and angry expression. Grant, who was attached to Raimont, was also a great warlock rank expert, but a projection of power wasn't enough to contend against a formidable great warlock. Chapter 146. Angelina hastily shouted loudly, "Your Holiness Snow White Madam, please be lenient." Holiness was the title low-level warlocks used to address great warlocks as well as formidable beings above them. Only experts above the great warlock rank were qualified to be called Holiness. This was also one of the titles unique to Tyrannid subcontinent. Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and Raimont, the genius of White Elephant's Ivory, immediately turned into sparkling and translucent ice chips. The only remaining storage ring flew into her lily-white hand, and she put it away lightning fast. Angelina's pretty face paled when she saw this, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an extremely complicated glint. Let's continue the race. As long as no one violates the rules, then I won't act again. Dephilia had the demeanor of an expert. She left behind a few words, then turned around and stepped into Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon. So that fellow Yang Feng's female companion is actually Snow White Madam. I thought that he was an idiot, but I didn't think that he would be so cunning, to silently bring a great warlock aboard. With Snow White Madam by his side, no one can harm him. At the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack, those princeling warlocks suddenly realized something, feeling both envious and jealous. To have a beautiful great warlock protect them, that was something they didn't even dare to think about. Dephilia had just boarded the Type 1 lightning dragon, when Yang Feng coughed lightly, grasped her little hand, and said with a beaming smile, "Hand it over." Dephilia glared angrily at Yang Feng, "That's my spoils of war." Yang Feng said with a beaming smile, "Your things are my things, and my things are still my things. Therefore, your spoils of war are also my spoils of war." Shameless. Here you go. Dephilia's cheeks puffed up, and she directly threw the storage ring to Yang Feng. After Yang Feng received the storage ring, he swept its interior with his spirit force, and picked a few materials and elixirs that he needed for cultivation. He then smiled and handed the storage ring to Dephilia, and said straightforwardly, "It's yours." Dephilia's anger turned into joy, and she grabbed the storage ring. "That's more like it." After the match resumed, there was no longer any suspense. Yang Feng piloted the Type 1 lightning dragon to take the lead, rampaging about, pulling far ahead of the second-place Angelina and easily seizing the first place. Then, he received his spoils of war from Angelina's hands. With the great warlock rank expert Dephilia keeping watch at Yang Feng's side, Kuxin didn't even dare to say a harsh word. He could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng put away the planar astrolabe, before leaving with a dejected expression on his face. A planar astrolabe. I never thought I would see such a treasure here. A soft sigh sounded, and a stunning beauty wearing a silver-white, low-cut warlock robe with deep cleavage and the bottom of the robe fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of slender and beautiful legs. She had a voluptuous and sexy figure, dazzling blonde hair, and exuded a strong femininity from head to toe. She was a peerless beauty that would give birth to lust at first sight. "Greetings, Your Holiness Clarissa." Angelina's pretty complexion changed when she saw the peerless beauty. She bowed deeply towards the peerless beauty in salute and said respectfully. The peerless beauty that would give birth to lust at first sight was one of Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Clarissa. She was also one of Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks. "Greetings, Your Holiness Clarissa." At the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack, apart from Dephilia, everyone bowed deeply and respectfully towards Clarissa. Even Yang Feng was no exception. Apart from great warlocks of the same rank, anyone who saw a great warlock rank expert had to salute. This was one of Tyrandot's subcontinent's publicly recognized rules. Although Yang Feng wasn't afraid of any great warlock rank expert, but he still wasn't willing to offend a great warlock for no reason. Although Rose Garden only had 3 great warlocks guarding it, but not only did they have divine armament rank treasures, but they were also on friendly terms with countless experts of the continent. Their hidden forces were enormous. If they went all out, they could even gather more than 10 great warlock rank experts within a short period of time. Clarissa swept Yang Feng with a glance with her beautiful eyes, her eyes flashed with a whiff of amazement and she said with a light smile, "You're Yang Feng? Not bad, you actually became a level 1 warlock. It seems that your uncle Yang Yi really dotes on you." Level 1 warlock, he actually promoted to a level 1 warlock. How is this possible? Isn't Yang Feng a waste with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude? How could such a waste practice cultivation and become a level 1 warlock? Clarissa's words immediately set off stormy waves in the hearts of everyone on the fiery dragon racetrack. Inferior rank 1 soul aptitude was the lowest existence in Tyrannid subcontinent. Even an ordinary farmer's soul aptitude might be at intermediate rank 1 or even superior rank 1. In Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng was the first person to promote to an official warlock with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude in several millennia. Angelina swept Yang Feng with a glance, her beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of envy and jealousy. He's actually a level 1 warlock. To be able to promote to a level 1 warlock with such a soul aptitude, how many treasures of heaven and earth did he waste? Yang Feng gave a simple and honest smile, as if he was a simple and honest young man who wasn't good with words. Clarissa said with a slight smile, "Dephilia, the last time I saw you was already 50 years ago. How about we go to my Storm Rose Pagoda and have a good chat?" Dephilia pointed at Yang Feng and said, "I promised someone to protect this stinking brat. If I want to go to Storm Rose Pagoda, then I must bring him along." "All right." Clarissa's eyebrows creased slightly, then loosened and said with a smile, "Angelina, you also come over and help me take care of Yang Feng." Angelina said respectfully, "Yes, Your Holiness." Clarissa waved her lily-white hand, countless pink rose petals fluttered and condensed into a rose magic carpet. After everyone sat on the rose magic carpet, the rose magic carpet flew straight towards Rose Garden's entrance. Among the youngsters coming out of the Fiery Dragon racetrack's entrance, an ordinary-looking youngster suddenly cursed in a low voice, "Great Warlock, fuck, he actually has a Great Warlock as his bodyguard. Arte, are you sure you can snatch him away from Snow White Madam's hands?" An ordinary-looking youngster with dead fish eyes said coldly, "If it's to assassinate him, then there's a 30% chance of success. To snatch him away alive, then it's impossible. Moreover, those who assassinate him will all die." These two ordinary-looking youngsters were the two great commanders of Warlock College Antalia's dark demonic leopard and Hands of Death, Chux and Arte. In order to capture Yang Feng, these two pinnacle level 3 warlocks had personally set out. Chux sighed faintly and said, "Now that he's entered Rose Garden, it'll be even more difficult to capture him alive." Arte said coldly, "Leak the information that Snow White Madam followed Yang Feng to Rose Garden." Chuck's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in admiration, "Good idea. Like this, they definitely won't let go of this good opportunity. Once they and Steel City are mutually wounded, then we'll go and take advantage of the situation. Pass the information that Snow White Madam acted as Yang Feng's bodyguard to Rose Garden to pass to the Underworld's allied forces." Soon after, Chux took out a communications crystal and issued an order in a low voice. Rose Garden was located 10 kilometers north of St. Rose City in the Rose Mountain Range. At the entrance to Rose Mountain Range, there was a long staircase leading deep into the mountain range. Soon, the Rose Magic Carpet stopped at the entrance to Rose Mountain Range. Clarissa waved her lily-white hand and put away the Rose Magic Carpet. Within the 6 great warlock groups, there was an extremely formidable forbidden air magic array. Flying was prohibited, only walking was allowed inside. Only experts wearing special secret treasures could fly within their domains. From the entrance to Rose Mountain Range, an up to 6 m long mandala cyclops monitor lizard covered in earth-yellow scales and with a single huge eye crawled out from the side. The huge eye emitted traces of soul fluctuations. Mandala Cyclops Monitor Lizard, a formidable extraordinary life form comparable to a level 3 warlock after reaching adulthood. It has the racial innate skill of soul peering, capable of peering into a warlock's soul origin. Even a great warlock rank expert would also be unable to escape its peering. A line of information emerged on Yang Feng's eyeglasses. The 6 great warlock groups would rear extraordinary life forms with special racial innate skills like the Mandala Cyclops Monitor Lizard in captivity to distinguish between friend and foe, and to prevent the infiltration of spies from other races. Warlocks could change their appearance and body shape through countless secret methods, but their soul origin couldn't be changed. The reason why Yang Feng didn't use his liquid metal robot avatar to participate in the Warlock Convention was, on one hand, to obtain the qualification to practice cultivation in the Rose Divine Pool, on the other hand, it was because the liquid metal robot avatar couldn't conceal itself from an extraordinary life form like the Mandala Cyclops monitor lizard. We're all humans, I've memorized the fluctuations of your soul origin. Your Holiness Clarissa, please come in. The Mandala Cyclops monitor lizard issued a hoarse voice and immediately retreated to one side. Clarissa took Yang Feng and his entourage along the passageway and walked towards the interior of Rose Garden. At the end of the passageway was an incomparably lush garden, with all kinds of rare and exotic flowers in full bloom. They were multicolored, the fragrance of the flowers overflowed, nothing more beautiful than a fairyland. Some beautiful and moving female apprentice warlocks of Rose Garden were shuttling back and forth in the garden, picking all kinds of flowers, looking like fairies from a kingdom of flowers. In the center of the kingdom of flowers, there was a group of warlock pagodas, surrounding and protecting 9 7-story tall warlock pagodas. In the center of the 9 7-story tall warlock pagodas, there was an up to several hundred meters tall resplendent and gorgeous blue rose, absorbing the drifting energy in the surroundings. Incomparably formidable magic energy dispersed from the giant blue rose, making the concentration of magic energy in the surroundings by far higher than in other places. Chapter 147. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as he looked at the giant blue rose. Warlock College Antalia's core energy source is the ancient energy-absorbing tree, while Rose Garden's core energy source is the magical energy blue rose. Although the magical energy blue rose's energy absorption is far inferior to the ancient energy-absorbing tree, but it still has its miraculous aspects. Rose Garden's female experts emerge one after another, it's precisely because of its existence. Rose Garden only recruited women with outstanding talent to practice cultivation. Such a biased method of recruiting talents made it somewhat difficult for them to pass on their inheritance. If it wasn't for the magical energy blue rose's miraculous abilities, then Rose Garden might not even have 3 great warlocks. The majority of the people in Rose Garden were women. After they saw Yang Feng, the only man, their curious gazes focused on him. Among them, there was no lack of passionate young ladies throwing flirtatious glances and blowing kisses at him. Rose Garden was a place where women were superior to men. The women inside were also much more passionate and unrestrained than the women of other forces. Yang Feng followed Clarissa to the bottom of a 7-story tall warlock pagoda, before being brought by Angelina to a garden surrounding the warlock pagoda. Defilia followed Clarissa into the Storm Rose Pagoda. The Storm Rose Pagoda was like Clarissa's home. For thousands of years, no man had been able to enter it. Yang Feng took a deep breath and sighed slightly within, such rich magic energy. The magic energy here is at least 4 times richer than Black Cottage's magic energy elemental pool. There's already such rich magic energy outside, then I wonder how rich the magic energy inside the 7-story tall warlock pagoda would be. This is the disparity between the foundations. In Tarandit's subcontinent, geniuses were as common as clouds. Every once in a while, some peerless geniuses would emerge, promote to great warlocks, and then establish their own forces, flourishing for a time. However, after such geniuses perish, once there was no successor, then that force would gradually decline, before finally disappearing in the long river of history. Tarandit subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups possessed such sacred cultivation grounds as well as all kinds of foundations. That's why great warlock rank experts emerged one after another. They were always at the apex of Tarandit subcontinent. Angelina suddenly gave a somewhat complicated sigh. Snow White Madam is actually your bodyguard. That's really beyond my expectations. Yang Feng, it seems like your uncle Yang Yi really loves you. Yang Feng smiled and thought silently. Yang Yi is me, I am Yang Yi, I naturally won't mistreat myself. This is Green Cloud Immortal Tea from the continent's Eastern Warlock Empire, the Great Chu Empire. Have a taste. Angelina clapped her hands and a maid handed several cups of steaming hot tea to Yang Feng and his party. Yang Feng took the cup of green cloud immortal tea and took a sip. A bitter taste quickly spread on the tip of his tongue. But in the next moment, a fragrant aroma quickly spread in his mouth, and a warm current spread through his limbs and bones, cleansing his body. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he praised, saying in an overbearing manner, "Good tea, good treasure. Do you have more of this jade cloud immortal tea? How many magic stones? Name a number and I'll buy it." Angelina very gracefully took a sip of the jade cloud immortal tea, comfortably exhaled a long white breath, and said with a smile, "This is a specialty of the continent's Eastern Warlock Empire. Every 50 grams of tea is worth at least one superior magic stone. Most importantly, the amount of this tea spread to our Tarandit subcontinent is very small. On average, our rose garden can only buy 1 gene of it every year. It's impossible for us to sell it to you." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "The continent? Angelina, how can we go to the continent?" Tarandit subcontinent's area was already several times larger than the Earth's landmass, but it was merely a small enclave in the world of warlocks. The continent was the birthplace of warlocks, where countless formidable warlocks gathered. Tarandit subcontinent was merely a corner of the continent that had collapsed after the Great War between experts. Whether it was resources or inheritances, it was far from being able to compare to the continent. Great Warlock rank secret methods inheritances in Tarandit subcontinent were already extraordinary inheritances, but on the continent, they didn't count as anything. There's a sea between Tarandit subcontinent and the continent, Sea of Monsters. That sea is filled with countless terrifying sea trolls as well as all kinds of incomparably formidable merfolk. In order to go to the continent, one must cross the Sea of Monsters. There are countless formidable monsters in the Sea of Monsters. Even great warlock rank experts, once they fall into the nests of the sea trolls, only death awaits them. Even Starry Sky warlock rank experts, if they don't have a sufficiently powerful ship, they may also fall in the Sea of Monsters. Every 3 years or so, a fleet will cross the Sea of Monsters and arrive at our Tarandit subcontinent, selling us all kinds of supplies from the continent, while simultaneously taking away large amounts of top-notch magic stones and our Tarandit subcontinent's specialty products. That's also the only chance for our Tarandit subcontinent's warlocks to leave this place. Angelina slowly revealed this big secret to Yang Feng. The continent's information was confidential to ordinary warlocks, but to Steel City, a force with a great warlock overseeing it, it wasn't too confidential. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "Tarandit subcontinent doesn't have any experts above the Starry Sky warlock rank, is it because those first-rate geniuses have all gone to the continent?" Angelina slowly sighed, "That's right. Tarandit subcontinent is barren of resources. Even if there are peerless geniuses who promote to the Starry Sky warlock rank, then there's no way forward. If they don't go to the continent, then they'll remain in the Starry Sky warlock rank for the rest of their lives, and then slowly die of old age. It's not that Tarandit subcontinent doesn't have any Starry Sky warlock rank experts, but that those experts have already left." Yang Feng continued to ask, "Are there any restrictions on going to the continent?" Angelina said lightly, 4,000 top-notch magic stones can buy a ticket to the continent. Moreover, a ticket can only allow one person to ride." Yang Feng was immediately speechless. At present, he only had 1,100 top-notch magic stones, which wasn't even enough to buy a ticket to the continent. The high price of the ticket meant that only great warlocks or Starry Sky warlock rank experts could go to the continent. Ordinary warlocks simply couldn't come up with the sky-high price of 4,000 top-notch magic stones. Yang Feng asked, "Why don't Warlock College Antalia's Holy Ones go to the continent? With their strength, several thousand top-notch magic stones isn't an issue for them." Angelina said with a light smile, "In our Tarandit subcontinent, great warlock rank experts are already at the peak of experts. But in the continent, they're nothing. Only Starry Sky Warlock rank experts have a bit of status. In Tyrannid subcontinent, they're already peak existences, so why would they go to the continent and be ordered around? Yang Feng had a second thought, and had to admit that what Angelina said made sense. In Tyrannid subcontinent, great warlocks could summon the wind and summon the rain. They were peak existences and enjoyed pleasure surpassing that of emperors. They naturally weren't willing to go to the continent and live a life of being ordered around. Only powerful warlocks who had cultivated to the Starry Sky Warlock rank and had no way forward, or some freakish geniuses who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of warlocks and were full of confidence in themselves, would they be able to board the giant ship that crossed the sea of monsters and go to the continent. Yang Feng asked, "Are there still Starry Sky Warlocks in Tyrannid subcontinent?" "I don't know." Angelina said with a light smile, "Starry Sky Warlocks are elusive. In the past millennium, I've never heard of anyone promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock. The few Starry Sky Warlocks that I know of have already left Tyrannid subcontinent." Yang Feng changed the subject, his eyes shone, and he proposed, "The Warlock Convention will be held in 3 days. How about we join hands and open a betting account for the Warlock Convention? I'll only accept bets that I won't be able to ascend to the top and become the Warlock Convention's #1, the odds are 120. This odds is bound to attract countless people to bet. I'll prepare the compensation funds, you'll organize the manpower, spread the news and accept the bets. If I win, then I'll give you 10% of the profits. If I lose, then I'll pay the compensation funds. Regardless of the outcome, you won't suffer any losses." Yang Feng originally thought that he was already very rich after getting rid of a great warlock, but when he saw that the journey to the main continent actually required 4,000 top-notch magic stones, he sobered up and realized that he was still very poor. He still needed to seize any opportunity to earn magic stones. Angelina said with a sweet smile, "That's a good idea, but are you sure you want to open a betting account here? Our Rose Garden will levy a heavy tax of 40% on any public gambling." Yang Feng looked left and right and whispered somewhat furtively, 40%? Isn't that too much? Can it be a bit less? If the tax is too heavy, then your share of profits will correspondingly be reduced by a lot. How about I give you 20% of the profits and abolish the tax? Angelina joked, "I'm sorry, but even if I'm Rose Garden's first successor, I still don't have the authority to change Rose Garden's tax collection policy. If you come to my territory to open a betting account, then I'll exempt you from the tax." Yang Feng muttered with a pained expression, "Shady, really shady. However, I'm an honest person, so it's settled, 40% heavy tax is 40%. You're so confident that you'll be able to become this time's Warlock Convention's #1? After all, this time's Warlock Convention is a gathering of experts, it's a gathering of Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts of the younger generation. Savage Claws Cookson, Warlock College Antalia's Kashmir, Eyes of Justice's Halden, Black Dragon Pagoda's Nalei, White Ivory's Bagley, Rose Garden's Dietrich, the recently risen Southwest Tiger Lachi, Northern Lion Cobham, Southern Goddess of War Jenny, these are all peak geniuses of the younger generation. Although they're less than 50 years old, but all of them are level 2 warlocks. If coupled with the power of their secret treasures, then they can even contend against level 3 warlocks. You're just a trifling level 1 warlock, it's impossible for you to defeat them. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as she said in a deep voice. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden was only open to geniuses of the younger generation. The geniuses of the younger generation referred to warlocks under 50 years of age. Those warlocks under 50 years of age being able to practice cultivation to the level 2 warlock rank was already very terrifying. After all, 90% of warlocks in Warlock College Antalia's Council of Elders were already more than 100 years old when they promoted to level 2 warlocks. Cookson and the others had the cultivation of level 2 warlocks at such a young age. Furthermore, by relying on the power of their secret treasures, they could even contend against some weak level 3 warlocks. Such strength could be rated as terrifying. Level 1 warlocks were basically unable to contend against them. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, "I have my own ways to deal with them. Moreover, I'm fully confident that I can obtain this time's Warlock Convention's number 1. Angelina stared at Yang Feng for a good while, then said with a sweet smile, "Since you're so confident, then I won't say anything more. However, if you want to open a bet, then a single bet isn't conducive to attracting funds. I think that you should open a few more bets, such as Cookson taking first place, Kashmir taking first place and so on. With a few more bets, there'll be more people placing bets." Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "That's right, you're right. As for the specifics, you can discuss it with my secret method Eunice." The most capable person under Yang Feng's command was Eunice. She was responsible for handling all kinds of daily affairs, managing all kinds of affairs of Yang Feng's forces in an orderly manner. Yang Feng also trusted her a lot. Shi Shui was a cultivation genius, she wasn't interested in handling all kinds of daily affairs. Eunice said with a sweet smile, "Angelina Darren, let's discuss the specifics." The two very cunning women opposed each other with equal harshness, they carried out a fierce debate and slowly settled on a series of details. Not long after, an organization quickly appeared in St. Rose City, and in the name of Steel City, they opened a betting account with huge odds. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden attracted countless warlock geniuses to gather here. Additionally, there were also a large number of merchants and the leaders of some small and medium-sized warlock groups. Those people had a lot of magic stones. After they saw the bets opened by Steel City, they placed heavy bets on the warlock geniuses that they were optimistic about. In just 2 days, Yang Feng received bets of more than 110 million magic stones, with the majority of the bets being placed on Yang Feng being unable to obtain the first place in the Warlock Convention. 3 days later, Rose Garden finally let those warlock geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent enter Rose Garden. In St. Rose City's bustling areas, magic screens were turned on, broadcasting this grand occasion live. Rose Garden's Warlock Convention was held once every few years. At the same time, the battles of those warlock geniuses would be broadcasted live. This was also the grand ceremony that St. Rose City's people were most looking forward to. Rose Garden's new city, within the Rose Garden Grand Arena, the huge arena that could accommodate 200,000 people was already filled with human warlocks from all over the world. At one end of the huge arena, there was a small dais suspended in the air, above which sat the experts of the 6 great warlock groups. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups were aloof, they controlled everything, their status was far above that of the other warlock groups. This was a fact that everyone acknowledged. In various world-class occasions, there were various ways to demonstrate the status of the 6 great warlock groups. Chapter 148. At the top of the small dais sat 3 peerless beauties of peerless style, they were so beautiful that people couldn't shift their gazes away from them. The 3 peerless beauties of peerless style were Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Storm Rose Clarissa, Flame Rose Cordelia, and Saint Rose Carolina. Flame Rose Cordelia had a head full of gorgeous long red hair, snow-white skin, and a sexy and fiery figure. She wore a fiery red warlock's chongpao, she was like a beautiful burning flame, enough to melt any man. Saint Rose Carolina had a head full of dazzling short golden hair, a slim waist, and a perky buttocks. She wore a snow-white warlock's chongpao, she exuded a holy and noble aura from head to toe. She was like an aloof and incomparably holy goddess that controlled everything. Among Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Saint Rose Carolina was the strongest, she was also the peerless expert closest to the Starry Sky warlock rank in Tyrannid subcontinent, she didn't lose to any man in the slightest. Clarissa and the other 2 women were also known as Tyrannid subcontinent's 3 most dazzling roses, their names had spread throughout Tyrannid subcontinent, and countless people were filled with admiration towards them. Among the other 5 great warlock groups, there were also many great warlocks who adored them, but no one was able to obtain their favor. Below Clarissa and the other 2 women sat a person, it was precisely Dephilia. In Tyrandot's subcontinent, only great warlock rank experts could sit together with the peak warlocks of the 6 great warlock groups. This was the privilege of all great warlocks. Below Dephilia sat Warlock College Antalya and the other 4 representatives of the 5 great warlock groups. The representatives of Warlock College Antalya and the other 4 great warlock groups were all level 3 warlocks. There wasn't a single great warlock rank expert. Currently, it was a crucial time in the holy war between the humans and the underworld's allied forces. Every force's great warlock rank experts were very precious, they naturally couldn't be dispatched lightly. White Elephant's Ivory's representative Ulrich looked coldly at Dephilia and said coldly, "Your Holiness Snow White Madam, 3 days ago, you killed White Elephant's Ivory's genius Rymont. Shouldn't you give White Elephant's Ivory an explanation?" Dephilia's gaze was ice-cold, her eyes flashed with killing intent, and great warlock rank life force pervaded her body. She said frigidly, "Your White Ivory's genius Rymont not only violated the rules of the competition, but also dared to attack me. So what if I casually killed him? An ant-like level 3 warlock like you dares to talk to me like that. Do you want to become a corpse and be sent back to White Elephant's Ivory?" Black Dragon Tower's representative Anusha said with a smile, "That's right, your White Elephant's Ivory's genius actually dared to take the initiative to attack Snow White Madam. This is courting death, you can't blame others." Warlock College Antalya's mortal enemy was Savage Claw, White Ivory's mortal enemy was Black Dragon Tower, and Rose Garden's mortal enemy was Eyes of Justice. The people of White Elephant's Ivory would suffer a calamity, but the people of Black Dragon Pagoda would definitely be happy to see it happen. Ulrich bowed deeply towards Carolina and said respectfully with a hint of threat, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, our White Elephant's Ivory's genius died tragically in Saint Rose City. The murderer is right in front of your eyes, don't you want to punish the murderer? If your Holiness were to ignore the murderer's wanton rampage, then I'm afraid that it would affect the friendship between our 2 families. I was the one who killed him. If you want to deal with someone, then deal with Steel City. As for you, to provoke a great warlock again and again, then I'll grant you eternal death." Dephilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and her great warlock rank life force instantly erupted. She pointed with her lily-white hand, and a white stream of cold air shot towards Ulrich. Ulrich was both startled and furious, and his body at once flickered with magical radiances in an attempt to resist the white stream of cold air. But all of the spells on his body were completely suppressed by the white stream of cold air, and were basically unable to be released. In just a split second, he felt an ice-cold force pervading his body, destroying all of his vitality. "Stop!" A voice brimming with magnetism and majesty spat out from Carolina's cherry lips, and an incomparably pure and holy radiance blossomed from her lily-white hand, before falling on Ulrich. Under the illumination of that incomparably pure and holy radiance, the cold air released by Dephilia was directly melted. Ulrich only felt his body warm up, his body brimming with strength, and he regained his senses. He stared fixedly at Dephilia, and his heart brimmed with anger. Such a vicious woman, to actually dare to attack here. This is Rose Garden, I don't care about the grudges between you. After leaving Rose Garden, how you fight is up to you. Since you're in Rose Garden, then you must abide by Rose Garden's rules." Rymont took the initiative to attack Snow White Madam, and Snow White Madam retaliated, killing him. This was considered self-defense, and I won't punish her. However, Your Holiness Snow White Madam, if you attack someone else for no reason, then I'll have no choice but to punish you. Carolina stared at Dephilia with a gaze brimming with dignity. Dephilia's heart shivered slightly, and she responded respectfully, "Yes. Your Holiness Saint Rose will respectfully comply with your decree." Through this incomparably obscure exchange, Dephilia already understood that Carolina's strength was far above hers. There were strong and weak Great Warlock rank experts, and Dephilia's strength was considered to be in the middle of the Great Warlock rank. After all, she was only a little over 180 years old, and was very young. But Carolina was definitely at the pinnacle of the Great Warlock rank, and was infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Ulrich could only clench his teeth and swallow his resentment. Yes, Your Holiness Saint Rose, I will respectfully comply with your decree. When the other representatives of the 6 great warlock groups saw this scene, their eyes revealed glints of schadenfreude, but they still remained well-behaved and didn't say anything. Although the 6 great warlock groups had joined hands to establish Tyrannid Subcontinent's order, but they still struggled for power and profit among themselves. Quite a few forces were still mortal enemies with each other. They were happy to see Ulrich being taught a lesson. With a light leap, the presenter jumped to the center of the grand arena, and then delivered an impassioned speech that stirred up the mood of the entire grand arena. After stirring up the atmosphere in the grand arena, he said with extreme passion, "Now, the first battle officially begins. The 2 sides are respectively Savage Claw's peerless genius Kuxin and Steel City's genius Xiaofan. Kuxin, kill him. Kill Xiaofan. Get rid of that waste Xiaofan." Earth-shaking cheers came from the surroundings of the arena. The majority of the audience was cheering for Kuxin. Kuxin was a peerless genius of Savage Claw's younger generation. He had already been famous for 6 to 7 years, and was publicly recognized as one of the strongest level 2 warlocks. He was also one of the hot favorites to win the Warlock Convention. Xiaofan was merely a good-for-nothing earthling with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude. Even if he promoted to a level 1 warlock, but no one was optimistic about him. With a light leap, Kuxin flew to the center of the grand arena, gave a sunny smile, and waved his hand towards the surrounding audience. Many young ladies saw the incomparably handsome Kuxin and issued excited screams. They unceasingly threw coquettish glances at him and shouted his name with extreme enthusiasm. Yang Feng's figure shook. He also flew to the center of the grand arena and stood opposite of Kuxin. Kuxin swept Xiaofan with a glance and said with a cold smile, "Xiaofan, I'm very surprised at your stupidity. Do you think that you can challenge me with your trifling strength of a level 1 warlock? In this arena, even Snow White Madam won't be able to protect you. If you flee now, it's not too late. Otherwise, spells have no eyes, and dying in this arena will be your only fate." Xiaofan didn't even give Kuxin a glance. He turned around and looked towards the contestants' seating area. Warlock College Antalia's Kashmir, Eyes of Justice's Halden, Black Dragon Pagoda's Nalei, White Ivory's Bagley, Rose Garden's Dietrich, the newly risen Southwest Tiger Lachi, Northern Lion Cobham, Southern Goddess of War Jenny, one after another geniuses from Tyrannid Subcontinent's younger generation fell into his eyes. Those world-famous geniuses of the younger generation were indeed dragons and phoenixes among men, possessing formidable strength comparable to that of a level 2 warlock. If he didn't use any treasures, then Xiaofan definitely wouldn't be their match. Those young warlock geniuses were swept by Yang Feng's gaze. Unruly, provocative, curious and other complicated gazes were concentrated on him. Xiaofan held his hands behind his back and sighed faintly, "Kuxin, you're too weak, you're not my match." Kuxin's face suddenly twitched, his eyes flashed with a touch of anger. He was a formidable existence of a pinnacle level 2 warlock. Moreover, he had many fortuitous encounters. He had a lot of precious and formidable secret treasures on him. Even an ordinary level 3 warlock might not be his match. Xiaofan was a trifling level 1 warlock. He basically didn't care about him. Now that Xiaofan said that he was too weak, it filled his heart with endless anger. Xiaofan turned to look at Carolina on the small dais and said lightly, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, I just had a look. This time's Warlock Convention's geniuses are too weak, not a single one of them is a match for me. Please allow them to come up and fight me. I'm somewhat impatient. I want to try the miraculous effects of Rose Divine Pool's cultivation. He has quite a big tone." Who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? He actually wants to challenge all the geniuses, he's simply overestimating himself. Yang Feng, this good-for-nothing, he's just a trifling level 1 warlock. I'm afraid that he can't even compare to Cookson, yet he still wants to challenge all the young geniuses of the Warlock Convention. Does he want to die? In the Warlock Convention, there has never been a genius who dared to challenge so many geniuses of the same rank. He's either a madman or a super genius with absolute confidence in himself. After hearing Yang Feng's words, the atmosphere in the grand arena was ignited, everyone discussed spiritedly. Many people looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a madman. There were also some people who were brimming with expectations towards Yang Feng. Chapter 149. When Cookson saw this scene, he was so angry that his whole body trembled, his eyes spurted endless fury and killing intent surged within him. Lachi's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, he licked his lips and killing intent flashed past his eyes. What a big tone. This Yang Feng is really crazy, interesting. Kashmir snorted coldly and said disdainfully, a guy trying to please the crowd with claptrap. Cobham's eyes flashed with a touch of a pondering glint, he wasn't the slightest bit angry and smiled slightly. Interesting, Steel City's sole successor? I'm looking forward to seeing what trump cards you have. The blonde, slender and extremely beautiful Dietrich creased her eyebrows and mused, he wants to challenge all of us? How is that possible? Even Tyrannid subcontinent's most outstanding geniuses wouldn't be able to challenge so many geniuses of the same rank. Furthermore, he only has the strength of a level 1 warlock. However, he doesn't look like an idiot, so how could he be so arrogant? Jenny glared coldly at Yang Feng, as if she was looking at a corpse, such an arrogant idiot. Wait until my spear runs through your body, then you'll know the disparity between us, you good-for-nothing. Some of the warlock geniuses who were ridiculed and provoked by Yang Feng glared angrily at him, while others were very calm, watching everything with cold eyes. When she heard Yang Feng's request, Carolina, who was sitting upright on the dais, was also slightly tempted. In so many years, it was the first time that someone so domineeringly wanted to challenge all the warlock geniuses by himself. Such a person was either a lunatic or a super genius. She had watched the Warlock Convention for many years. The unchanging Warlock Convention also made her feel a trace of aesthetic fatigue. Cordelia suddenly said with a sweet smile, Big Sister Carolina, since Yang Feng wants to challenge the other warlock geniuses, then he must have his own trump cards. It would be better for us to agree to his request. In any case, the Warlock Convention's objective is to select Tyrannid subcontinent's most outstanding young geniuses. If he can defeat all the geniuses, then he'll be Tyrannid subcontinent's #1 genius in name and in reality. Moreover, he might even be the strongest young genius in Tyrannid subcontinent's history. When Dephilia heard this, her face slightly twitched. She cursed in her heart, he is not the strongest young genius in Tyrannid subcontinent, but a despicable and shameless thief. Carolina smiled meaningfully and said, since that's the case, I'll make an exception and agree to your request. Yang Feng, only those who have accepted your challenge, can you fight them at the same time. However, I believe that none of the geniuses here will reject your challenge. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yang Feng bowed slightly in salute towards Carolina, then turned to look at the warlock geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Steel City's Yang Feng, challenge all of you. Do you dare to fight with me? Those who don't dare to fight me are all cowards. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar below. Kill him. Go and kill him. All of you hurry up and get rid of that waste Yang Feng. Kill him. In the spectator stands of the grand arena, earth-shattering roars erupted. The countless spectators who had bet heavily on Yang Feng's defeat issued loud shouts. They were very much looking forward to the scene of Yang Feng being killed in the ring. Yang Feng, you're too stupid. No matter how many trump cards you have, my spear will run through your body and make you regret your stupidity. Southern goddess of war Jenny, dressed in a black secret treasure armor and holding a pitch-black spear, lightly jumped to the center of the grand arena. She stared at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes brimming with a cold glint, as if a female leopard preparing to hunt, and said icily. Kashmir jumped to the center of the grand arena, erupted with a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 2 warlock, and said while stressing each syllable, Yang Feng, a waste is a waste. Even if your uncle used countless resources to push you to the level 1 warlock rank, but you're still essentially a waste. I don't need anyone's help, I alone can get rid of a waste like you. Ever since Yang Feng sent the corpse of Blood Hands Blitz's nephew back to Warlock College Antalya, the relationship between Steel City and Warlock College Antalya took a sharp turn for the worse. Although on the surface, both sides still didn't shed all pretenses of cordiality, but in fact, both sides regarded the other as a great enemy. Lachi's figure shook, and he flew to the grand arena. He looked coldly at Yang Feng, and didn't say a word. Cobham sighed somewhat regretfully, it's a pity. Yang Feng, I actually wanted to have a fair fight with you. But now it seems that there's no such opportunity. However, it's not my style to fight with numbers. I won't act against you while you're fighting them. Dietrich also flew to the center of the grand arena, and silently stood to one side, quietly observing Yang Feng, who stood loftily in front of the countless geniuses with his hands behind his back. The geniuses of Tyrannid subcontinent's younger generation successively flew to the arena. Soon, more than 100 geniuses gathered on the arena. The more than 100 geniuses on the arena came from all over Tyrannid subcontinent. Each of them was the pride of their warlock group, and all of them possessed the cultivation base of a level 2 warlock. In terms of real ability, each of them was much stronger than Yang Feng. The geniuses here, even the weakest one, had battle prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle level 2 warlock. Rose Garden's Warlock Convention, although only level 1 warlock experts could participate as long as they were under the age of 50. However, everyone was very clear that only level 2 warlock rank experts could shine brilliantly in this assembly. In the previous warlock conventions held by Rose Garden, there had never been a level 1 warlock who had the strength of a single level 1 warlock. The more than 100 geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent were very proud. They stood scattered, with sneers on their faces. They coldly looked at Yang Feng, and their eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. Very good, everyone's here. Yang Feng saw the more than 100 warlock geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent come onto the arena, and revealed a trace of a smile. I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Finished speaking, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. With a flash of radiance, the Moffin demonic polar bear immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Moffin demonic polar bear. A great warlock rank extraordinary life form. That's a Moffin demonic polar bear. A great warlock rank extraordinary life form, how can he command it? Seeing the Moffin demonic polar bear appear, the entire grand arena went into an uproar. Countless spectators were shocked and discussed spiritedly. The more than 100 geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent also had their complexions turn extremely unsightly. The Moffin demonic polar bear was a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. Although it couldn't compare to a terrifying existence like a dragon, but it was still a relatively formidable existence among great warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Even if the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for a Moffin demonic polar bear. Cookson swept with his tremendous spirit force, and immediately sneered, there's no aura of life, it's just the corpse of a Moffin demonic polar bear. Extremely formidable spirit force swept the Moffin demonic polar bear's body, and only after discovering no fluctuations of life force did he heave a slight sigh of relief. There's no aura of life or fluctuations of power, that's because it's an alchemical golem. Furthermore, it's an alchemical golem that needs to be manually operated. Yang Feng gave a slight smile, his figure shook, and he directly jumped onto the Moffin demonic polar bear's chest. He exerted force, a cockpit opened, and then jumped inside. Less than 2 seconds after Yang Feng entered the cockpit, the originally deathly still Moffin demonic polar bear's eyes blossomed with traces of red light. Shortly after, terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from the Moffin demonic polar bear's body. The Moffin demonic polar bear at once stood on its hind legs, its eyes flickered with an incomparably ominous glint, and it firmly stared at the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent. Now, who dares to fight me? Yang Feng sat in the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit, overlooking the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said extremely domineeringly. The complexions of the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent were very unsightly, and none of them uttered a sound. They weren't fools, great warlock rank extraordinary life forms were really too terrifying. Even if all of them attacked together, they would only be throwing away their lives in vain. Shameless. On the dais, Dephilia's eyes revealed a trace of a smile, and she said in a low voice. Carolina's pretty face twitched slightly, she hadn't thought that such a scene would occur. A great warlock rank extraordinary life form, even the weakest great warlock rank extraordinary life form, wasn't an existence that the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent could contend against. Cordelia said with a sweet smile, interesting. Steel City's city master's alchemy is really amazing, to actually be able to refine great warlock rank manually operated golems. According to the legends, he obtained the inheritance of the 6th warlock dynasty. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that there's indeed a bit of a possibility. I'm ready, now let's begin. Under Yang Feng's control, the Moffin demonic polar bear extended its index finger and beckoned towards the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent, before saying in an extremely arrogant and provocative manner. I concede, great warlock rank extraordinary life forms aren't existences that I can contend against. Yang Feng, I look forward to having a fair fight with you next time. Cobham gave a straightforward smile, after leaving behind a few words, his figure shook, and he jumped down from the grand arena. Chapter 150. Cookson's complexion was very unsightly, he snorted coldly and goaded, "Humph, just relying on the power of golems, what kind of skill is that? If you have the skill, then fight me without golems." "That's right, if you have the skill, then don't use golems. If you can defeat me without using a puppet, then I will wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Using the power of golems, what kind of skill is that? If you have the skill, then fight us with your own strength." The more than 100 Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses were impassioned as they denounced Yang Feng. "Aoo." Yang Feng gave a cold smile and pressed a button. In a flash, the Moffin demonic polar bear erupted with an incomparably terrifying life force, it faced the sky and issued a world-shaking howl. The incomparably terrifying howl turned into incomparably sharp ultrasonic waves, bombarding the warlock geniuses who were clamoring the loudest. The dozens of warlock geniuses spouted a large mouthful of blood, they staggered and fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. The rest of the warlock geniuses also erupted with an incomparably formidable life force in a split second, the power of their whole body surged, resisting the Moffin demonic polar bear's howl. After a minute, the Moffin demonic polar bear stopped howling. In the center of the grand arena, half of the more than 100 Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses were already paralyzed. This was the terror of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. Yang Feng looked at the fallen Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses and said with a cold smile, "You bunch of idiots. Equipment is also a part of a warlock's strength. Which one of you doesn't have a formidable secret treasure to protect yourself? Without secret treasures, your battle prowess will be weakened by at least half." When he said that, the complexions of the Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses became somewhat unsightly. A warlock's battle prowess mainly depended on his cultivation base, as well as the number of spell models he had mastered, and what kind of secret treasures he had. Secret treasures were also very important for warlocks, just like their weapons. Level 2 warlocks like Wuxia and Jenny were known to be able to fight level 3 warlocks because they had formidable secret treasures. If they didn't have secret treasures, then if they encountered a level 3 warlock, even if it was the weakest level 3 warlock, they still wouldn't be the other party's match. The reason why Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups' great warlocks were far superior to other forces' great warlocks, was because they possessed many mystical legend rank secret treasures and even semi-divine rank secret treasures. Yang Feng continued to ridicule, "I'm a warlock alchemist. Warlock alchemists fight by manipulating battle golems. Don't you have any common sense?" The warlock geniuses were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. For an ordinary level 1 alchemist to be able to refine a level 1 alchemy puppet would already be an amazing genius. The Moffin demonic polar bear that Yang Feng was currently piloting was a great warlock rank alchemical golem. Even a great warlock rank alchemist would find it extremely difficult to refine an alchemical golem of this rank. Yang Feng piloting the Moffin demonic polar bear golem was simply like an adult bullying a kindergartner, crushing those warlock geniuses without any pressure. Yang Feng said lightly, "Alright, I don't want to waste time, so I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. If you want to fight me, then stay here. If you don't dare to fight me, then concede defeat." 10. I concede defeat. I concede defeat. The warlock geniuses gnashed their teeth, their complexions ashen as they jumped down from the grand arena. Even Wuxia, Jenny and Kashmir, whose battle intent was the most exuberant, had ashen complexions as they helplessly jumped down from the grand arena. Only Yang Feng was left in the grand arena. After seeing that there was no one else in the grand arena, Yang Feng lightly jumped down from the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the middle of the grand arena and sighed in disappointment, "Invincible, it's really lonely." The complexions of the more than 100 warlock geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent were ashen, as if they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. They almost wanted to spit blood. They wished that they could go up and ruthlessly beat Yang Feng, but they were very clear that they weren't the Moffin demonic polar bear's match. Going up would only be courting death. Carolina's face twitched. She didn't think that Yang Feng would so easily become the warlock convention's #1. Furthermore, his words were asking for a beating. Interesting. Clarissa revealed a trace of a smile. Dephilia also revealed a trace of a smile. This guy is really cunning. Shameless. If you have the guts, then don't use the alchemical golem. Relying on the alchemical golem to bully others, what kind of skill is that? Earth-shattering boos and cheers came from the spectator seats. In the previous warlock conventions, young warlocks fought fiercely and brilliantly, displaying all kinds of wonderful battle scenes. Countless geniuses went through bitter battles before reaching the summit and becoming the warlock convention's #1. Now that Yang Feng revealed the Moffin demonic polar bear, he directly crushed them with his absolutely terrifying strength, forcing the more than 100 Tyrannid subcontinent's warlock geniuses to not dare to fight him, making the spectators who had bet on him to lose extremely furious. Yang Feng was very thick-skinned. Facing the earth-shattering boos and cheers, he only gave an indifferent smile and asked the referee, "Everyone has voluntarily conceded, I should be the winner." The referee gave Yang Feng a strange look and said loudly, "Since all the challengers have voluntarily conceded, I now announce that Yang Feng is the winner. He will automatically become the warlock convention's #1. Countless earth-shattering boos and cheers once again came from the spectator seats. Silence. Carolina's dignified voice reverberated in the grand arena, suppressing the chaotic cheers in the grand arena. Carolina said full of dignity, "Yang Feng can make the others voluntarily concede, that's because he's strong enough." Even if he used the alchemical golem, to be able to control the great warlock rank alchemical golem, that proves that he's strong enough. Equipment is also a part of one's strength. After listening to Carolina's words, the boos and cheers in the grand arena stopped. But their eyes still flickered with ill intent as they looked at Yang Feng. Yang Feng turned around and stared at Carolina with a scorching gaze, saying, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, now that I'm the Warlock Convention's #1, can I enter the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation?" Entering the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, that was Yang Feng's purpose for coming to Rose Garden. Only by entering the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, could Yang Feng break through the bottleneck in a short period of time and promote to a level 2 Warlock. The higher the Warlock's cultivation base, the stronger Yang Feng's life-saving ability, and the more difficult it would be to kill him. Carolina said lightly, I'll arrange for you to enter the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation." "Wait!" Cordelia suddenly interrupted, "Big Sister Carolina, the Warlock Convention's top 3 still haven't been decided. Even if Yang Feng is recognized as the #1 expert, there's still the 2nd and 3rd experts yet to be decided. How about we wait until the 2nd and 3rd experts are decided?" Carolina's eyebrows creased slightly, revealing a trace of hesitation. What's so difficult about the 2nd and 3rd experts being decided? This time's Warlock Convention's 2nd expert is Steel City's Shui. Yang Feng laughed out loud, his figure shook, and he jumped down from the grand arena. Shui's figure shook slightly, she appeared in the center of the grand arena, and under everyone's gazes, she entered the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. The Moffin demonic polar bear immediately stood up, a formidable great warlock rank life force immediately spread from its body and spread in all directions. "Who dares to come up and fight me? I guarantee that I won't leave you with an intact corpse." Shui's tender and overbearing voice came from the Moffin demonic polar bear's bloody maw. Below the arena, the complexions of the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent were ashen, their eyes brimming with despair and anger. Yang Feng had used the Moffin demonic polar bear to suppress these warlock geniuses to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back. Now, what was even more hateful was that Yang Feng clearly still wanted to use the Moffin demonic polar bear for others to use and continue to bully these Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses. It seems that there aren't any. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Carolina Darren, since no one dares to fight me, then I should be able to directly become the Warlock Convention's 2nd place, right? Shui's somewhat regretful voice came from within the Moffin demonic polar bear. Carolina swept the Moffin demonic polar bear with a glance, her face once again twitched, and her gaze swept towards the Tyrannid subcontinent's genius warlocks. None of the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent had any intention of fighting Shui. With their current strength, fighting a great warlock rank alchemical golem was practically equivalent to throwing away their lives in vain. Cookson looked straight at Carolina and said in a loud voice, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, Yang Feng has already used the alchemical golem to win once, and now he's using the alchemical golem to humiliate us. Could it be that this Warlock Convention is just a joke?" Carolina's eyebrows arched and she remained silent. Yang Feng sneered and said in ridicule, "What a joke. The so-called alchemical golem is also a kind of secret treasure recognized in the world of warlocks. In battle, loaning secret treasures is very common. If you have the ability, then go find a great warlock rank alchemical golem to fight with us. Or do you, Cookson, dare to swear on your soul that you've never used a secret treasure to fight?" Cookson's eyes spewed fire as he said one word at a time, sophistry. Yang Feng ridiculed, "You good for nothing, since you don't dare to fight in the grand arena, then don't stay here and make a fool of yourself. If you have the guts, then go and fight with her." Cookson's eyes flickered with an ominous glint and he said coldly, "Yang Feng, you good for nothing, if you have the guts, then don't use a mechanical golem, let's have a fair fight." Yang Feng laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I'm a warlock alchemist. You want a warlock alchemist to fight without using his alchemical items, isn't that ridiculous? How about this, as long as you abolish the level 2 innate spell model solidified in your spirit sea, then I'll have a fair fight with you. Both of us are level 1 warlocks, only then can it be considered fair, do you dare? Absolutely not. Wuxia said resolutely. Once the innate spell model solidified in his spirit sea was abolished, then Wuxia himself would suffer a huge blow and might not be able to promote to a level 2 warlock for the rest of his life. If his luck was bad, then he might even become a cripple. Wuxia said coldly, I was able to promote to a level 2 warlock because of my own ability. If you have the ability, then go and promote to a level 2 warlock as well. Yang Feng sneered, I have a great warlock rank alchemical golem because of my own ability. If you have the ability, then go and get a great warlock rank alchemical golem. If you don't have the ability, then scram, good for nothing. Enough. Carolina's dignified voice reverberated in the grand arena, suppressing everyone's voices. Yang Feng smiled slightly and transmitted his voice, Your Holiness Saint Rose, if you can let me monopolize the top 3 places in this warlock convention, then after this warlock convention, I can gift you with 2,000 alchemical golems with battle prowess comparable to level 2 warlocks. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed slightly with a touch of a peculiar glint. She was silent for a moment, then swept Wuxia with her gaze and said coldly, Wuxia, if you're dissatisfied, then go and challenge Xiaofan. If you defeat her, then you'll be the second person in this warlock convention. If you don't dare to go, then keep your mouth shut. Wuxia swept the Moffin demonic polar bear in the center of the grand arena, his gaze flickered a few times, he clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth, hung his head and retreated. Is there anyone else who dares to come and fight me? Xiaofan's incomparably overbearing voice came from the Moffin demonic polar bear. Ike, will fight you. I want to see what skills Steel City has. The eyes of a young level 2 warlock flickered with sparks of anger, he gave a shrill howl, his figure shook and he directly appeared in the center of the grand arena. The referee heaved a sigh of relief and immediately announced, Now, I declare that the match officially begins. Boulder burst. Xiaofan manipulated the Moffin demonic polar bear to cast a level 4 spell at once. An incomparably terrifying magic fluctuation erupted and countless incomparably sharp boulders madly stabbed towards Ike from all directions. Ike's body at once erupted with 2 defensive magic radiances and 2 formidable magic force fields revolved around him. In the next moment, the incomparably sharp boulders easily pierced through Ike's defensive magic, crushing him into countless fragments and splattering blood everywhere. Seeing Ike being insta-killed by Xiaofan, the eyes of those genius warlocks from Tyrannid subcontinent revealed traces of dread. Ike was also a level 2 warlock, he was an extremely powerful genius. Such a genius couldn't even withstand a single move from the Moffin demonic polar bear. This made those geniuses deeply feel the disparity in strength between them and great warlock rank experts. Chapter 151. Xiaofan's incomparably domineering voice came from the center of the grand arena. Next, who dares to come up? The more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent looked at each other in dismay, remaining silent. They weren't fools, moreover, they cherished their lives very much. Naturally, they wouldn't rashly enter the ring to throw away their lives. The referee waited for a good while, before saying with a slight smile, Since no one dares to come up, then Xiaofan will be the victor of this competition, becoming the second place of this warlock convention. Xiaofan gave a sweet smile, jumped out of the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit, her figure shook, and she arrived next to Yang Feng. I'm Steel City's Eunice, who dares to fight me? Eunice's figure shook, and she directly flew above the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. She looked at the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent with a merry smile, and took the initiative to provoke them. Wasn't this giving them a way out? Could they still have fun happily? The more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent had ashen complexions as they looked at the Moffin demonic polar bear beneath Eunice's feet. Countless curses ran through their minds, and they were so depressed that they wanted to cry. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden had always been an arena for Tyrannid subcontinent's young warlock geniuses to display their strength, and desperately compete for the 3 cultivation spots in the Rose Divine Pool. It had always been an arena for Tyrannid subcontinent's young warlock geniuses to fight fiercely, and display their strength. Now, Yangfeng Steel City had directly monopolized the first 3 spots, making Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses so depressed that they wanted to spit blood. When Carolina saw this scene, her face once again twitched slightly, and she almost wanted to slap Yangfeng and these people from Steel City. But when she thought of Yangfeng's promise of 2000 level, 2 warlock rank alchemical golems, she suppressed her anger. If it was during peacetime, then Carolina wouldn't care about 2000 level, 2 warlock rank alchemical golems. But now it was a chaotic period, and 2000 level, 2 warlock rank alchemical golems were also an important fighting force. Especially in a large-scale war, Steel City's alchemical golems had already displayed sufficiently formidable battle prowess. Naturally, she was tempted. Apart from this, the most important thing was that Steel City not only had Snow White Madam, a great warlock rank expert, but could also refine great warlock rank alchemical golems at the same time. Such a force with formidable potential, in this special period of time, Carolina didn't want to offend it. It was because of the formidable strength displayed by Yangfeng Steel City that Carolina had no choice but to choose to tolerate Yangfeng and his party to a certain extent. This was the benefit of having a strong background. The referee was silent for a moment, then looked at the warlock geniuses below. He saw that the warlock geniuses had ashen complexions, yet they didn't dare to step forward. He could only announce, since no one dares to step forward, then the 3rd place of this warlock convention is Steel City's Eunice. Eunice gave a sweet smile and directly stored the Moffin demonic polar bear into her dimensional crest. Her figure shook, she arrived beside Yangfeng, released the Moffin demonic polar bear and placed it beside Yangfeng. The Moffin demonic polar bear alchemical golem could completely deter the petty disciples, making them not dare to act blindly without thinking. Since the top 3 have been decided, then I'll open the Rose Divine Pool and let the 3 of you practice cultivation inside. After Yangfeng's disturbance, Carolina lost interest in the Warlock Convention. She swept Yangfeng's group of 3 with a glance and said faintly. All of a sudden, Cordelia waved her lily-white hand, and a cloud of pink mist suddenly burst out and hit Carolina and Clarissa. Cordelia's figure retreated briskly, her lily-white hand condensed a rose seal and fiercely pressed it on Dephilia's back. Dephilia was caught off guard and immediately spat out a big mouthful of blood. She was catapulted from her seat, leaving behind a trail of blood as she fell to the ground and fiercely hit the ground, blasting open a big hole. Clouds of ice force diffused from the big hole and condensed into an extremely pure ice cube, sealing Dephilia within it. The legend rank secret treasure ice snow box appeared in her bosom and released an extremely formidable ice force to seal her in ice. After succeeding in her attack, Cordelia quickly drifted back, flicked her fingers, and a pink radiance shot towards Yangfeng in a flash. Yangfeng's complexion changed greatly. Under the great warlock rank spirit pressure, he couldn't budge. Just as the pink magic radiance was about to hit Yangfeng, an extremely azure radiance suddenly surged from his neck and turned into an azure light curtain that enveloped him. As soon as the azure light curtain appeared, the great warlock rank spirit pressure was blocked by the azure light curtain. The pink magic radiance bombarded the azure light curtain, setting off ripples on the azure light curtain. The level 4 spell sky flower water curtain. Cordelia's pretty complexion changed slightly. Yangfeng seized the opportunity to pull Shui and her party and jumped into the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit, before entering it. The interior of the Moffin demonic polar bear had already been modified by using dimensional technology. The cockpit seemed to be very small, but in fact, it was a vast space of 30 by 50 by 50 cubic meters. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. She pointed with her lily-white hand and unleashed the level, for spell rose killing finger. A pink rose suddenly shot out and blasted towards the Moffin demonic polar bear. The Moffin demonic polar bear's body only leaned to the side, before its head was immediately hit by the pink rose. With a boom, its head was blasted several tens of meters away and countless parts splashed in all directions. The Moffin demonic polar bear swayed for a moment and then collapsed on the ground. A large amount of blood as well as several dismembered corpses flowed out of the broken cockpit. Inside the ice cube, Dephilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. How is this possible? The Moffin demonic polar bear was the little thief's mount. How could it be so easily destroyed? It was so easily killed? Compared to the genuine Moffin demonic polar bear, it's really lacking. It seems that Steel City's alchemical golems are only so. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. She swept the corpses with a glance and then continued to scan the Moffin demonic polar bear with her tremendous spirit force. Only after she didn't discover the slightest aura of life did her doubts disappear. Clouds of pink mist sprayed from all directions in the grand arena, as if it had a life of its own, pervading the grand arena. The warlocks in the grand arena were sprayed by the pink mist, before falling to the ground one by one, unable to budge. Carolina's complexion was ashen. Roses blossoming with sacred radiance flickered beside her. She growled full of grief and anger, "Why? Cordelia, why did you plot against us?" Clarissa also stared fixedly at Cordelia, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity and grief. She asked, "Why, big sister Cordelia, why did you plot against us?" "Why? Of course it's for the throne of Rose Garden's master." Cordelia's beautiful eyes surged with a touch of carefreeness. The depressed feelings that had accumulated in her heart for hundreds of years, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she said faintly, "Rose Garden's master, controlling the destinies of billions of people in Rose Garden, countless resources, what an enviable position. This position should have belonged to me." Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of nostalgia, and she said faintly, "Little sister Carolina, before you joined Rose Garden, Cordelia was Rose Garden's #1 genius, and the most beautiful woman of the younger generation in the entire Tarandit subcontinent. I was Rose Garden's next master. Countless glories were concentrated on me. However, after you joined Rose Garden, it only took you 50 years to surpass me. Everything I had was taken away from me. Everyone would only say that you, Carolina, had extraordinary talent, that you were a peerless genius with the highest hopes of promoting to a starry sky warlock. Master was also biased, and passed on the position of Rose Garden's master to you. When others mentioned Rose Garden, they would only remember your name, Carolina, before mentioning me in passing. Even the man I liked, only liked you. Do you know how much I've hated you for hundreds of years?" Cordelia's pretty face became extremely malevolent, and she said each syllable. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint, and she remained silent. "Even if I hated you, but everything in Rose Garden was under your control. Your talent was indeed extraordinary, a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years in Rose Garden, a freak with the highest hopes of promoting to a starry sky warlock. In any case, I was far from being your match. Originally, I intended to take all of this to my grave, and properly become my flame rose. But fortunately, a holy war broke out that engulfed the entire continent. The devils of the underworld's races brought me a kind of wondrous medicine, the abyssal demonic dragon's rainbow leafy fruit. This wondrous fruit itself didn't have any toxicity, and was instead a wondrous medicine that greatly nourished people. But once this wondrous medicine came into contact with white jade rose dew, it would produce a kind of wondrous poison. Even great warlock rank experts would find it hard to resist a peerless wondrous poison. These days, I've specially had people make some white jade rose dew for little sister Carolina and little sister Clarissa to drink. It's delicious, right? Cordelia's beautiful countenance trembled with laughter. She was extremely carefree, and the several hundred years of depression had dissipated in an instant. Carolina and Clarissa's complexions were pale, and their beautiful eyes flickered with anger. They hadn't thought that Cordelia, their senior apprentice sister from the same sect who had always been very good to them, would actually use such a poison on them. Even a peerless genius like Carolina had been careless, and had also fallen for it. White jade rose dew was a very rare treasure in Rose Garden. Only the 3 great warlocks would have a small amount of it every year, and it could slightly enhance the soul aptitude of great warlock rank experts. While drinking, Carolina was still lamenting that Cordelia was too good. She hadn't thought that the other party would actually have such a plot. Chapter 152. Cordelia said with a sweet smile, "Originally, little sister Carolina, if you were to hide in St. Rose's Warlock Pagoda, then I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. However, I knew that you would come to watch the first day of the Warlock Convention. This gave me the opportunity to easily catch you and little sister Clarissa in one fell swoop. As long as I get rid of the 2 of you, then the entire Rose Garden will be in my pocket." Carolina said coldly, "Monsters like devils are the most capricious and treacherous ones. If you kill us, then how will you resist the allied forces of the underworld's races? They're not kind-hearted people. They'll definitely seize this opportunity to attack Rose Garden. It's impossible for you to defend Rose Garden by yourself." Rose Garden had a large number of warlock pagodas. Once they joined forces and launched the defensive Great Array, then even a Starry Sky warlock rank expert would be able to resist, or even suppress. However, without enough warlocks standing guard, then the defensive Great Arrays wouldn't be able to display. Cordelia killed Carolina and Clay Lisa here, so it was necessary to purge the 2's trusted subordinates. After such a purge, Rose Garden's strength would drop by at least 2/3. The allied forces of the underworld's races would definitely not let this weak Rose Garden off. After all, Rose Garden possessed a divine-level secret treasure. In the past, no one dared to have any ideas about Rose Garden. That was because Rose Garden was too powerful, and attacking Rose Garden would be tantamount to throwing away one's life. Once Rose Garden was weak, then countless hungry wolves would pounce on it and tear it to pieces. Cordelia said with a confident smile, "I've already secretly believed in His Holiness Devil Viscount Gadsden of the ancient demonic plane's 6th layer. Under his demonic might, no one can invade my Rose Garden." Devil Viscount. When these words came out, all the warlocks' complexions changed greatly. The ancient demonic plane was a terrifying plane capable of contending against the world of warlocks. Only the founding emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties had once subdued this plane. In the ancient demonic plane, there were countless extremely powerful ancient devils, ancient fiends as well as some powerful ancient demons. Among them, the demonic devil Viscount was as strong as a weak god among gods. If a demonic ogre Viscount's true body personally came to Tyrandot's subcontinent, then it alone could kill all of Tyrandot's subcontinent's experts and easily capture the nests of the 6 great warlock groups. Even if it was only a clone, there would be very few opponents in Tyrandot's subcontinent. Since Cordelia had the support of a demon Viscount, it was naturally difficult for Rose Garden to fall. Carolina coldly said, "In order to deal with me, you actually went to worship the devil. Don't you know that after you die, your soul will be taken back to the ancient demon realm and become the property of the demon Viscount?" Demons were not good people. Once a person believed in a devil and made a deal with a devil of the baron rank or above, they would be able to become a devil. Once a believer died, his soul would enter the ancient demonic plane through the laws of the underworld and be taken away by the devil, becoming the possession of the devil. Therefore, in the world of warlocks, there were generally no warlocks who believed in devils. Cordelia said with a slight smile, "Of course I know. But as long as I promote to a starry sky warlock and then go to the main continent, there will always be a way to solve this hidden danger. Even if I can't solve it, then after I die, my soul will fall into the ancient demon plane. In the future, I might be able to reincarnate and become a devil, obtaining a new life through another method. For fiends, devils, gods, and many other formidable beings, the souls of experts were extremely precious treasures. Many formidable ancient devils would seduce experts from other planes to fall into depravity and make deals with them, obtaining the other party's soul, and then transforming them into formidable devils, turning them into their trusted aides and elite experts. As for the souls of the weak, they would be used as materials to produce soul stones. Angels, one of the strongest battle units under the command of other planes gods, were weapons of war made from the souls of experts. The stronger the expert during their lifetime, the greater the evolution potential of the angel they could transform into after death. Cordelia gave a sweet smile. Her smile was very beautiful, but the words coming out of her mouth were full of malice. Big Sister Carolina, don't you feel that you're getting weaker and weaker? Sacred Rose Light's secret method is indeed one of the 6 top secret methods in Tyrannid subcontinent, with extremely high poison resistance. But after all, you're not a starry sky warlock, so it's impossible for you to be immune to this kind of strange mixed poison. The longer you drag on, the weaker you'll become. Now that I've told you everything, you should be satisfied, right? Can you obediently die now? I'll cast a secret method and sacrifice your and little sister Clarissa's souls to my master, the great devil Viscount Gadsden. He'll be very happy, and then bestow me with even greater power. You're right, this mixed poison is indeed very powerful. Even I can't get rid of it. However, if I want to kill you, my current strength is already enough. Carolina's beautiful eyes blossomed with a dazzling divine light. She gave a furious roar and instantly erupted with a terrifying life force infinitely close to the starry sky warlock rank. With a flick of her lily-white hand, a copper mirror engraved with countless rose motifs and brimming with a simple and unadorned aura appeared in her hand. Tremendous spirit force frantically poured into the copper mirror. Shortly after, an incomparably vast and sacred aura slowly diffused from the copper mirror, as if a god brimming with a sacred and radiant aura was awakening from the copper mirror. The semi-divine armament bright rose divine mirror. Cordelia's pretty complexion changed. She took out a pitch-black statue of a devil, shrouded in demonic chi, with a malevolent expression and a vertical eye between its eyebrows. It was incomparably majestic, and didn't resemble a human being. She screamed, "Your Holiness Gadsden, quickly come and save me." After Cordelia screamed, she casually tore a magic scroll. In a flash, countless icicles erupted and shot towards the Royal Grand Arena's spectator stands like raindrops. Hundreds of warlocks were pierced through by the icicles without the slightest ability to resist, their bodies dripping with blood. The vertical eye between the eyebrows of the strange statue of a devil flashed with a bloody radiance, and as if a bloody whirlpool, it revolved continuously. The blood of the hundreds of warlocks was completely sucked into the statue of a devil. The bodies of the hundreds of warlocks that had their blood sucked dried up, and they turned into hundreds of desiccated corpses with frightened expressions on their faces. After the statue of a devil absorbed the blood of the hundreds of warlocks, it swayed lightly, and rose against the wind. As if brimming with life force, its life force rose steadily, continuously evolving from an ordinary great warlock, becoming more and more powerful. The statue of a devil casually made a grabbing motion, and 2 black whirlpools suddenly appeared, fell on the spectator stands, and twisted in a flash. The flesh and blood of the hundreds of warlocks that didn't have the strength to resist collapsed, and they were sucked into the black whirlpools. After the black whirlpools absorbed the flesh and blood of the hundreds of warlocks, the life force of the statue of a devil became a bit stronger. The entire statue also had a trace of a living person's aura, as if it was coming to life. Gadsden's eyes turned, fell on Carolina, and he said with a faint smile, "You're St. Rose City's Carolina, you look pretty good. I admire you very much." Believe in me, and offer your everything to me. I'll bestow you eternal life. After you die, I'll transform you into an ancient devil, and you'll forever accompany me. Go to hell. Wretched, lowly devil. Carolina was very clear that she couldn't let the statue of a devil continue to grow stronger. She gave a shrill howl, and pointed the rose divine mirror at the statue of a devil. In a flash, a radiant and sacred radiance erupted from the rose divine mirror, and turned into a white beam of light. With the terrifying power to purify everything, it shot towards Gadsden. Gadsden's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he reached out with his hand. Two black whirlpools that seemed to be able to devour everything suddenly appeared in front of him. The white beam of light bombarded the black whirlpools, and immediately purified and decomposed them inch by inch. Gadsden's true body was extremely tyrannical, and he could kill a great warlock like Carolina with a casual strike. But this statue was merely an incomplete clone of him. It had crossed planes and descended here, and its strength was greatly reduced. Furthermore, it didn't have the corresponding secret treasure, and was unexpectedly suppressed by the white light emitted by the rose divine mirror. Kacha. Kacha. Following a series of crisp sounds, cracks appeared on Gadsden's body one after another, and the black vortex became smaller and smaller. Damn it! If my true body was here, then I could slap you to death with a single palm. Gadsden issued an unreconciled howl, and his body collapsed inch by inch, before turning into fragments that splashed in all directions. The white beam of light was also weakened to the extreme, and it slammed into Cordelia. Cordelia's force field was directly smashed, and she was sent flying to the ground. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. Carolina also spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her tender body swayed slightly, and she fell to the ground. The semi-divine armament rose divine mirror also fell to the ground, and she stared at Cordelia with extreme unwillingness. So long as she persisted for another 10 seconds, then she would be able to kill Cordelia. Huh, I won. Little sister Carolina, in the end, I won. I finally beat you. Cordelia gasped for breath, and stood up from the ground. She laughed wantonly, indescribably elated. At this moment, the motionless lion of the north, Cobham, who was lying on the ground, suddenly rose up. Like an aurora, he shot out like lightning, and fiercely stabbed at Cordelia with a gloomy dagger in his hand. Cordelia was caught off guard, and only had enough time to shift her body slightly, before Cobham's dagger stabbed into her abdomen. Fuck! Cordelia's eyes were bloodshot, and she gave a furious roar. A flame rose imprint appeared on her right palm, and she fiercely slammed it at Cobham. Chapter 153. Cobham didn't have the strength to resist and was struck by Cordelia. In a flash, countless flames erupted, directly burning him to ashes. A great warlock is indeed a great warlock. It's really difficult to kill you. If you hadn't been seriously injured by Her Holiness Carolina, then it would be practically impossible for me to injure you. A blue light flickered and countless mists converged, once again forming Cobham's fleshly body. He smiled as he walked out of the mist and pointed at Cordelia. The dagger inserted in Cordelia's abdomen suddenly blossomed with a gloomy radiance. A dense deathly aura quickly spread along Cordelia's abdomen and eroded her body. Cordelia gnashed her teeth and said, "This is the legend rank, cursed dagger dusk. This should be the weapon of Demon Clan's legend rank assassin Bartolio. You're one of Bartolio's people." Cobham said with a slight smile, "That's right." After hearing Cobham's admission, everyone's complexions changed slightly. Northern Lion Cobham was the banner of Tyrannid subcontinent's northern region's resistance against the demons. No one would have thought that such a banner of resistance against the demons, a human warlock genius, would actually be a member of Demon Clan. Once this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge shock. Cordelia said with great unwillingness, "Why? I'm an ally of the underworld's allied forces, why would you assassinate me? It's very simple, it's because you were seriously injured by Carolina. Cobham gave a slight smile, his eyes blossoming with the flames of ambition as he said, as long as I kill all of you, then the resources I seize from you will be enough to promote me to a great warlock rank expert. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Cobham's eyes flickered with the flames of ambition as he said with a smile, Bartolio originally wanted me to cooperate with you and wait for an opportunity to eradicate all of your opponents. However, I think that Bartolio would be more interested in a complete rose garden. After killing you, no one will be able to stop me. Well said, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just then, Yang Feng's cheerful voice came from the grand arena. Cobham's expression changed drastically. He turned around and looked at the remains of the Moffin demonic polar bear. The Moffin demonic polar bear, whose head had already been blasted apart by Cordelia, stood up. It beckoned with its hand, and the head that had been blasted away flew over, directly stabbing into the neck of the Moffin demonic polar bear. Its eyes blossomed with traces of red radiance. As if he had seen a ghost, Cobham looked at Yang Feng and exclaimed, "Weren't you killed by Her Holiness Cordelia? How did he come back to life? I was just pretending to be dead to tease you. If that wasn't the case, how could you have performed so well?" Ha ha ha. From the Moffin demonic polar bear's bloody maw came Yang Feng's unbridled laughter. Cordelia's expression became very interesting. She gritted her teeth and said, "That's impossible. I clearly saw you become corpses. How could this be?" Yang Feng manipulated the Moffin demonic polar bear to extend a finger and shake it slightly, before giving a long sigh, "Uncultured, truly scary." This was an optical dislocation system that utilized the principle of mirrors. Well, to put it simply, it was your eyes that deceived you, understand? In the split second when Cordelia hit him, Yang Feng had activated the Moffin demonic polar bear's feigned death system, deceiving Cordelia with a super-realistic feigned death. Otherwise, the Moffin demonic polar bear wouldn't have been so easily destroyed by Cordelia. When Cordelia heard Yang Feng's ridicule, she was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She was Rose Garden's second strongest expert, extremely knowledgeable and proficient in countless subjects. Now that she was ridiculed by Yang Feng for being uncultured, it made her seethe with anger. If she could move, she would definitely slap Yang Feng to death. Carolina covered her mouth and chuckled. She coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in succession, yet she couldn't stop. Dephilia gave a sweet smile, "This guy is really cunning. I knew that he wouldn't die so easily." Cobham forced a smile and took a step forward, saying, "Yang Feng Darren, you're indeed worthy of being Steel City's peerless genius. We're not your match. I have a proposal, I hope that you'll consider it. Demon Clan's experts are as common as clouds, it's only a matter of time before they dominate the entire Tyrandot subcontinent. Tyrandot subcontinent's human forces are always scheming against each other, each doing their own thing, they're like a plate of loose sand, they're nothing to be afraid of. Please join our Demon Clan will fully support you in taking control of Rose Garden. The 3 most beautiful roses in the Rose Garden will also be yours." What a cunning thing. Unfortunately, you ran into me. Go to hell. Yang Feng gave a cold smile and his mind moved. The Moffin demonic polar bear's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. In a flash, it erupted with the terrifying life force of a great warlock rank. It waved its huge paw and an incomparably tremendous fluctuation of earth magic power quickly spread. Countless incomparably sharp earth spikes madly stabbed towards the exit of the reception hall. An afterimage flickered and a figure flew out from the exit of the reception hall, it was Cobham himself. In the grand arena, there were 2 Cobhams at once. Under Yang Feng's manipulation, the Moffin demonic polar bear's thick legs flashed madly, the ground shook unceasingly, it suddenly appeared in front of Cobham with a touch of afterimages as swift as a clap of thunder, before fiercely slapping Cobham with its paw. Apart from its weakness of being unable to fly, the Moffin demonic polar bear's battle prowess on the ground was simply comparable to that of a dragon. Its movement speed was also astonishingly fast, surpassing the speed of sound. Cobham's body hadn't reacted yet, when he saw the huge bear paw with a terrifying shadow appear in front of him. Boom! Countless gravel splashed, the huge bear paw slapped empty air and bombarded the ground of the grand arena, blasting open a large hole. What a waste! You can't even handle such a small matter, and you still need me to save you. If it wasn't for the fact that you still have some value, then I would really want to kill you. An extremely callous voice came from behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng's mind moved and he started the scanning device. With a glance, he saw that behind him, the southern goddess of war Jenny, who should have been unconscious, had already stood up. In her right hand was a person, it was the pale-faced Cobham. A terrifying great warlock rank life force spread from Jenny. She was clearly a great warlock rank peerless expert. Yang Feng turned around and said with a dignified expression, "Jenny, are you also Bartolio's lackey?" "Lackey? No, Bartolio and I have a cooperative relationship. Besides, I'm not Jenny, the real Jenny has already died at my hands." Jenny gave a slight smile, her body squirmed and she quickly changed into a beautiful blonde woman with snow-white skin and a sexy figure dressed in a black leather armor. The beautiful blonde woman said with a slight smile, "My name is Ramona, I'm not very famous in the surface world, but in the underworld, I have the nickname of the 100 Faces Witch. Among Tyrannid's subcontinent's 7 great warlocks that died, 2 of them were only succeeded by those freaks with my help." Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "Why do you want to help the underworld's allied forces?" Ramona gave a sweet smile and said, "Of course it's for benefits and resources. Every great warlock is a moving treasure trove. If I get rid of them, then all their wealth will belong to me. Moreover, the underworld's allied forces will also pay me a huge sum of money. There's no benefit in standing on the side of humans. After all, the surface world's big cake has already been divided, it's very difficult for me to have a big bite." Tyrannid subcontinent's resource-rich areas were basically already occupied by people, with the 6 great warlock groups as the core. Warlock groups of various sizes had already divided their spheres of influence. At that time, Yang Feng was barely able to seize a small piece of territory from Fernandro Principality. As a great warlock rank expert, Ramona would receive courteous treatment no matter where she went. But once she wanted to establish her own force, then she would be hindered both in the open and in the dark. A lot of great warlock rank experts, because of the hindrances both in the open and in the dark, had to spend a lot of energy on secular affairs, before finally slowly becoming mediocre and finding it hard to advance. Ramona's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as she said with a smile, "Yang Feng, your Steel City should understand me very well. If those original warlock groups weren't cleaned up, then how would there be room for us to develop? It would be better for you to have your uncle join us. We'll join hands and swallow Rose Garden, then get rid of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups one by one and divide their resources." Once she said that, the complexions of everyone in the grand arena changed slightly. Steel City had a great warlock rank expert like Dephilia, as well as 10 mechanized infantry divisions and great warlock rank alchemical golems. Once such a formidable force fell towards the underworld's allied forces, then the situation would become even worse. It might even become a bargaining chip that would decide the outcome of the war between Tyrannid subcontinent's humans and the underworld's allied forces. Yang Feng said righteously and with awe-inspiring righteousness, "Shut up. I, Yang Feng, am a man of indomitable spirit. I'm irreconcilable with the underworld's allied forces. You don't have to say anything else, I definitely won't compromise with the other races." When Carolina saw this scene, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar splendor. Clarissa's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of appreciation. This little thief's words are pleasant to hear, but I'm afraid that while he's saying one thing, he's thinking another thing in his heart. Dephilia curled her lips and sneered inside. As Yang Feng spoke righteously, he was constantly calculating in his mind, wouldn't I be closing the door to negotiations by saying this? That shouldn't be the case. As long as I'm stronger than them, then there shouldn't be any problems. If worse comes to worst, then I'll just flee to another plane. Chapter 154. Since that's the case, then I can only ask you to die. Ramona sighed faintly, her figure strangely disappeared from where she stood and at once appeared in front of the Moffin demonic polar bear's chest. She clawed at the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. Ramona's battle experience was extremely rich. At a glance she could see that the Moffin demonic polar bear's weakest point was the cockpit where Yang Feng and the other pilots were located. So fast. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a whiff of astonishment. With his level 1 warlock rank battle experience, he basically couldn't react. At that critical moment, the Moffin demonic polar bear's battle intelligence quickly took over. An incomparably tremendous magic radiance erupted and quickly formed a rock armor containing the power of earth elemental particles in the cockpit. Ramona twisted her body, lightly floated, and strangely appeared on the Moffin demonic polar bear's head, before slamming her foot on the Moffin demonic polar bear's head. Boom! A world-shaking blare resounded, the Moffin demonic polar bear's head suddenly caved in, 2 huge cracks appeared on the ground where it stood. Boom! 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 Ramona's speed was simply fast to the limit. Afterimages circled around the Moffin demonic polar bear, before slamming her foot on its body. In a short span of a breath, the Moffin demonic polar bear was kicked several dozen times by Ramona, with countless rocks splashing. Warning! Warning! With the Moffin demonic polar bear's current state, there's a 95% probability that it will be defeated after 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Pilots, please get ready. A warning message was quickly transmitted into Yang Feng's eyes. Although the Moffin demonic polar bear was an extraordinary life form comparable to a great warlock rank, but after its death, it was modified by Yang Feng into a mechanical battle beast. Its battle prowess was greatly weakened. Yang Feng's optical computer database didn't contain Ramona's battle data. He was unable to deduce her next move, he was unable to display the terrifying ability to predict the future, he could only rely on the Moffin demonic polar bear's battle instincts to fight. He was at an extreme disadvantage, being completely subdued by a genuine great warlock like Ramona. Carolina suddenly warned, she's a body-tempering warlock, don't let her get close, use spells to deal with her. Body-tempering warlocks were a branch of warlocks. It was different from other warlocks who practiced both law and body. The spells that body-tempering warlocks construct in their spiritual sea are spells that enhance their physical qualities, such as the level 1 spell, Physical Qualities Strengthening. The methods of body-tempering warlocks are far inferior to other warlocks. But once they got close, they were the most terrifying meat shields and weapons of war. The best way to deal with them was to use all kinds of strange spells to prevent them from getting close and kill them from afar. Even if I know that she's a body-tempering warlock, I still don't have the corresponding spell to contend against her. Yang Feng said with a bitter smile from inside the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. The Moffin demonic polar bear was born to be proficient in earth magic, and was the darling of the earth. It was extremely difficult to hit Ramona, who was practically glued to his body. Looks like I can only use a few more trump cards. Yang Feng's mind moved, the Moffin demonic polar bear gave a furious roar and launched the level 4 earth attribute defensive spell, Spike Giant Rock Barrier. The ground squirmed and countless sharp rock spikes crazily stabbed in all directions. Ramona drifted in the air for some distance, as if a phantom. She evaded the countless sharp rock spikes and violently retreated until she was out of the range of the rock spikes. In a split second, a hedgehog-like giant rock barrier with countless sharp rock spikes appeared in the center of the grand arena, covering the Xiaofan demonic polar bear. Idiot, this kind of spell can't hit anyone, it'll only consume your strength in vain. The might of level 4 spells is enormous, but the consumption is also great. How many level 4 spells can you support? Ramona laughed coldly. Her figure flashed, and she transformed into over a dozen afterimages that flashed over to the enormous rock barrier that was like a hedgehog. Her fists and legs smashed onto the countless rock spikes, causing them to be blasted flying one by one. In a breath of time, Yang Feng consumed 10% of the Xiaofan demonic polar bear's stored energy, and the giant rock barrier it released was almost destroyed by Ramona. Boom! Suddenly, the giant rock barrier burst open in a flash, countless rock fragments as if shrapnel splashed in all directions. Ramona was slightly startled, her figure retreated briskly, she flew 100 meters away and stared at the giant rock barrier. She saw a blue Xiaofan demonic ice wolf appear next to the Xiaofan demonic polar bear. Ramona's beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity, she exclaimed, "Blue Xiaofan demonic ice wolf. You actually have 2 level 4 alchemical golems. Your Steel City's alchemy has actually reached this level?" The warlocks in the spectator seats were also dumbstruck, some of them didn't dare to believe their eyes. A great warlock rank alchemical golem was already enough to raise the eyebrows of countless great forces, it had the terrifying power to change the balance of power between 2 great forces. In Tyrannid subcontinent, perhaps only the 6 great warlock groups had a few such alchemical golems hidden in their treasuries, acting as their foundation. Yang Feng gave a long sigh and said, "Ramona, you should leave. If you continue to fight, only death will await you. Seeing that we're both humans, I can let you live." "Hee, what do you mean let me live? You can't kill me, okay?" Ramona covered her mouth and said with a chuckle, "It's very difficult for these 2 alchemical golems to defeat me, and it's even more impossible for them to kill me. You're just a trifling level 1 warlock, don't make me laugh." Ramona was a great warlock who had experienced countless battles in the underworld, there were even quite a few great warlock rank experts who had died at her hands. With her rich battle experience, she could see through Yang Feng's bluff at a glance. Indeed, the blue Xiaofan demonic ice wolf is still a bit weak. However, what if I add them? The Xiaofan demonic polar bear's cockpit opened slightly, radiances flickered, and level 8 bladed troops, gunner troops, shield troops, artillery troops and other primary battle robots appeared in the grand arena at once. In just a few breaths of time, there were 2,000 level 8 primary battle robots in the grand arena, their electronic eyes flickered with a red radiance as they firmly locked onto Ramona. Ramona's pretty face finally had a slight change of color. With her strength, she could kill her way in and out of the level 8 primary battle robots without anyone being able to stop her. However, after she destroyed 1,000 level 8 primary battle robots, her strength would be greatly weakened. With the 2 great warlock rank alchemical golems seizing the opportunity to mount a sneak attack on her, then even someone as tyrannical as her would have the possibility of dying. Ramona suddenly said with a smile, "So that's how it is. The rumors are indeed true. Steel City's mechanical legion is indeed worthy of its reputation. Yang Feng, Israel was killed by your Steel City, right?" Yang Feng was slightly startled within, refusing to admit anything. "What Israel? I don't know this person." "You don't have to deny it." At that time, Israel had chased after Snow White Madam by himself, this matter was done in a very secretive manner, but there were still a few people who were aware of it. Now that Snow White Madam has joined your Steel City, and Israel has already been killed. Therefore, it can be determined that the person who killed him was from your Steel City. You're quite an interesting person. Seeing that we're both humans, I'll remind you that the allied forces from the underworld's races have already set their eyes on Steel City. You're on your own, and be more careful." Ramona smiled as she left behind these words, before grabbing Kabam, her figure shook, and she rushed out of the reception hall. Fortunately, I didn't force out my final trump card. Yang Feng heaved a long sigh of relief after seeing Ramona being scared away by him. Great warlock rank experts were really too terrifying. Although Yang Feng's mechanical legion had the certainty to defeat Ramona, but it didn't have the certainty to kill her. With Ramona's strength, she could come and go as she pleased. It was extremely troublesome. At that time, the reason why Yang Feng was able to kill Israel was because he had heavily injured Israel in advance, and then launched a sneak attack. Only then was he able to kill Israel. Ramona was extremely cunning. As soon as she saw that something was amiss, she would immediately flee, leaving Yang Feng with no way to deal with her. As soon as Ramona left, the grand arena became silent, and a strange atmosphere pervaded the air. Yang Feng manipulated the Moffin demonic polar bear to turn around, its electronic eyes continuously moving back and forth between Cordelia, Carolina and Clarissa, the three most beautiful roses in Tyrannid subcontinent. Cordelia's beautiful eyes revolved, revealing her seductive look as she said pitifully, "Yang Feng, save me. As long as you save me, I can marry you and help you control Rose Garden. Furthermore, I can also help you get Carolina and Clarissa, and let you wantonly pick Tyrannid subcontinent's two most beautiful roses." Carolina said sternly, "Yang Feng, don't believe her words. Go ahead and kill her. I'll marry Angelina to you, and let you become Rose Empire's first male emperor. Apart from me and Clarissa, whoever you like in Rose Garden, I'll let her serve you. With my support, you're bound to promote to a level 3 warlock within 100 years." At this moment, the person in control of the situation in the grand arena was Yang Feng. If he wanted someone to live, then that person would live, and if he wanted someone to die, then that person would die. Dephilia came out of the block of ice that sealed her, arrived beside Yang Feng, and asked faintly, "What do you plan to do now?" Yang Feng gave a slight smile and transmitted his voice, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity, of course I'll take advantage of it to swallow Rose Garden. If there were no mishaps, then even if Steel City attacked Rose Garden, the odds of victory would still be 50-50. Yang Feng definitely wouldn't risk attacking Rose Garden. But now that Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks were either poisoned or seriously injured, he naturally wouldn't let such a great opportunity slip by. A ray of light flew out of the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit and landed on the ground, revealing the silhouette of a level 5 humanoid primary battle robot holding a syringe. The level 5 humanoid primary battle robot strode before Cordelia. Yang Feng said faintly, "Cordelia, give up resisting, I can save your life." Cordelia stared fixedly at the level 5 humanoid primary battle robot, sighed faintly, and gave up resisting. With her current strength, she could still kill a level 3 warlock if she mustered all of her strength. But Yang Feng was hiding inside the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit, not coming out, and she couldn't do anything about it. The level 5 humanoid primary battle robot took out a syringe, fiercely pricked Cordelia's snow-white arm, and injected the liquid metal nano-robots into her body. Cordelia's body automatically erupted with a formidable force, killing approximately 1/10 of the liquid metal nano-robots. Ultimately, the liquid metal nano-robots merged with every nook and cranny of her body. The level 5 humanoid primary battle robot grabbed the dagger in Cordelia's abdomen and pulled, directly pulling out the dusk dagger. A large amount of black blood spurted out of Cordelia's abdomen. Countless liquid metal nano-robots quickly condensed into blood vessels and skin, repairing Cordelia's abdomen. At the same time, they frantically stimulated the apertures all over Cordelia's body, making her erupt with a formidable life force, forcibly crushing the countless curses. "Yang Feng, thank you very much." Cordelia gasped for breath, then gave Yang Feng a charming smile. Her gaze fell on Carolina and Clarissa, and her beautiful eyes surged with a touch of killing intent. She instantly erupted with a formidable life force, wanting to take action and obliterate the 2 women. Yang Feng snapped his fingers. Cordelia suddenly felt as if her body was being gnawed by a myriad of ants, itchy and sore. She fell to the ground, struggling in pain and wailing endlessly. The Level 5 humanoid primary battle robot took large strides, arrived in front of Carolina, and grabbed her lily-white arm. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of panic, and she screamed, "Stop, Yang Feng. Don't do this. I can give you any of the treasures in Rose Garden, just let me go." Seeing Cordelia's miserable state, Carolina knew that the injection definitely wasn't anything good. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I'll take everything in Rose Garden myself. In any case, from today onwards, everything in Rose Garden, including you, is mine." The Level 5 humanoid primary battle robot grabbed the weak and powerless Carolina, and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir into her body. Immediately after, it crushed Clarissa's somewhat powerless resistance, and injected the liquid metal nano-robot elixir into her body. After being poisoned, Carolina and Clarissa's strength was weakened to the extreme. The immunity in their bodies couldn't kill those liquid metal nano-robots at all, and they could only let those liquid metal nano-robots enter their bodies. Chapter 155. Yang Feng's mind moved, and the liquid metal nano-robots that entered Carolina and Clarissa's bodies were immediately activated, stimulating their hidden aperture points and arousing their extremely formidable life force. Two terrifying life forces instantly erupted from the two women. They opened their mouths and spat out two pitch-black lumps of mixed poison, emitting a nauseating stench. Once Carolina recovered her strength, her gaze fell on Yang Feng's moffined demonic polar bear. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent and her body erupted with a formidable life force. She wanted to cast a spell and blast the moffined demonic polar bear together with Yang Feng into dregs. Inside Rose Garden, with the help of Rose Garden's power, Carolina could even contend against a Starry Sky Warlock, and might even suppress or kill the other party. This was a terrifying power that even Yang Feng was apprehensive of. Carolina's killing intent stirred, and then her whole body felt unbearably itchy and painful. Bursts of itch and pain from the bone marrow spread all over her body. The pain made her as proud as she couldn't help but let out painful groans, before rolling on the ground and screaming mournfully. When Clarissa saw this scene, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of alarm. "I forgot to tell you. That elixir is Steel City's God-extinguishing elixir. Even if it was a God-rank expert, after being injected with the God-extinguishing elixir, once they had ill intentions towards me, they would be in so much pain that they would wish they were dead. Moreover, their life and death would be under my control, even if they wanted to commit suicide, they wouldn't be able to." Yang Feng's voice leisurely floated in the grand arena. God-extinguishing elixir? He. When Dephilia heard that lofty name, her face twitched slightly and she almost wanted to laugh. At present, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir could only control great warlock rank experts at most. Even Starry Sky Warlocks might not be able to control it, let alone God rank experts. When Dephilia heard it, she realized that Yang Feng was once again bragging and deceiving Carolina and the other two. Clarissa looked at the battered and exhausted appearance of the proud, beautiful and dignified Carolina, and couldn't help but plead with Yang Feng, "Yang Feng, don't bully big sister Carolina. I plead on her behalf, please spare her." Yang Feng snapped his fingers. Carolina felt the pain inside her disappear. She stood up drenched in sweat, glared at Yang Feng, and gnashed her teeth. "You fiend." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Many thanks for the praise." Cordelia smiled like a flower, threw Yang Feng a coquettish look, and walked to Yang Feng's side, a fragrance wafting from her. "Haha, younger sister Carolina, I didn't expect that you would also fall into Master's hands." "Master, I, Cordelia, am willing to pledge loyalty to you. You can do whatever you want to me." Carolina glared at Cordelia, her beautiful eyes flickered with resentment and she gnashed her teeth, saying, Ong Feng, kill her. As long as you kill her, I will give you the entire rose garden. Even if you want me, I will give it to you. If Cordelia hadn't suddenly rebelled and plotted against Carolina, then Carolina wouldn't have been subdued by Yang Feng. She was a peerless expert infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Moreover, she was Rose Garden's master and dominated all of Rose Garden's forces. Within Rose Garden, she could even suppress Starry Sky Warlocks. Carolina was proud and arrogant. Now that she was under Yang Feng's control, she really wished to tear Cordelia to shreds. When Cordelia heard that, her tender body stiffened slightly, a touch of fear flashed past the abyss of her beautiful eyes, and she looked at Yang Feng. Her fate was now completely at Yang Feng's whim. Carolina was superior to her in every aspect. If Yang Feng abandoned her, then once she fell into Carolina's hands, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Henceforth, the three of you are still good sisters, so get along well. Cordelia, don't worry, I've already given them an order. They can't harm you. As long as they make the slightest movement, they will suffer a fate worse than death. But similarly, you can't harm them, or else you will also suffer a fate worse than death." The liquid metal nanorobot elixir couldn't control people's minds. Yang Feng also wanted to plant a nail in Rose Garden, so that Rose Garden wouldn't be able to work together as one, so that he could truly slowly control the entire Rose Garden. Cordelia had already greatly offended the two women, Carolina and Clarissa. Only by closely following Yang Feng would she have a way out. With Cordelia in Rose Garden, Carolina and Clarissa could only rely on Yang Feng, and wouldn't be able to make him a mere figurehead. "Many thanks, Master." Cordelia was overjoyed. Her tender body went limp, and like a helpless little bird, she fell into Yang Feng's embrace. Carolina's eyes almost spurted flames, and she said extremely frigidly, "Cordelia, you're also a great warlock of Rose Garden, yet you're so servile to a man, do you still have any dignity?" Cordelia retorted sarcastically, "Carolina, you don't have to pretend to be pure and holy. From today onwards, you and I are both master's prey. In the future, we might even meet naked on a big bed." Carolina's pretty face flushed with anger, and she said loudly, "You're so shameless." Cordelia said with a beaming smile, "You're the shameless one. I'm just stating the truth." Yang Feng said lightly, "All right, stop quarreling." "Yes, Master." Cordelia appeared very obedient and respectfully responded. Carolina still wanted to say something, but when she saw the limp warlocks in the grand arena, she once again became silent. She also didn't want to continue showing her disgraceful side in front of those low-level warlocks. Carolina swept the surroundings with a glance, a peculiar glint flashed in the abyss of her beautiful eyes, and she said solemnly, "What do you plan to do with the people here?" In the grand arena, there were about 200,000 warlocks. More than half of these warlocks came from Rose Empire, and they were Rose Empire's elite class. Carolina was somewhat worried that Yang Feng would kill indiscriminately, and harm Rose Empire's vitality. Yang Feng said lightly, "First detain them, and then let them leave after injecting them with the God-extinguishing elixir." The liquid nanorobot elixir was also a high-end product, and Yang Feng only carried 1,000 vials with him. He could only give priority to those geniuses and tyrannical warlocks from Tyrannid subcontinent. "Open the Rose Divine Pool, I want to go in and practice cultivation." After arranging everything, Yang Feng said directly to Carolina. Carolina said lightly, "You're still in the mood to practice cultivation? Didn't you hear Ramona's words? I'm afraid that the experts of the Underworld's allied forces have already gathered at Steel City's side." Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "It's fine if the experts of the Underworld's allied forces don't go to Steel City's headquarters, Black City. If they go, then that's exactly what I want. The corpses of great warlock rank experts are first-rate alchemy materials." Great warlock rank experts, apart from wizards and magi, who had exceptionally strong spirit force and frail fleshly bodies, had very tyrannical fleshly bodies. The majority of great warlock rank experts had very tyrannical fleshly bodies and were first-rate alchemy materials. Israel's corpse had already been refined by Yang Feng into a great warlock rank alchemical battle golem. However, the alchemical battle golem refined from his corpse was relatively weak. That was because his fleshly body still couldn't compare to that of a genuine level, for extraordinary life form. Speak of the devil. There's really something reckless that dares to come to our Steel City's headquarters. Interesting. Carolina, I'll let you experience the might of our Steel City's headquarters. Suddenly, Yang Feng's body shook slightly and he revealed a trace of a smile. He quickly summoned Clarissa, Cordelia, Carolina, Dephilia, and the other women into a room. He casually pressed a button and a holographic projector appeared in a flash. Countless rays of light flickered and projected everything in Black City's vicinity into the void. Is this Steel City's alchemy product? Sure enough, it's extraordinary. Steel City's city master Yang Yi is really an alchemy genius. After Carolina, Clarissa and Cordelia, the three women saw the holographic projection, their hearts shivered slightly and their contempt for Steel City decreased by a notch. Although Carolina had coincidentally fallen into Yang Feng's hands, but she had always looked down on Steel City. She believed that Steel City was at most a first-rate warlock force like Fire Pagoda in Tyrannid subcontinent. Now that she saw the holographic projection, her view of Steel City had once again changed somewhat. On the main road 10 kilometers away from Black City, there was a small inspection station. Only after people and caravans had passed the inspection could they proceed forward and undergo the second and third inspection before finally entering Black City. As Steel City's base on the surface, Yang Feng had invested a lot in Black City. He had spent a huge amount of resources to transform it into a huge fortress, with incomparably strict defenses and extremely strict inspections. Over the years, most of the assassins or intelligence personnel who had attempted to enter Black City to cause trouble had turned into broken corpses. Under the incomparably strict defenses, the various forces were even more convinced that Black City was Steel City's city master Yang Ye's base of residence. A caravan loaded with goods slowly walked towards Black City. As the capital of Steel City, Black City was extremely prosperous. Every day, a large amount of goods would be consumed, with caravans coming and going in an endless stream. Halt! A team of level 5 humanoid primary battle robots with Gauss rifles stopped the caravan at once and barked coldly. The caravan immediately stopped, no one daring to budge. Those humanoid robots didn't have the slightest bit of humanity, they only had extremely inflexible programs. Those who dared to bribe them or provoke them were all dead. A chubby middle-aged man with a round face walked out from the crowd and said respectfully, "Sir, I'm the person in charge of this caravan. May I ask what's the problem? Every time we, the Dorai caravan, travel, we pay sufficient taxes, there's absolutely no tax evasion." Chapter 156. The humanoid robot pointed towards the caravan's crowd and said coldly, "Apart from that person, all of you are to leave at once. That person is our Steel City's enemy." When the people in the caravan heard that, their complexions changed greatly, their legs as if they had grown wings, they ran very fast, scattering like birds and beasts. "Wait for me. You bunch of bastards, don't run so fast. Come and help me." The caravan's manager's complexion also changed greatly, he didn't even care about the goods, and frantically fled into the distance. Black City's fighting style was extremely rough, without the slightest regard for the innocent. There were many times when some formidable assassins mixed into the caravan. As a result, the caravan and the assassins were blasted to smithereens by Black City's artillery. The Dorai caravan had done business with Black City many times, and was naturally aware of its horrors. After the people in the caravan had fled, a man with a simple and honest face, an unremarkable appearance, and a head full of short blue hair was revealed. It's really strange, my polymorph is already comparable to a level 4 spell, even the aura of my soul can be somewhat concealed, and there isn't a trace of life force leaking from my body. How did you find me? The man with short blue hair twisted all over his body, and very strangely changed into a blonde, blue-eyed, handsome, and tall and sturdy young man. The young man was answered by a dense hail of Gauss machine gun bullets, with countless bullets madly raining down on him. Interesting, these guns already possess the power to threaten level 3 warlocks. Reportedly, in the 6th Warlock dynasty, ordinary people can also use some formidable alchemical secret treasures to display terrifying power. It seems that the legend of Yang Yi obtaining the 6th Warlock dynasty's inheritance is indeed true. The young man casually grabbed several Gauss machine gun bullets, carefully observed them, and revealed a trace of a smile. As soon as the densely packed Gauss rifle bullets flew to the side of the young man, their trajectories were directly distorted, and they shot towards the surroundings. The blonde, blue-eyed man suddenly said in a loud voice, "I'm Demon Clan's great warlock Yi Deng. I came today to request an audience with Steel City City Master Yang Yi. Please come forward for a chat." A loud voice reverberated throughout Black City. Everyone in every corner of Black City could hear Yi Deng's voice. It was as if a god was expounding his holy words in the sky. "If you have something to say, spit it out." An equally loud voice came from Black City. "Those who come from afar are guests." "City Lord Yang Yi, is this how your city of steel treats its guests? Why don't you invite me into the city?" Yi Deng flicked his finger, and beams of black light shot into the humanoid robots. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound of corrosion rang out, and the dozen or so level 5 humanoid robots were turned into a pile of molten iron without any resistance. Yang Ye's voice came from Black City, "I have nothing to talk about with demons. I, Yang Yi, am a human, an upright man." He would never collude with the fiendish demons, nor would he make any deals with them. "Even if I, Yang Yi, fight to the last moment, and am the only one left, I will never compromise with the demons." As he spoke, the image of a righteous and unyielding hero of the human race was outlined. What a hero of the human race! Unfortunately, a hero of the human race is a mortal enemy of my demon clan. Yang Yi, although it's a pity, but today is the day of your death. Yi Deng sighed and walked step by step towards the direction of Black City. Above Black City's city wall, in a split second, countless fully automatic Gauss cannons, 37mm multi-barrel kinetic energy crystal cannons and other cannons extended and madly swept towards Yi Deng. An overwhelming hail of bullets engulfed Yi Deng. The ferocious cannon fire bombarded Yi Deng's body and easily pierced through his body. When they fell to the ground, they exploded and blasted small holes one after another. Yi Deng said with a faint smile, "It's no use. In the end, alchemical golems are just alchemical golems without wisdom. I can walk through countless parallel spaces. Without reaching the great warlock rank, you can't harm me in the slightest. How can this be? How is this possible? How can a great warlock rank expert be so strong?" Inside Rose Garden, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment as he exclaimed. With her brilliant vision, Carolina saw through Yi Deng's trick at a glance, and said with a sneer, "Humph, what walking through parallel spaces? How can a trifling great warlock do this? To walk freely in parallel spaces, only peerless experts with moonlight warlock rank cultivation and strength comparable to that of gods might be able to do it. This is just a trifling illusion. However, this hellion is very cunning, and knows how to deceive you with words. If you really think that he can walk in parallel space and is invulnerable, then he is a peerless expert who can walk in parallel space and is invulnerable." Cordelia also smiled without saying a word. She had also seen through Yi Deng's facade. Great warlock rank experts were indeed peerless experts in Tyrannid subcontinent, with all kinds of peerless secret methods that ordinary people could only hope to attain. However, they were merely extraordinary life forms, and had yet to transform into gods, ancient fiends, ancient devils, and other such mighty existences. Similarly, they also had limits to their strength. So it's an illusion. Activate the scanning system. Yang Feng felt slightly at ease, and immediately issued an order. One after another, cone-shaped mechanical creations extended from all directions of Black City, and probing ripples of different frequencies spread out silently. Many tubular mechanical constructs also extended from the ground, shooting out rays of infrared rays that interweave to form a large infrared net. All kinds of scanning systems continuously scanned, and finally found Yi Deng's true body 500 meters to the left of him. Boom! 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 More than 200 150 mm caliber heavy artillery fired in unison, and instantly covered the position of Yi Deng's true body. The terrifying artillery fire exploded together, setting off a small mushroom cloud of dust. Interesting, to actually be able to discover my position. It seems that you've indeed obtained the inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty. I'm even more interested in you. Shrouded in a layer of advanced warping force field, Yi Deng smiled as he strolled out of the smoke and dust of the explosion. He wasn't injured in the slightest, and even his clothes weren't stained with a trace of dust. Yang Feng gave a long sigh and said, "So this is a great warlock rank expert, truly amazing. Even 150 mm caliber heavy artillery couldn't kill him." From the analysis of the portable fortified stronghold smart computer, Yang Feng understood that Yi Deng hadn't avoided the range of the heavy artillery's bombardment. Yi Deng had braved the might of the heavy artillery's bombardment and walked out from inside. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The might of that heavy artillery is equivalent to a weakened version of a level 3 area of effect spell. Its might is too scattered, and basically can't injure a great warlock. However, this Yi Deng was actually able to suppress the warping force field to an area of roughly 10 centimeters on the surface of his body. His strength is truly unfathomable. I'm afraid that he's only slightly inferior to me. Yi Deng had just emerged from the smoke and dust of the explosion, when countless Gauss artillery shells immediately engulfed him. The densely packed Gauss artillery shells bombarded Yi Deng's advanced warping force field, causing the warping force field to continuously tremble and almost collapse. Yi Deng's complexion changed slightly, his figure shook, his speed soared to the limit, and like a ghost, he rushed towards Black City's city wall. Within a few breaths of time, Yi Deng braved the countless artillery shells and arrived above Black City's city wall. He flicked his 10 fingers, and as if possessing a life of its own, black threads swept towards the Gauss artillery shells. The Gauss artillery shells were directly cut in half by the black threads and fell to the ground. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. "Idiot, you'll be struck by lightning if you act pretentious." Boom! Practically at the same time, the section of Black City's city wall that Yi Deng was stepping on issued a world-shaking explosion. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose in a flash, and an extremely berserk shock wave spread in all directions. A badly battered figure flew out from the explosion in a sorry state, and hit the ground, revealing Yi Deng covered in blood, his expression sinister and his battered and exhausted appearance. So ruthless. Carolina's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of shock, and she looked at that scene with lingering fear. Even a great warlock like Yi Deng was covered in wounds from the explosion, and almost died. If it was Carolina in his place, then she might not have fared much better than him. After the explosion seriously injured Yi Deng, countless Gauss artillery shells madly shot towards Yi Deng from the parts of the city wall that hadn't been destroyed. In a split second, the countless artillery shells exploded on Yi Deng's body, and a copious amount of blood splattered in all directions, looking extremely miserable. Yi Deng continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, clenched his teeth, and silently recited an incantation. His body burst open, and turned into streams of blood-colored mist that dispersed in all directions. Boom! 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 The moment Yi Deng's body dispersed, 200 large-caliber heavy artillery once again fired in unison, and bombarded the location of the blood-colored mist. The extremely berserk shock wave instantly engulfed the streams of blood-colored mist. The streams of blood-colored mist suffered heavy damage, and could only condense once again, forming a battered Yi Deng. Yi Deng faced upwards and issued a shrill howl, "Come and save me!" "Ha! Yi Deng, you also have such a day. Look at your appearance, you're really battered and exhausted." An extremely forthright laughter came from the sky, and a 100-meter-tall giant covered in a layer of huge rock armor dropped from the sky and blocked in front of Yi Deng. The countless Gauss artillery shells bombarded the rock armor, and blasted small holes on it, but were unable to penetrate the several-meter-thick rock armor. The small holes only appeared for a split second, and then began to rapidly heal. Chapter 157. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said solemnly, "Rock giant, an adult rock giant. The allied forces of the underworld's races really think highly of me, even dispatching such a terrifying existence." A peculiar glint flashed past Carolina's beautiful eyes as she caught a flaw in Yang Feng's words. Giants were terrifying extraordinary life forms on par with dragons. They were terrifying life forms with few rivals of the same rank. At that time, when Tyrannid's subcontinent had attacked the Plain of Giants, it had similarly suffered heavy losses. Among the 8 great warlock dynasties, only the first 7 great warlock dynasties had conquered the Plain of Giants. The 8th warlock dynasty, Dawn Dynasty, had also conquered many plains, yet it didn't dare to behave atrociously in the Plain of Giants. This 100 meters tall rock giant was an adult rock giant. It was definitely a terrifying life form comparable to a dragon. The countless Gauss cannons rumbled madly, blasting small holes in the rock giant's armor, but the armor quickly repaired itself, basically unable to injure the rock giant in the slightest. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and she said solemnly, "Wang Feng, the allied forces of the underworld's races even dispatched such a secret weapon like the rock giant. It seems like they're determined to get Steel City. I'm afraid that the number of experts they've dispatched will far exceed your imagination." Yang Feng nodded slightly. After the portable fortified stronghold was built, a large part of Shizu's technology had been unlocked. Black City had already been fortified by him, with countless weapons. 1 or 2 great warlocks were basically unable to breach Black City. Eden looked up and shouted, "Xiaofan, if you don't show up, then I'll immediately turn around and leave. Am I not here?" A bell-like chuckle resounded, and the coquettish and beautiful great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Xiaofan, whose every move was shrouded in a layer of charm, walked out with a flower-like smile and a fragrance wafting from her. Behind Xiaofan followed 3 handsome, tall and sturdy young men, their eyebrows brimming with endless arrogance. Eden's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes flashed with a touch of apprehension and he said solemnly, 3 great black dragons, Xiaofan, you actually brought out your dark elven trump card, the 3 great black dragons. It seems like you attach great importance to Steel City's city master Yang Yi. The heroic rock giant looked at the 3 young men behind Xiaofan with a hint of fear in his eyes. The 3 black dragons were the Dark Elves' ultimate weapons in the underground world, as well as the strongest weapons they used to suppress other resistance forces. In the underground world, there was no power that didn't know of the 3 dark dragons worshipped by the Dark Elves, James, Creed, and Briar. Xiaofan smiled sweetly and said, "That's right, Steel City's city master Yang Yi belongs to us Dark Elves. As for the other treasures in the City of Steel, we can divide them equally." Just who does Steel City's Yang Yi belong to? Once we break through the City of Steel, we can use our own methods to fight over him. There's no point in agreeing on it in advance. With a sneer, a handsome middle-aged man slowly walked out from the side and coldly stared at Sha Yena's group. Cheyenna's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear, and she said in a deep voice, "Napman, do you really want to compete with me?" This handsome middle-aged man was Tyrannid Subcontinent's Undead Hellion clan's Undead Hellion monarch Napman. He was a peerless expert ranked in the top 5 of the Underworld's allied forces, and his strength was infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky warlock. Napman said with a faint smile, "Why should we fight over something that we haven't even gotten our hands on? There are still a lot of human clans' peak experts glaring covetously from the sidelines. It would be better for us to first join hands and get rid of them. Then we'll talk about the rest." Cheyenne pondered for a moment, then swept a small hill on the right with a glance and nodded, saying, "That's right, let's first join hands and get rid of those human clan flies hiding nearby before talking about the rest. You lowly and petty races, even if you join hands, you're still doomed to die. If you obediently surrender, then we can still spare your lives and let you linger on at death's door." Accompanied by a cold snort, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a red warlock's robe with a golden thread on the cuff slowly walked out of the hill and looked at Cheyenne and her entourage with an extremely haughty expression. Next to the old man was a middle-aged man with short blonde hair and an ordinary appearance, seemingly without any distinguishing features. Cheyenne said with a charming smile, "Grant and Boxer from White Elephant's Ivory, did the two of you come to throw away your lives?" There were as many as 7 great warlock rank experts from the Underworld's allied forces. Moreover, these 7 great warlocks were peak great warlocks. With the 7 of them joining hands, they were absolutely certain that they could kill Grant and Boxer. Grant, who was dressed in a red warlock's robe, said lightly, "Of course, it's not just the 2 of us. There's also Savage Claw." A tall and sturdy man with a big beard, extremely sturdy muscles, and mysterious tattoos on his upper body, along with an aged woman dressed in a blue warlock's robe and a man with a small and thin stature, resembling a skinny monkey, walked out from the side. Napman's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness and he said lightly, "Kamas, Hallie, Eben of Savage Claw, you've really invested a lot for Steel City's Yangyi. However, just by relying on the 5 of you, you still aren't our match." "That's right, just by relying on the 5 of us, we can at most escape unscathed in front of you. However, it's not just the 5 of us who are coveting Steel City's inheritance. Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Warlock College Antalya, they've also dispatched great warlock rank experts." The big-bearded Kamas gave a heroic smile and casually flicked his finger, before 3 cyan magic radiances instantly shot towards 3 different directions. As soon as the 3 cyan magic lights fell on the 3 incomparably spacious areas, they set off waves of ripples. Obviously, there was something concealed in the 3 open spaces. Cheyenne and the other experts from the Underworld's allied forces at once focused their gazes on the 3 open spaces. Seeing that they could no longer continue to conceal themselves, the experts in the 3 open spaces also shed their disguises. In one of the 3 open spaces, there was a young man dressed in a white warlock's robe, with an arrogant expression on his face, standing loftily. In one of the open spaces, there was a middle-aged man with short blonde hair, a handsome appearance, and a scholarly temperament. There was a middle-aged man with long gray hair, a haggard appearance, and a corpse-like appearance. In another open space, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men and 1 woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, the man was handsome, the woman was beautiful, and their temperaments were extremely extraordinary. Napman's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule, and he sneered, "Eyes of Justice's Uhtred, Warlock College Antalya's Clifford and Connell, Black Dragon Pagoda's Carlo, Paris, and Nina. Steel City's City Master Yang Yi is a genius of your human clan, a pillar of support against our Underworld's allied forces. I didn't expect that there would be so many human clan experts coming to capture him. Your human clan is really united." Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and he said in a low voice, my goodness, this is just a trifling 6th Warlock dynasty's inheritance, how could it attract so many experts? Warlock College Antalya and the other 5 great warlock groups had existed for thousands of years, and possessed countless secret methods. Among them, there was no lack of peak secret methods passed down from the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties. According to reason, there was no need to covet the 6th Warlock dynasty's secret methods. Carolina's vision was extremely brilliant, and she hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the matter. Our 6 great warlock groups possess countless secret methods. However, many of those secret methods can only be cultivated until the Starry Sky Warlock realm at most. They gathered in your Steel City in order to see if the 6th Warlock dynasty's secret method obtained by your uncle Yang Yi has any secret method to advance to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Moreover, your uncle can refine level 2 Warlock rank golems on a large scale. In our Tyrannid subcontinent, this kind of alchemy can almost be called a golem grandmaster. Coupled with the addition of a great warlock like Snow White Madam, your Steel City has already become a formidable existence that can threaten our 6 great warlock groups. They naturally won't give you the time to continue developing. In addition, your Steel City merely has a 3-story tall warlock pagoda, and its defensive strength is too weak. That's why they were tempted, and gathered their experts in order to flatten your Steel City in one fell swoop. This kind of thing isn't uncommon in the past thousands of years. Your Steel City's performance during this period of time has been too eye-catching, Carolina analyzed in a clear and organized manner. Yang Feng suddenly said, if it wasn't for Cordelia, then wouldn't Rose Garden also have a part in besieging Steel City? Carolina said very calmly, perhaps. Yang Feng smiled slightly, no longer pursuing the matter, and his gaze fell on the screen. Natman sneered, Clifford, Steel City is a force attached to your Warlock College Antalya. For you to act so openly against him, aren't you afraid that the people below will be bitterly disappointed? Clifford smiled faintly, inverting the truth as he said, Yang Ye's nephew Yang Feng recklessly killed people, and is now no longer a person of our Warlock College Antalya. Moreover, Steel City colluded with the Hellions in an attempt to subvert human clan, it's a heinous crime, and is already a public enemy of our Tyrannid subcontinent's human clan. As one of Tyrannid subcontinent's guardians, Warlock College Antalya is duty-bound to root out such scum. Natman said merrily, Yang Yi colluded with us Hellions, how could I, the undying Hellion monarch, not know about it? Is this the intention of Warlock College Antalya alone, or is it the intention of everyone? Grant's eyes flickered with endless resentment, and he enunciated each syllable, of course it's the intention of everyone. Steel City colluded with the Hellions, it's a heinous crime, and only death awaits them. Our White Elephant's ivory definitely won't let such scum of human clan off, we'll definitely exterminate them, not leaving a single one alive. Dephilia killed Grant's grandson, Rymont, in the Rose Garden. She also destroyed one of Grant's clones. Grant wished that he could skin Yang Feng and Dephilia alive, and at the same time, he also hated Steel City, which Yang Feng came from, to the bones. After listening to Grant's words, Eyes of Justices uttered only sneered. Savage Claws Camus and the other 2 also sneered without saying a word. Black Dragon Pagoda's 3 great experts also chuckled without saying a word, clearly tacitly agreeing with Grant's slander. Yang Feng's complexion was ashen as he said furiously, truly inverting the truth. Our Steel City has clearly made great contributions in resisting the Underworld's allied forces, how can they invert the truth and frame us? Although Yang Feng hadn't gone all out, but he had, after all, resisted the Underworld's allied forces and killed more than 100,000 Hellions. Now that Grant and them were inverting the truth and framing him, the anger within him couldn't be contained. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of pity, and she said lightly, this is the reality. In Tyrannid subcontinent, our 6 great warlock groups are the strongest, and we're the rule makers. If we say that you colluded with the Hellions, then even if you didn't, you'll still bear the crime of colluding with the Hellions. If we say that you didn't collude with the Hellions, then even if you did, there won't be any problems. Napman burst into laughter and said, Haha, Yang Yi, did you hear that? These shameless human warlocks have already condemned you for colluding with the Hellions. The entire Tyrandot subcontinent's human forces are your enemies. The only way out for you now is to surrender to our demon clan. I'll personally change your blood meridians and let you become a noble member of our undying Hellion clan. After the Hellions dominate the continent, you'll also be given a piece of territory to rear those lowly and shameless humans. A righteous and upright voice sounded from Black City, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I, Yang Yi, am an upright man. Even if I'm condemned by 1,000 people, even if I die, I still won't change my conviction. A true man, what a pity. Kamasa's eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint and he sighed slowly. Each of the 5 great human warlock groups' great warlocks were experts who had stood out after countless cruel competitions. Since they had already made up their minds to destroy Steel City, then they absolutely wouldn't waver. Yang Ye's indifferent voice came from Black City. I indeed have the 6th Warlock Dynasty's secret method inheritance. Moreover, this secret method inheritance can be practiced until the Moonlight Warlock realm. However, I'm the only one with this secret method inheritance. There are so many of you, so how are you going to divide it? As soon as this remark was made, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. Everyone wanted the 6th Warlock Dynasty's secret method inheritance, but in the end, only one person could obtain it. The experts gathered here all harbored ulterior motives. Just the camps alone were divided into 2 major camps, and the 2 major camps were further divided into 7 or 8 smaller camps. Especially the human side, although they had 11 great warlock rank experts, but the 11 great warlock rank experts came from different forces, and some were even mortal enemies who hated each other. In a real fight, they might not be able to defeat the 7 other race great warlock rank experts. Chapter 158. Ha. Yang Yi, there's no use in your shallow sowing of dissension. Grant said with a cold smile, I propose that we first join forces to break through Steel City and capture Steel City's city master, Yang Yi. Then, we'll fight over that person based on our own abilities. Otherwise, while we're fighting to the death here, Yang Yi, this waste who isn't even a great warlock, would take advantage of us. That would be laughable. Napman pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed, all right. The rest of the great warlocks were also wily old foxes. They pondered for a moment, then agreed to Grant's proposal. Although Yang Feng's words had planted a seed of division in their hearts, but Grant's proposal had struck deep into their hearts. They didn't want to fight each other in vain, and then let Yang Feng take advantage of them and kill them all. The great warlocks had just agreed, when countless Gauss cannons madly swept across the city wall, and a dense hail of bullets madly bombarded the great warlocks. The great warlocks were shrouded in a layer of warping force field. The countless Gauss cannons' shells were warped, unable to break through the layer of warping force field, and were deflected to the side. With a flick of Clifford's wrist, a black book-like legendary secret treasure book of Gaia appeared in his hand. He silently recited an incantation, the book of Gaia in his hand flipped open a few pages, and an incomparably terrifying level, for Earth attribute spell was instantly released from the book of Gaia. Rumble. 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 In the surroundings of Black City's city wall, the earth shook and the earth cracked. The incomparably sturdy city wall also shook unceasingly, teetering on the verge of collapse. The Gauss cannons embedded in Black City's city wall also shook unceasingly, and their trajectories deviated from their original trajectories. If it wasn't for Black City's city wall being repaired after Yang Feng took over, then it would have already cracked and collapsed. Earth attribute spell. I'll lend you a hand. The rock giant Bonardine laughed loudly, and erupted with a terrifying life force. He pressed his huge hands towards the earth, and an incomparably terrifying fluctuation of earth attribute spell appeared below Black City's city wall in a flash. Rumble. Rumble. The ground beneath Black City's city wall cracked, and the terrifying crack swallowed large sections of the city wall. Large sections of Black City's walls collapsed and fell into the cracks underground. I'm afraid there's a large number of explosives buried inside Black City's walls. Let me break them. Connell smiled and took out a legendary-level magic staff, the Flaming Staff. He chanted an incantation and pointed the staff at the sky. A huge amount of fire elements quickly gathered in the sky, then turned into balls of fire, falling from the sky and pouring down on the ground. Connor pointed to the sky and silently recited an incantation. Violent gales blew and swept the fireballs into the cracks in the ground. The fireballs bombarded the walls of Black City. Connor waved his hand, and oil snakes that were more than 10 meters long suddenly flew out and fell into the crack in the ground. When they came into contact with the fireball, they started burning frantically and completely engulfed Black City's wall. The crack in the ground suddenly ignited with countless flames. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, all kinds of weapons installed inside Black City's wall madly exploded. Yang Feng smiled bitterly and sighed, "Great Warlock rank experts are really amazing. The most terrifying enemy isn't a single Great Warlock, but a group of Great Warlocks." Those Great Warlocks joined hands, and with just a few targeted level 4 spells, they destroyed the first line of defense that Yang Feng was so proud of. If it was a mortal army, then even a million-strong army, they still wouldn't be able to climb Black City's city wall. Eden, who was riddled with scars from the explosions, also recovered his full strength under the nourishment of all kinds of healing spells and powerful elixirs. Along with rumbling sounds, 300 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters rose into the sky, and as if raindrops, fired air-to-surface missiles madly bombarded the more than a dozen Great Warlocks. Pretty good aerial weapons. Unfortunately, your opponents are too strong. Kamis gave a heroic smile, waved his hand, and a 13 m long level, for extraordinary life form lightning giant serpent flew out, its whole body flickering with lightning. The lightning giant serpent's whole body flickered with lightning, and as if it had turned into a lightning ray, it entered the 300 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. Boom! 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 One after another, the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters fell from the sky, before exploding madly, and turning into huge fireballs. 10,000 level 8-bladed troops, gunner troops, artillery troops, and shield troops formed a mixed mechanical legion, killing their way out of Black City. The 3 black dragons behind the dark elven great matriarch Cheyenne, James, Creedon, and Briar jumped into the air. Their bodies shook, and they immediately returned to their original forms, turning into 3 adult black dragons with a body length of approximately 17 to 18 meters. The 3 adult black dragons opened their mouths, and 3 dragon breaths blasted into the mixed mechanical legion. In a split second, the mixed mechanical legion's primary battle robots activated their level 2 protective covers. But under the bombardment of the 3 adult black dragons' dragon breaths, the level 2 protective covers burst like bubbles, and then turned into ashes under the dragon breaths. The 3 dragon breaths destroyed more than 300 primary battle robots at once. The Great Warlocks creased their eyebrows slightly after seeing this scene. Knapman praised, "What amazing mechanical golems. The most important thing is that there are so many of them. If there were only 1 or 2 Great Warlocks, they might not be able to handle so many mechanical golems. They're just ants. Watch as I destroy them." The rock giant Bonardine gave a wild laugh, then extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. The ground surged, and countless stones quickly condensed, before quickly condensing into an up to 100 meters long giant rock club in his hand. Bonardine gave a wild laugh, then rushed into the mixed mechanical legion, before brandishing the giant rock club and randomly smashing it. Wherever the club smashed, the primary battle robots were smashed into pieces, before collapsing. A bunch of idiots. You're here to attract the firepower, so that I can seize the opportunity to capture Yang Yi. Grant gave a cold smile, then his figure shook. He left behind an embodiment, while his true body stealthily shot towards Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. Humph, I knew that these shameless humans are unreliable. Napman's gaze inadvertently swept towards Grant's direction, before he snorted coldly and his figure shook slightly. He left behind an avatar standing in place to cast Fireball and other simple spells, while his main body swept towards Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda while stealthily moving towards it. One by one, the great warlocks with ulterior motives unleashed their secret methods, and stealthily shot towards Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. Only the rock giant Bonardine, the lightning boa, and some embodiments were left to destroy the primary battle robots. There were hundreds of small fortifications built around Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. Once they sensed Grant's approach, each of the hundreds of small fortifications extended 20 railguns. Radiances flickered, and as if meteors, several thousand railguns crazily shot towards Grant. Humph. Even though this alchemical item's might is great, but it's useless if it can't hit its target. Grant gave a cold smile, then silently recited an incantation and cast the level 4 spell short distance spatial jump. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood, and appeared in the center of the hundreds of small fortifications. The several thousand railguns at once missed their target, and directly blasted open a huge hole where Grant had originally stood. Grant didn't tangle with the hundreds of small fortifications. He silently recited an incantation and cast short-distance spatial jump. His body once again disappeared in a flash, and appeared in front of Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. His tremendous spirit force swept towards Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda, looking for Yang Ye's figure. Found him. Grant's eyes flashed with a touch of delight, and he blasted a fist at the wall of Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda. With a punch, he blasted through the pagoda's wall, and directly rushed into the deepest room of the Warlock Pagoda. In the deepest room of Black Cottage's Warlock Pagoda, there sat a middle-aged man with black hair and yellow skin. His appearance was almost identical to Yang Feng's fabricated Yang Yi, and he similarly had the cultivation of a pinnacle level 1 warlock. Beside Yang Yi stood 16 level 8 primary battle robots. When they saw Grant appear, 10 beast-type bladed troops brandished their high-frequency oscillation blades and slashed at Grant. Grant's eyes flashed with ecstasy, he pointed with his finger, and 16 petrification rays were shot from his hand, and shot at the 16 level 8 primary battle robots. The 16 level 8 primary battle robots were immediately petrified, and turned into 16 stone statues. Grant extended his hand towards Yang Yi, and shouted sternly, "Ha, Yang Yi, you've finally fallen into my hands. Immediately hand over the control of all the alchemical golems to me, or else I'll kill you." Yang Yi at once erupted with a warping force field. But the warping force field couldn't resist Grant, and was easily grabbed by Grant as if he was grabbing a chick. Yang Yi raised his eyebrows and said righteously, "Grant, if you have the guts, then kill me. If I, Yang Yi, furrow my eyebrows, then I'm not a man. As for the control of these alchemical golems, even if you kill me, I won't hand them over to you." Carolina swept Yang Feng with a glance, and said sarcastically, "Your uncle Yang Yi is a good man, very different from you. I've never had an uncle called Yang Yi, okay?" Yang Feng muttered within. Carolina gave Yang Feng a glance, and her gaze was filled with contempt and disdain. "Your uncle has been caught, yet you, the nephew, are still calmly watching the show. Your uncle really doted on you in vain." Chapter 159. Clarissa, Cordelia, and the other women looked at Yang Feng, their gazes flashing with a touch of peculiarity. From anyone's point of view, Steel City's city master Yang Yi was extremely benevolent towards his only kin, Yang Feng. Not only did he spend a lot of resources to help Yang Feng practice cultivation, but he also sent the great warlock Defilia to act as Yang Feng's bodyguard. Only then did he end up with his lair empty and was captured by Grant. Cordelia promptly took the opportunity to express her loyalty. "Master, why don't we hurry over now? I have a pet, a level 3 extraordinary life form hurricane wyvern. With its speed, coupled with my secret method, we can reach Black City within 6 hours." Yang Feng gave a confident smile and said faintly, "No need, let's continue to quietly watch the show." Seeing Yang Feng brimming with confidence, the several women beside him were somewhat apprehensive within. Only Defilia had some vague conjectures in her mind. Grant's eyes flashed with a touch of malevolence and savagery. He laughed wildly and said, "Ha! Yang Yi, since you've fallen into my hands, then your life and death will be in my hands. If I want you to live, then you'll live, if I want you to die, then you'll die. I'll interrogate the 6th Warlock Dynasty's secret method from your mouth, then use the 5th Warlock Dynasty's secret method to refine you into a living dead to vent my anger." The 5th Warlock Dynasty was also called the Death Dynasty. During the 5th Warlock Dynasty, the world of warlocks mainly researched the mysteries of life and death. Living dead, undead legion, death god legion, demonic corpses, stitched corpses and all kinds of freaks that hovered between life and death were created. The secret methods passed down from the 5th Warlock Dynasty were extremely strange and cruel, containing countless cruel and strange secret methods that could make people wish they were dead yet unable to live. From the shadows in the corner of the room, a figure suddenly erupted and fiercely blasted a palm at Grant's back. An incomparably formidable life force erupted in a flash, forming an incomparably formidable life protective cover around Grant. The palm contained an incomparably dense death aura, easily piercing through Grant's life force protective cover and blasted his back. The protective life force field also slowed down the speed of the palm, giving Grant a split second of time. He took the opportunity to crush a magic scroll. When the magic scroll shattered, Grant's body also disintegrated and quickly flew to one side, before condensing into a human form. Traces of black chi spread across Grant's face, and traces of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had not completely avoided that attack just now. Grant gnashed his teeth and said, "Napman, it really is you. How despicable, to actually sneak attack me from behind." Napman smiled faintly and said, "In terms of despicableness, who can compare to you humans?" The scene of inverting black and white, pointing fingers at a deer as a horse, and framing a human hero as a traitor was simply too marvelous. If it weren't for you humans having internal strife and scheming against each other, I'm afraid our demon clan would have been annihilated long ago. Ever since the Time Lord founded the 1st Warlock Dynasty, there were 7 successive Warlock Dynasties. Human warlocks stood at the apex of many planes, suppressed gods and demons, and conquered one plane after another. If it weren't for the human warlocks constantly having internal strife and scheming against each other, then the demons would have already been wiped out by the human warlocks. The demons would have already been wiped clean by the human warlocks. Since that's the case, then you'll die here. Grant's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. With a flick of his wrist, a huge white elephant statue suddenly flew out, before disintegrating and entering his body, before condensing into a perfectly round and sparkling white full-body armor. Originally, Grant's life force was inferior to Napman's by a large margin. But after putting on the white full-body armor, the formidable life force emitted from his body was unexpectedly not inferior to Napman's. Napman's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he said in a deep voice, "White elephant armor, this is a replica of the semi-divine armament White Elephant armor. It looks like it should be a replica of one of the 5 legend rank White Elephant armor, right?" After discovering the ancient warlock relic, White Elephant's Ivory's founder obtained all kinds of secret method inheritances and formidable secret treasures. Finally, he founded White Elephant Ivory, this formidable warlock group. The most powerful secret treasure that the founder of White Elephant's Ivory possessed was the semi-divine artifact White Elephant Armor. If the conditions were right, White Elephant Ivory's successive masters would replicate the formidable secret treasure White Elephant Armor. In the history of White Elephant Ivory, a total of 7 legend-rank White Elephant Armors had been replicated. However, 2 of them had disappeared during the war. Grant opened his mouth and spat out a black aura of death. He was brimming with confidence, and said with a cold smile, "That's right, Napman. My true strength might not be your match. But if you fight with me, the one to die will definitely be you. Because we're humans, we're good at using weapons, while you're just some lowly and petty beasts." Human warlocks were proficient in a variety of secret methods and countless spells, which allowed them to rise above other races step by step. Among them, alchemy was the most important secret method of human warlocks. Even if human warlocks tempered their spirit and fleshly body through a variety of secret methods, their strength was still weaker than that of many extraordinary life forms. Through alchemy, they refined a variety of secret treasures with mystical powers, which allowed them to rise above other races. "You're too arrogant. Even if you have the White Elephant Armor, the one to die will definitely be you." Napman sneered and operated the Undying Hellion clan's inherited secret method Undying 9 transformations. His life force changed, and countless black aura of death revolved around him, making him look like a peerless Hellion. Napman extended his hand and grasped at empty air. The countless death aura in his hand condensed into a pitch-black blade of death. Suddenly, the blade burst out and strangely appeared in front of Grant. Accompanied by a frightening negative force, the blade chopped towards Grant. Grant silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. A huge elemental white elephant condensed from countless elemental forces suddenly flew out of his hand. With an angry roar, it swung its thick trunk and fiercely lashed at Napman's long blade, causing it to be directly sent flying. Napman's figure twisted and strangely appeared above the elemental white elephant. As if a siege hammer, his fist smashed into the elemental white elephant's head. A formidable death force instantly rippled and dented the elemental white elephant's head. Grant's complexion paled slightly. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at Napman, and conjured the level 4 spell Great Weakness. A gray radiance shrouded Napman. Napman's physique suddenly dropped by a few grades. His figure retreated briskly and he silently recited an incantation. Death aura condensed on his body, dispersing the magic power of Great Weakness. Grant continued to urge the elemental white elephant to madly attack Napman. At the same time that Grant dealt with Napman with all his strength, a killing intent suddenly erupted from under the shadow of a table behind him, and a completely transparent figure suddenly burst out. Shit! Grant's complexion suddenly changed greatly. In a flash, his life force erupted. The white elephant armor flickered with radiance, and a formidable protective cover appeared on his body. A dagger easily pierced through the protective cover of the white elephant armor and stabbed into the white elephant armor, issuing an ear-piercing sound. The dagger barely managed to cut open a hole on the white elephant armor and stabbed into Grant's body. Grant slammed a backhand on the transparent figure, sending it flying and crashing into the wall. A peerless beauty with wheat-colored skin and a slender figure dressed in the phantom knight armor was revealed. She had short blue hair and was sexy and alluring. Bursts of weakness instantly spread throughout Grant's body. He had a splitting headache, his spirit was almost on the verge of collapse, and traces of black chi welled up on his face. Shadow Goddess Melia. Grant was greatly alarmed. He knew that he had been stabbed by the legend-rank cursed dagger, Shadow Dagger. He frantically gathered his spirit force and poured it into the white elephant armor. A powerful sacred and radiant force erupted from the white elephant armor and poured into Grant's body, directly dispersing the curse within Grant's body. But in that split second, Napman took advantage of the split second when Grant was distracted to strangely appear in front of Grant. He slammed his palms into Grant's chest, and violent death force poured into Grant's body. Even though the death force was weakened by 70% by the white elephant armor, the remaining 30% still corroded a large area of Grant's flesh and blood, and broke several of Grant's sternum. The elemental white elephant's trunk also slammed into Napman, breaking several of his ribs, and slammed into the wall of the Warlock Tower, smashing it into pieces. Grant tore a magic scroll to shreds, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped his body. He gave Napman a resentful glance, and then disappeared in a flash. Napman sighed with some regret. Unfortunately, he was wearing the white elephant armor, or else I would have killed him. The warlocks of the 6 great warlock groups have too many life-saving trump cards. It's really not easy to kill one of them. Napman and the shadow goddess Melia's joint sneak attack had practically forced Grant into a hopeless situation. Even in such a hopeless situation, he was still able to escape. Grant's strength could be well imagined. That guy Grant got away. Boxer, lend me a hand. After we catch Yang Yi, how about we divide the spoils? Kamis gave a heroic smile and entered the Warlock Pagoda along with Savage Claw's 2 great Warlock rank experts. He stared fixedly at Napman and Miria. The Shadow Goddess has also come. Just as well, you can die here. Chapter 160. Boxer said coldly, "All right, I'll cooperate with you and get rid of these 2 strange clan beasts." After Hamis gave a wild laugh, he silently recited an incantation. His body flickered with magic radiance, and at once transformed into an up to 8 m tall land-fierce beast behemoth with long silver-white fur, sharp fangs, and claws as long as 3 m. Behemoths were first-rate extraordinary life forms comparable to dragons and giants. On land, they could even tear dragons to shreds. Their only weakness was their low magic resistance and their inability to fly. Withdraw. When Napman saw Hamis transform, his complexion changed greatly, his figure retreated briskly, and he shouted sternly. In such a narrow terrain, a single slap from the behemoth could slice Napman into pieces. Myri's figure retreated briskly, before crashing into the wall of the Warlock Pagoda, before breaking through the wall and shooting into the distance. Hamis transformed into a behemoth took a big step forward, brandished its claws, and slapped at Myri. A copious amount of blood splashed, as Myri's arm was forcibly sent flying by Hamis transformed into a behemoth with a slap. Myri took advantage of this opportunity to escape from the Warlock Pagoda, before flying into the sky. Boxer's gaze was ice-cold. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at Myri in the sky, and cast the level for spell flight restriction. The level for spell flight restriction could only prohibit a single person from flying in the sky. It didn't have much of an effect in a large-scale battle, but in a small-scale battle, it was an extremely terrifying spell. As if a headless fly, Myri dropped from the sky, before landing on the ground. Haley silently recited an incantation, pointed at Hamis, and a level for spell super physical constitution strengthening fell on Hamis' body. After Hamis transformed into a behemoth, many level 1 and level 2 spells no longer had much of an effect on him. But the level for spell super physical constitution strengthening could strengthen his physical constitution by another 30%, becoming even more terrifying and savage. Even if a dragon fell to the ground, it would still be easily torn to pieces by him. The level for spell super physical constitution strengthening was also a level for spell that many body-tempering great warlocks would solidify in their spirit sea. Hamis' eyes flashed with an incomparably ferocious glint. With a furious roar, he pounced madly towards Merli. Just as Hamis was about to reach Merli, the 3 black dragons opened their jaws and spat out 3 dragon breaths towards the behemoth that Hamis had transformed into. AI, who was as thin as a monkey, arrived in front of the Beeman behemoth. With a flash of magic radiance, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall rhombohedral mirror demon, a level for extraordinary life form with mirrors on each side. Among level 4 extraordinary life forms, the rhombus mirror devil was the weakest in terms of battle prowess. However, it had a mystical characteristic, that was, it could reflect most spell attacks. Only Moonlight Warlock rank spells could kill it with absolute power. When the 3 dragon breaths hit the rhombohedral mirror devil, they immediately rebounded and blasted into the 3 black dragons, burning them and causing them to scream miserably. Hamisa's incarnation of the Beeman Behemoth seized this opportunity and arrived in front of Merli. With an ominous glint in its eyes, it fiercely slapped at Merli. The shadow goddess Merli wasn't a match for any of the great warlocks present in a frontal confrontation. However, the shadow goddess she believed in also had the divine authority of assassination. She was also one of the most frightening assassins. If she wasn't killed, then Tyrannid subcontinent's great warlocks wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Merli's complexion remained unchanged. She tore a magic scroll, and her whole body at once turned into black smoke, scattering in all directions. Hamisa's incarnation of the Beeman Behemoth's palm slapped empty air, before fiercely slamming into the ground, tearing open huge cracks. In an instant, Melia appeared in a dark corner of Black City a kilometer away. She directly merged into the shadows and disappeared. Xiaofan treaded the air, just like a goddess. With the semi-divine armament Dark Scepter embedded with 6 level 4 extraordinary life form crystals in her hand, she pointed at the 3 black dragons, and cast the level 4 divine spell Dark Force Enhancement. Rays of black divine light were released from the Dark Scepter and entered the bodies of the 3 black dragons. With the support of the divine light, the strength of the 3 black dragons suddenly increased by 40%. God said that the power of God cannot be defied. Evil heresy is bound to be punished by God. With the Dark Scepter in her hand, Xiaofan's peerlessly beautiful face flashed with a touch of incomparably holy radiance. She silently recited a prayer, pointed at Hamis, and cast the level 4 divine spell God's punishment. A black divine light descended from the sky and shot towards Hamis. The rhombohedral mirror devil's complexion changed greatly. It rolled, changed back into its human form, and dodged to one side. Priests, high priests, and other existences drew support from the power of God, and the power of God was by far superior to that of spells. Every god, even if they were feeble divine force rank gods, possessed power comparable to that of human moonlight warlocks. The level of power was by far beyond the limits of what the rhombohedral mirror devil could bear. If Eben were to forcibly resist the level 4 divine spell, then only death would await him. When the black divine light shone on Hamis, the behemoth Hamis' embodiment issued pained roars. Its silvery white fur began to turn black, large tracts of flesh began to corrode, and eerie white bones were exposed. Different types of gods controlled different divine domains and laws, and the divine power they bestowed were also different in attack methods. Lolth was the ruler of the Dark Elves, and the laws she controlled contained a portion of the law of darkness. Her divine power attacks also carried the characteristic corrosiveness of darkness divine power attacks. Hamis clenched his teeth, his body shook, and he returned to his human form. But at this moment, he looked as if he had been tossed in sulfuric acid. There wasn't a single piece of good skin on his body, and a large part of his back had caved in, exposing eerie white bones. Hamis took out the legend-rank secret treasure Lionheart shield brimming with a simple and unadorned aura, and raised it towards the sky. A cyan elemental lion flew out from the Lionheart shield, and fiercely clashed with the black divine light. The moment the black divine light was extinguished, the cyan elemental lion also collapsed. Haley silently recited an incantation, pointed at Hamis, and conjured the level 4 water element spell Healing Water. Streams of blue healing water at once entered Hamis' body, and his corroded skin and flesh quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Tyrannid subcontinent's warlocks couldn't compare to priests who drew support from the power of God in terms of healing, but they were still extremely outstanding. Compared to priests, and priests, they were only slightly inferior. In terms of healing, some first-rate life warlocks even surpassed priests, and priests. The 3 black dragons opened their maws, and 3 incomparably terrifying dragon breaths shot towards Haley. Haley's complexion changed greatly, and she tore a magic scroll to shreds. In a flash, she disappeared, and reappeared 300 meters away. Suddenly, Black Dragon Pagoda's Carlo's figure shook, and he appeared in front of Yang Yi. He grabbed Yang Yi, and his figure flashed. He madly shot towards the outside of Black City, without paying attention to Hamis and the others, who were suppressed. Carlo, hand over Yang Yi. Clifford stepped out from the side, and pointed at Carlo with the legend-rank magic staff Black Glorious Staff in his hand. A black arrow shot out from a corner, and shot towards Carlo as if a shooting star. Clifford, I'm your opponent. Pyrrhus, who had cast Black Dragon Morph and transformed into a half-dragon half-human freak, erupted with a terrifying life force. He extended a dragon-like claw, and crushed the black arrow. Nina, who had also transformed into a half-dragon half-human, walked out with a smile on her face, and blocked in front of Connell. There was no deep hatred between Black Dragon Pagoda and Warlock College Antalya, but they still wouldn't let go of this opportunity to fight over Yang Yi. Eyes of Justices Uhtred stepped out from the side, blocked in front of Carlo, and said coldly, "There's still me, Carlo. Hand over Yang Yi. I'll let you go. If you want Yang Yi, then come and snatch him with your own ability." Carlo laughed wildly, and at once transformed into a half-human half-dragon freak. He erupted with a terrifying strength infinitely close to that of a pinnacle Starry Sky warlock, and rushed towards Uhtred. The entire Black City trembled and wailed amidst the battle between the great warlocks. Countless buildings were smashed, and debris splashed everywhere. On the other side, Yang Feng looked at the great warlocks fighting inside Black City. Although the battle was fierce, but they left each other some leeway, and didn't have any intention of fighting to the death. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly, and felt somewhat dissatisfied. "You've all fallen into the trap. Very well, all of you can go and die now. Do it." Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a cold glint, and he immediately ordered. The nuclear warheads buried inside Black City detonated at the same time in a split second. Boom! Along with a world-shaking blare, the entire Black City was shrouded by the might of the nuclear warheads, and the entire city was blown away. Endless light and heat instantly engulfed the great warlock rank experts who were still fighting inside Black City. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the earth in a radius of several thousand li shook, and birds and beasts fled in all directions. Z. At the same time as the nuclear warheads detonated, Rose Garden's holographic projector, where Yang Feng was located, flashed, and nothing could be seen. All the video monitoring equipment were either blown to pieces or interfered with by the nuclear explosion. Carolina was dumbstruck, and her words became somewhat unclear. "What's this? You blew up the entire Black City?" Cordelia also had a lifeless expression, and her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity as she looked at Yang Feng. Clarissa also had a look of incredulity on her face as she looked at Yang Feng. Even if a great warlock rank expert went all out, they still wouldn't be able to blow up Black City with a spell. Even a Starry Sky warlock wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Only Moonlight warlock rank experts and above, whose strength was comparable to that of a god rank warlock, could possibly wipe out Black City with a spell. Yang Feng said with a cheerful smile, "That's right, I blew up Black City. This Black City was originally a trap set by me and my uncle. As long as a great warlock rank expert enters, then no matter how many come, they'll all die." Black City was directly blown up by the nuclear warheads, burying a large number of great warlock rank experts in one fell swoop. Whether it was the Underworld's allied forces or Tyrandot's 6 great warlock groups, they were all hit hard. This was the best time for Steel City to develop. Carolina suddenly felt a chill in her heart, and was filled with lingering fear. Cordelia's and Clarissa's beautiful eyes also flashed with a touch of alarm and lingering fear. If it wasn't for Cordelia's betrayal of Rose Garden, then one or both of them might have gone to Steel City. In that case, they would probably be blasted to death by the nuclear explosion. Clarissa's pretty complexion changed. She hesitated for a moment, then clenched her fists and said in accusation, "Ong Fong, there are still hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in Black City. Don't tell me that you don't have a guilty conscience." Carolina's and Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of disapproval. In their eyes, ordinary people were ants, and they wouldn't bat an eye no matter how many died. Putting aside their standpoint, they were even very appreciative of Yang Feng's act of killing more than a dozen great warlocks at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I've already made preparations in advance. There's only one living person in Black City, the rest are all alchemical golems refined by my uncle." Clarissa heaved a sigh of relief and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. You're a good person." If he was a good person, then there wouldn't be any bad people in the world. Defilia gave Clarissa a somewhat odd glance and muttered within. Among Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Carolina and Cordelia were extremely capable, scheming, and experienced experts. As for Clarissa, she had a pure heart and was not a scheming person. She belonged to Carolina's faction, she was somewhat silly and didn't struggle for power. This was how she could become one of Rose Garden's 3 tycoons, and the weakest one at that. Carolina creased her eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter with your uncle Yang Yi?" As great warlocks, Grant and the others definitely wouldn't be unable to distinguish between a human and an alchemical golem at close range. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "The one who died was indeed a human warlock that I had captured. I only helped him with a cosmetic surgery and then modified his memories. There were absolutely no fluctuations of magic on his body. Even if it was a great warlock rank expert, if they didn't use a special spell to investigate, then they also wouldn't be able to see through the mysteries within." Carolina and the other women suddenly realized that a small cosmetic surgery had made those great warlocks make a wrong judgment. After hearing this, Carolina couldn't help but admire Yang Feng a bit more. Chapter 161. On the other side, after the nuclear explosion, 10,000 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft flew over from afar. They were so dense that they practically covered the horizon. Bladed troops, gunner troops, artillery troops, and shield troops descended from the sky with parachutes and began to search for the remaining enemies. Although according to the calculations of the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer, there was a 90% probability that Black City's great warlocks had been completely annihilated. However, there was still too little information on great warlocks. Moreover, Black City's experts were Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts. No one knew how many life-saving trump cards they had, therefore, Ong Feng dispatched a large number of primary battle robots to search for the remaining enemies as well as loot. Once the primary battle robots entered the nuclear explosion's radiation area, all kinds of images were directly transmitted to Rose Garden. The three-dimensional holographic projector then directly broadcasted the scene of the radiation area. The area where Black City was originally located had already been completely sunken, forming an enormous hole several tens of meters deep and a dozen kilometers wide. Everywhere was deathly still, shrouded in a gray haze of radiation. All kinds of extremely broken wreckage as well as crystals could be seen everywhere. Even through the holographic projector, the people present could still feel the might and terror of the nuclear explosion. Carolina and Cordelia were slightly alarmed, as they had a deeper understanding of Steel City's might and terror. Clarissa was different. Although they were forced to obey Yang Feng, but from time to time, thoughts of rebellion emerged in their minds. The stronger Steel City was, the harder it was for them to rebel against Yang Feng. Life signs detected. There are living beings. All of a sudden, the electronic eyes of a search robot flickered with red light and issued a prompt. The nearby 200 engineering robots quickly arrived at a spacious flat land and began to quickly dig underground. After digging for approximately 100 meters, a huge bald head appeared above the ground. Rock giant Bonardine, according to the analysis, it should have launched its innate ability at the moment of the nuclear explosion and entered the ground, thereby luckily escaping. Immediately inject it with a god-extinguishing elixir. An icy voice of analysis was transmitted from the holographic projector. One of the engineering robots extended a drill bit and pierced it into the head of the rock giant Bonardine. The drill bit started drilling frantically, creating a large hole in the rock giant's head, before injecting the liquid nano-robots into its body. The life force of the rock giant Bonardine was extremely formidable. But after the nuclear explosion, although it barely escaped, it was seriously injured and fell into a coma. It could only be at the mercy of the engineering robots. When the liquid metal nano-robot elixir entered the body of the rock giant Bonardine, it immediately fused with its body and began to slowly repair its body. The rock giant Bonardine was an extraordinary life form comparable to a dragon. Yang Feng was very happy to be able to capture it. Once it joined Steel City, then Steel City's strength would skyrocket. The engineering androids quickly dug, and soon dug out the rock giant Bonardine from the ground. Although Bonardine had luckily escaped the nuclear explosion, his hands had been blasted into smithereens, his eyes had been blinded, and more than half of the bones in his body had been shattered. He was barely hanging on by relying on the terrifying physique of a giant. If Yang Feng hadn't treated it, it would have lingered on in pain for 10 days before dying. Carolina and the other women shuddered inside when they saw Bonardine's miserable state. In terms of physique alone, Bonardine was definitely the strongest level, for extraordinary life form. Carolina was known as one of the experts closest to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, but in terms of physique alone, she definitely couldn't compare to Bonardine. Outside Black City, Bonardine had already been seriously injured by the nuclear explosion's shockwaves. If they were in Bonardine's place, then they might have already died in the nuclear explosion. Discovered a secret treasure. A few engineering androids quickly moved and found a piece of broken white full-body armor. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of incredulity and she exclaimed, "Isn't this one of White Elephant Ivory's 5 Legends White Elephant armors? If I remember correctly, it should have been worn by Grant, and Grant should have escaped?" Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "What's so hard to guess? Although he escaped, but he didn't go far. He just temporarily escaped from the scene." The engineering robots scanned for a while and said, "White Elephant Armor, Legend Rank Secret Treasure, 38. 2% damage, can be repaired. With the current resources, after repair, its defensive strength will be reduced by 20% compared to the original." Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly, "Haha, that's great. Immediately repair this White Elephant Battle Armor." White Elephant Armor was one of White Elephant Ivory's 5 legend rank armors, and it was also recognized as one of the best armors in Tyrannid subcontinent. Even after repair, its defensive strength would be reduced by 20% compared to the original, but White Elephant Armor was still a very powerful armor. Even though Rose Garden's Master Carolina saw the legend rank White Elephant Armor, but she was also slightly envious. Carolina said solemnly, "The White Elephant Armor is here, which means that Grant is dead. Since he died at the hands of Steel City, White Elephant Ivory definitely won't let you off." Yang Feng sneered, "Heh. After this battle, does White Elephant Ivory still have the strength to threaten Steel City?" Carolina was immediately at a loss for words. White Elephant Ivory only had 4 great warlocks. Now that 2 of them had been killed by the nuclear warheads, White Elephant Ivory had suffered heavy losses. Under the circumstances of the underworld's allied forces wreaking havoc, they didn't dare to act rashly. If 1 or 2 more great warlocks died, then White Elephant Ivory's base would become very dangerous, with the possibility of being overturned at any time. The engineering robots continued to clean up the battlefield, finding broken Legend rank equipment. Carolina was alarmed when she saw the broken Legend rank equipment, as if she was watching the scenes of Tyrannid Subcontinent's all-powerful great warlocks falling one after another. The Underworld's allied forces had spent countless years, roped in an unknown number of human traitors, and paid a huge price, only to kill 7 human great warlocks and severely injure 3 human great warlocks. But now, Yang Feng had killed 11 human great warlocks with a nuclear cleanse. He had practically killed half of the humans' high-end forces, rewriting the balance of high-end forces between both sides. Yang Feng looked at the statistics and creased his eyebrows slightly. 3 dragon crystals, this means that 3 black dragons were killed. It's a pity that their blood and other parts were destroyed in the explosion. There's only one Hellion core, and it seems to belong to Eden. In that case, it's very likely that the undead Hellion monarch Napman and the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Shaena survived. Clarissa said worriedly, Yang Feng, so many of our human great warlocks have died. Now, the power balance between our humans and the Underworld's allied forces is completely out of balance. What should we do? This time, the 7 great forces had besieged Steel City. Among them, apart from Eyes of Justice, which had only dispatched a single great warlock, the rest of Tyrannid Subcontinent's 5 great warlock groups had dispatched nearly half of their great warlocks to besiege Steel City. Now that so many great warlocks had died, the 5 great warlock groups didn't dare to rashly dispatch their great warlocks. As a result, the situation had become even more dangerous. As for the Underworld's allied forces, although they had also lost 5 great warlock rank experts, but they had a large number of races and a large number of great warlock rank experts. The death of 5 great warlock rank experts was something that they could accept, as it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Carolina said, somewhat rejoicing in his misfortune, moreover, with your explosion, apart from Rose Garden, you've offended all the forces in Tyrannid Subcontinent. Later on, it'll be difficult for you to move an inch in Tyrannid Subcontinent. No forces will be willing to associate with your Steel City. Yang Feng had detonated Black City, and had offended practically all the forces in Tyrannid Subcontinent. It was truly a case of being the enemy of the whole world, with no place to hide. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, so what? Strength is righteousness. As long as I'm strong enough, then I'm righteousness. Those who are my enemies are all evil, and will be purified and eradicated. Yang Feng turned towards Carolina and said with a slight smile, originally, I planned to go to Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation for a period of time. However, the situation changed so quickly, it seems that I'll have to adjust my schedule. Carolina, Cordelia, Clarissa, I need a complete corpse of a level, for extraordinary life form. Don't tell me that you don't have it. If you're lying to me, then I'll be very disappointed. I can guarantee that you won't want to see me disappointed. Carolina looked at the beaming Yang Feng and felt a slight chill in her heart. She shuddered at the thought of Yang Feng's ruthless methods. She was silent for a moment and then said, I have 15 complete corpses of level, for extraordinary life forms. This is the accumulation of Rose Garden's successive generations. Cordelia said with a sweet smile, I have 3 complete corpses of level, for extraordinary life forms. I bought one of them, and killed the other 2. Cordelia may look docile and submissive towards Yang Feng, but in fact, she was Rose Garden's second strongest expert. If the disparity in equipment wasn't taken into account, then her strength was only slightly inferior to Carolina's. If the disparity in equipment was taken into account, then she would be completely crushed by Carolina. I only have half of a Starfire Raven's corpse for research. Clarissa said with a somewhat red face. She was one of Rose Garden's 3 tycoons, yet she didn't even have a complete corpse of a level, for extraordinary life form. It could be seen how miserable she was. Chapter 162. 3 days later, Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant's Ivory, the 5 great warlock groups issued a public declaration, declaring that Steel City had colluded with the Underworld's allied forces, that they were guilty of the most heinous crimes, and that they were traitors of humanity. The 5 great warlock groups called on all forces to sever their dealings and connections with Steel City. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors of humanity and would be punished. As soon as that declaration was made, the entire continent was shaken. This was the first time in several thousand years that the 5 great warlock groups had collectively declared another warlock group to be a traitor to humanity. Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory, these 5 great warlock groups' forces were already close to half of Tyrannid subcontinent's human clan's forces. In addition to the large and small warlock groups attached to them, they could completely mobilize about 2/3 of Tyrannid subcontinent's terrifying forces. Under the orders of the 5 great warlock groups, practically all human forces severed ties with Steel City. Less than a day after the 5 great warlock groups declared Steel City to be traitors of humanity, the Underworld's allied forces also publicly declared that Steel City was the fiercest enemy of the Underworld's allied forces. Anyone who could bring back the heads of Steel City's city master Yang Yi, his only kin Yang Feng, and the others would be provided with a huge amount of resources, and would go all out to groom them into a great warlock rank expert. The declaration of the Underworld's allied forces was like a fierce slap to the faces of the 5 great warlock groups. It made their accusations against Steel City a complete joke. However, there were still no human forces that dared to disobey the orders of the 5 great warlock groups and trade with Steel City. Fernandro Principality, Bailu City. Fernandro clan headquarters, in a conference hall. In that conference hall sat all the elders of the Fernandro clan. A solemn and deathly silent atmosphere permeated the conference hall. Lamik said gloomily, "Let's discuss what we should do now." Elton immediately said, "Then what is there to discuss?" Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory, these 5 great warlock groups had already declared Yang Feng to be an enemy of humanity. Those who collude with him are all traitors of humanity. We should immediately make our position clear and join the side of the 5 great warlock groups. Many of the Fernandro clan's playboys nodded in agreement. The 5 great warlock groups represented Tyrannid subcontinent's most formidable forces. Fernandro clan was simply unable to contend against them. One had to know that Fernandro clan only had 2 level 2 warlocks, and one of them had even died at Yang Feng's hands. Currently, the entire clan only had Lamix as a level 2 warlock. The experienced elders looked at Elton and the others with gloomy expressions, as if they expected better from them. Lamix's face darkened. He wanted to reprimand the useless Elton. Helena glared at Elton and berated him sternly, "Idiot, the 5 warlock groups aren't existences that we can contend against. Similarly, the City of Steel is not an existence that we can contend against. With the power of Steel City, they could casually dispatch a mechanical army to wipe us out. Even if Jessica married Yang Feng, Steel City still wouldn't give up on hunting us down for her sake. No matter which side we offend, there's no way out for us, that's our biggest problem." Elton blanked, and then said with some fear, "In that case, no matter what we choose, there's no way out?" Helena glared angrily at Elton, "You just realized?" The atmosphere of fear and deathly stillness in the conference hall became even more intense. Everyone's eyes flickered with anxiety and fear. A young man called Conwell proposed, "Sir Patriarch, why don't we leave this place and directly seek refuge with Savage Claw?" Lamik said without batting an eyelid, "Go on." Conwell said resolutely, "Although Steel City is powerful, but when compared to the 5 great warlock groups, they're still not on the same level. Even if they have Snow White Madam, they only have a single great warlock, which isn't enough to contend against the 5 great warlock groups. They're bound to be defeated." Many elders in the conference hall nodded silently. The 6 great warlock groups had dominated Tyrannid subcontinent for millennia, and their enemies had already turned into the dust of history. Although Steel City wasn't an existence that Fernandro Principality could contend against, but it still wasn't necessarily a match for the 6 great warlock groups. Conwell said loudly, "We only have to abandon Fernandro Principality's foundation, take all our wealth and leave this place, seek refuge with Savage Claw, and then look for a secret place to hide. After Steel City is destroyed, we can re-establish our warlock family. If we stay in Fernandro Principality, only death awaits us." The few official warlocks in the conference hall looked at Conwell and revealed a trace of satisfaction. Although they didn't want to abandon Fernandro Principality, but as long as they were alive, then everything was possible. If they stayed in Fernandro Principality, then they would be caught in the cracks, only death awaits them. Lamik said lightly, "I obtained a piece of information. Not long ago, Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant's Ivory, the 5 great warlock groups dispatched 11 great warlocks to Black City to capture Steel City's city master, Yang Yi. The Underworld's allied forces also dispatched more than 7 great warlock rank experts to capture Steel City's city master, Yang Yi." Once these words were spoken, everyone's gazes in the conference hall at once concentrated on Lamik's. Anusha's beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity and she exclaimed, "Impossible, 18 great warlocks acting together, even a Starry Sky warlock can contend against them. Did they fail?" The gazes of everyone in the conference hall were brimming with astonishment. Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and White Elephant's Ivory, the 5 great warlock groups had announced that Steel City was a human rebel, which meant that they didn't succeed in capturing Yang Yi. Everyone, including Anusha, didn't dare to believe that Steel City's city master could escape from the hands of 18 great warlock rank experts. Lamik sighed faintly and said, "As a result of that battle, the entire Black City was blasted into ashes and became a forbidden area. Of the 18 great warlocks, 15 perished." Conwell was dumbstruck as he repeatedly shouted, "Impossible. How is that possible? Even if all of Black Dragon Pagoda's great warlocks were dispatched and used semi-divine rank secret treasures, it would still be impossible to kill 15 great warlocks. Impossible. How is that possible? How is that possible? 15 great warlock rank experts, how could Steel City kill them? Impossible. Isn't this information fake? How is that possible? 15 great warlocks. That's a great warlock with godlike strength. How could they be so easily killed by Steel City? That's impossible." Panicked and disorderly voices of doubt sounded in the conference hall. No one believed this information. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there was absolutely no force capable of killing 15 great warlocks at once. Every great warlock had countless life-saving trump cards. Furthermore, they would choose to escape when they saw that the situation was anything but reassuring. They were the most difficult enemies to deal with. The allied forces of the Underworld's races had spent countless years, dispatched countless spies to infiltrate the human world, spent countless painstaking efforts, poisoned, besieged, assassinated, and stopped at nothing to assassinate 10 great warlocks. Of the 10 great warlocks, 3 were merely seriously injured, while only 7 were truly dead. The allied forces of the Underworld's races had spent countless painstaking efforts to kill 7 human great warlocks. But now, a trifling Steel City had actually killed 15 great warlocks. This was simply a myth. Lamik said lightly, "This information was sent back by Jessica. Reportedly, she saw it with her own eyes." Furthermore, White Elephant Ivory's legend rank secret treasure White Elephant's Tusk, Warlock College Antalya's legend rank secret treasure Book of Gaia and other legend rank secret treasures have already become Steel City's spoils of war and are being toyed with by Yangfeng. Once this statement was made, everyone in the conference hall inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Jessica was a genius carefully cultivated by Fernandro clan. She was also very loyal to Fernandro clan. The information she sent back definitely wasn't fake. But in this way, Steel City's foundation and strength would have to be re-evaluated. Anusha couldn't help but feel a touch of deep jealousy and envy when she heard that. She deeply hated herself for not replacing Jessica and going to Steel City to form a marriage alliance. An ambitious girl like her naturally wasn't willing to be ordinary. She wanted to become even more powerful and have a longer lifespan. In order to become stronger, a huge amount of cultivation resources was indispensable. And becoming the wife of a formidable warlock group's young master was the fastest shortcut to obtain a huge amount of resources. Lamik said with a faint smile, "Jessica has already sent a message. She wants us to join Rose Garden. As long as we throw ourselves into Rose Garden's embrace, then with Rose Garden's protection, Warlock College Antalya wouldn't be able to do anything to us." That's a good idea. Jessica actually wants us to join Rose Garden. She's really capable. Since Jessica said so, then we'll do as she says. There's nothing wrong with that. Sounds of approval came from the conference hall. After hearing that Steel City had killed 15 great warlocks in one fell swoop, Jessica's status in Fernandro clan once again received a huge boost. Everyone was clear that whether Fernandro clan could obtain glory in the future or not, it all depended on Jessica's future performance. Lamix revealed a trace of a smile. Before long, Fernandro Principality announced that it had joined Rose Garden, becoming one of Rose Garden's subsidiary forces. Chapter 163. Black Dragon Empire's Satsuma Marquisdom's Baza City. Ares, dressed in the green-fanged lion armor, was patrolling above the city wall along with a team of human warriors. These days, Ares had been nurtured by Yang Feng with a large amount of resources. He had already directly promoted to an Earth Knight rank expert. Coupled with his authority, his entire person had undergone earth-shaking changes, and he had stabilized his position as the commander of Baza City's city guards. Suddenly, rumbling sounds of propellers and aircraft engines came from afar. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, are they the reinforcements sent by Sire? Ares raised his head and saw the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft flying from afar. His eyes flashed with a touch of shock. So many Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. In the sky, nearly 10,000 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were flying over under the escort of several thousand Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. So many Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. They're the reinforcements sent by Sir Lord. Could it be that Sir Lord wants to wage war against those evil dark elves? Above the city wall, the human warriors looked at the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft flying in the sky. Their eyes flashed with a touch of shock, and they discussed spiritedly. Baza City's human warriors had already gone through Yangfeng's scientific education. They already had an understanding of the various weapons produced by Steel City, and were no longer ignorant wastes. Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft descended from the sky and landed within Baza City's barracks. A variety of weapons were disembarked from the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. A large number of robots transported a large amount of supplies from the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft. After all the supplies were unloaded, the 10,000 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft immediately took off. Under the escort of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, they flew towards Green Rock City. Ever since Black City had been cleansed by nuclear warheads, Green Rock City had become the new center of Steel City that Yang Feng had created. There was also a large amount of supplies stored in Green Rock City, waiting to be transported. "Greetings, sire." Ares arrived beside Yang Feng, bowed towards him in a knight's salute, and said respectfully. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and he said in a deep voice, "Ares, I've already made up my mind to launch an expedition into the underworld and directly attack the nests of those dark life forms. Are you willing to follow me to the underground world and destroy the lair of those dark creatures?" Ares immediately felt his blood boil, and he said boldly, "My lord, Ares is willing to follow you and kill all enemies for you." Now, those dark elves and other dark creatures were wreaking havoc in Tarandit subcontinent. Countless people had died tragically in the hands of those dark creatures. Tarandit subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups were forced by the underworld's allied forces to the point where they didn't dare to leave their nests. Yang Feng's proposal to attack the root of the problem and destroy the nest of the darkness life forms made Ares' blood boil. He only wanted to follow Yang Feng and fight to the end. Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Assemble the troops, prepare for battle, and wait for orders." Alex replied loudly, "Yes, Master." Fishtooth City, a former human city, had become the home of dark elves. On the city walls of Fishtooth City, a large number of human slaves were building the city walls, their faces haggard and their eyes numb. They built the city walls higher and higher, stronger and stronger. Outside of Fishtooth City's city walls, there were extremely thick extraordinary plants full of sharp thorns, venomous spike blood-sucking rattans. The sharp thorns of the extraordinary plant's venomous spike blood-sucking rattans could easily pierce through human armor. Once a human was stabbed by the venomous thorns, they would fall into paralysis and their blood would be sucked dry by the venomous spike blood-sucking rattans. Outside Fishtooth City, there was a 20 wide moat. The Dark Elves had also lured a shoal of extraordinary life forms black-scaled piranhas into it. The shoal of black-scaled piranhas was extremely terrifying. Even if a level 3 warlock fell into the moat, if they couldn't cast a spell in time to escape, then they would still be devoured by them. Damn bastards, why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Within Fishtooth City's city master's mansion, Biska had an anxious expression on her face, her beautiful eyes filled with haggard, and she couldn't help but curse. Ever since she was defeated by Yang Feng, Biska had taken her troops and holed up in Fishtooth City, continuously requesting reinforcements from the underworld's allied forces. But with the underworld's allied forces sweeping through Tarandit subcontinent, there weren't any extra troops to dispatch to her. They only had her defend Fishtooth City and replenish her with 2,000 dark elven warriors. Biska was very clear that her troops couldn't withstand Yang Feng's mechanized legion. Therefore, these days, she had nightmares of Yang Feng's army attacking and the scene of her being killed. A dark elf with a panicked expression ran to Biska's side and shouted, "Darren, it's bad. Darren, Satsuma Marquisdom's Lord Rex is leading his troops to attack." "What? He's attacking?" Biska was both startled and angry, but also seemed to have a trace of relief. She immediately changed into her armor and walked towards Fishtooth City's city wall. When Biska arrived at Fishtooth City's city wall, she saw a dense crowd of level 8 beast-type bladed troops moving towards Fishtooth City's city wall. Biska looked at the dense crowd of level 8 beast-type bladed troops, her scalp turned numb, and she cried out, "Fuck, how come there are so many high-level alchemical battle golems? I'm afraid that the battle strength of these battle golems is comparable to that of a level 1 warlock." The strength of alchemical battle golems was generally directly related to their size. Those level 8 beast-type bladed troops were as tall as 6 as tall as a 2-story building. According to Tarandit subcontinent's common sense, such alchemical golems generally possessed the terrifying battle strength of a level 1 warlock. The pretty faces of the dark elves watching from above the city wall turned pale, traces of fear flashing in their beautiful eyes. Break the city wall. Yang Feng swept Fishtooth City with a glance from within the dense crowd of beast-type bladed troops and ordered extremely domineeringly. Now that Steel City's strength had been exposed, there was no need for him to continue hiding. Now that he was the enemy of the whole world, he had to rapidly expand and crush all resistance with absolute power. That was the way of the king. The dense crowd of level 8 beast-type bladed troops suddenly started and charged towards Fishtooth City at a terrifying speed comparable to that of a top-notch sports car. Under the charge of the 10,000 beast-type bladed troops, the entire earth shook. Biska shouted at the top of her lungs, "Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" Countless arrows were shot from above the city wall, madly shooting towards the beast-type bladed troops like raindrops. Dark elves were natural archers, their talent in archery by far surpassed that of humans. The dense rain of arrows locked onto the beast-type bladed troops with extreme precision. A despairing scene appeared. The bodies of the beast-type bladed troops flashed with radiance and transparent protective covers suddenly appeared. When the arrows of the dark elves hit the transparent protective covers, they were immediately ricocheted, unable to harm the beast-type bladed troops in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the dark elves above the city wall flashed with a touch of despair. The extraordinary archery of the dark elves was their magic weapon to subdue the enemy. No one knew how many experts had fallen under their archery, but now the beast-type bladed troops were unexpectedly able to disregard their archery. It simply made them despair. Biska shouted loudly, "Catapults! Alchemical heavy crossbows!" 20 alchemical heavy crossbows were pushed onto the city wall, and 6 long crossbow bolts were instantly shot from the alchemical heavy crossbows, bombarding the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops. The wooden crossbow bolts were instantly disintegrated, splashing in all directions and scattering on the ground, unable to even stop the beast-type bladed troops. Although the beast-type bladed troops couldn't withstand a single blow from great warlock rank experts, but they were absolutely terrifying existences comparable to pinnacle level 2 warlocks. However, they were absolutely terrifying existences comparable to pinnacle level 2 warlocks. Ordinary alchemical heavy crossbows were basically incapable of destroying their protective covers. There were still 30 catapults in Fishtooth City. Boulders fell from the sky, smashing towards the beast-type bladed troops. The beast-type bladed troops waved their arms and casually pushed the boulders falling from the sky to the side. Biska shouted sternly, "Cast! Fireball! Shadow Ray! Spider Web! Petrification Ray!" The dark elven wizards in Fishtooth City successively cast a variety of spells, bombarding the beast-type bladed troops. The spells merely set off ripples on the bodies of the beast-type bladed troops, before disappearing without a trace. The auxiliary spells Spider Web, Grease, and the like merely caused a little inconvenience to the beast-type bladed troops, delaying their pace of attack. Within a dozen seconds, the engineering robots rushed to Fishtooth City, then quickly spread out and built steel pontoon bridges, passing through the moat and directly arriving at Fishtooth City. Boom! 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 300 artillery troops launched a blanket artillery barrage towards Fishtooth City. The terrifying artillery barrage instantly smashed Fishtooth City's city wall to pieces. The 10,000 beast-type bladed troops rushed in through the gap blasted open. The Dark Elves were worthy of being elites trained in the underworld's cruel racial wars. Even under such a huge disadvantage, they still launched an attack against the beast-type bladed troops. But the Dark Elves' attacks had no effect. They couldn't break the defense of the beast-type bladed troops. The beast-type bladed troops casually hit the Dark Elves with their electric batons, causing the Dark Elves to faint one by one. Biska clenched her teeth and gave the order to retreat, retreat. Everyone retreat at once. Biska promptly abandoned the other races, and led the remaining 5,000 Dark Elven elites to scavenge everything that could be used as mounts, before quickly fleeing outside. The other races that remained in Fishtooth City surrendered if they didn't die. The entire Fishtooth City fell into enemy hands in less than an hour. After the beast-type bladed troops captured the entire Fishtooth City, they didn't stop in the slightest. They rushed out of Fishtooth City and continued to pursue the Dark Elves led by Biska. Enter the city. Yang Feng pointed towards Fishtooth City with a beautiful commanding sword and said solemnly, "Victory! Victory! The 8,000 Baza city guards following behind Yang Feng at once issued earth-shaking cheers. Everyone looked at Yang Feng with eyes brimming with adoration. 0 casualties. Yang Feng captured the heavily garrisoned Fish-Tooth City with 0 casualties. Such a feat could be rated as simply terrifying. Even a peerless general of the Black Dragon Empire couldn't capture the heavily garrisoned Fish-Tooth City with 0 casualties. Such a feat was absolutely heaven-defying. Under Ares' command, the 8,000 trained Baza city guards directly entered Fish-Tooth City, gathered the captives and rescued the human slaves. When the human slaves saw the human army, they burst into tears and wailed in grief. Many of them had their families ruined by the other races, and hated the underworld's dark races to the bone. Now that Yang Feng captured Fish-Tooth City, it was tantamount to saying that he was their savior, allowing Yang Feng to easily win the hearts of Fish-Tooth City's people. Biska, along with more than 300 dark elves, was shuttling through the jungle. From time to time, the screams of dark elves could be heard from behind them. With a haggard expression, Biska cursed somewhat crazily, "Bastards, those bastards are truly vile, they don't give people a way out." After Biska escaped from Fish-Tooth City, she took the dark elves and fled towards the entrance to the underworld. But she hadn't escaped far, when the mechanical bladed troops chased after her from behind and started fighting with her. Biska promptly ordered, "I order everyone to immediately disperse, find a way to break out of the encirclement, and report today's intelligence to Beverly Darren." The dark elves following Biska dispersed at once, fleeing in all directions. Suddenly, screams sounded, making Biska's heart turn slightly cold. She had just taken a few steps, when 6 beast-type bladed troops pounced at her from the side, madly besieging her. Before long, Biska also fell to the ground and became a captive. Demonic Snake Fortress. Inside a luxuriously decorated villa, the commander of Demonic Snake Fortress, one of the 13 clans' matriarchs, Beverly's eyebrows creased slightly as she looked at the intelligence in her hands. Satsuma Marquisdom's Rex launched an attack on Fish-Tooth City? Moreover, he wants to attack Demonic Snake Fortress? How is this possible? Biska isn't a good-for-nothing, how could she send such a ridiculous intelligence? Beverly hesitated for a moment, but still made a decision. Demonic Snake Fortress has already been impenetrably managed by us. However, this matter is of great importance, it's better to consult Great Matriarch Xiaofan. For Beverly to be able to become one of the 13 clans' matriarchs, it wasn't only because she was a formidable level 3 warlock, but also because she handled matters very cautiously. If it was an ordinary Dark Elven commander, then they would absolutely ignore this somewhat ridiculous intelligence. Chapter 164. Beverly's figure shook, and she disappeared from her original bedroom, before strangely reappearing in a secret room. On the wall of the secret room, there was a magic crystal mirror. Beverly silently recited an incantation and pointed at the magic crystal mirror. A blue magic radiance flickered on the magic crystal mirror. "Beverly, what's the matter?" Xiaofan's voice came from the magic crystal mirror. However, her tone revealed a strong sense of impatience. What the hell happened? What happened to the great matriarch? Beverly was somewhat bewildered. Xiaofan was the most outstanding great matriarch among the Dark Elves. Usually, he had a kind and holy image, as if everything was under his control. Even when facing the 13 Dark Elven clans' matriarchs, he had never been impatient. But now, her attitude was clearly somewhat odd. However, although Beverly was bewildered, she still reported the intelligence to Xiaofan verbatim. Xiaofan's cold voice came from the magic crystal mirror. "Demonic Snake Fortress's commander is you. You can make your own decisions on these trivial matters. Later, don't bother me with these trivial matters." Beverly was dissatisfied, yet she said respectfully, "Yes. Great Matriarch, third layer of the underground world, in the depths of the holy spring divine pool in the great temple of the city of dark elves. Xiaofan was soaked in the milky white holy spring divine pool. Her whole body was covered in frightening scars. Her originally peerless face had been burned beyond recognition, and her charming body was covered in disgusting radiation abscesses. She no longer had legs in the lower half of her body. In the center of the nuclear explosion, Xiaofan had practically exhausted all her trump cards before barely escaping the calamity. However, not only were her legs blasted away, but she was also heavily poisoned by radiation. Her injuries were extremely serious. Xiaofan silently recited an incantation, pointed with her lily-white finger, and cast the level for divine spell Great Healing on herself. Black divine light at once shone on Xiaofan's body. Under the effect of the power of the divine spell, Xiaofan issued extremely painful groans. Every time the power of the divine spell dispelled a bit of radiation, she felt as if someone was stabbing her body with a knife. The power of the gods was one of the top powers in this world. Even radiation could be dispelled. However, that divine power was incomparably domineering. When it clashed with the radiation, it would similarly bring about great pain. Under the effect of great healing, the radiation abscesses on Xiaofan's tender body burst open, and then slowly healed, repaired, and once again became as smooth as jade. However, after using greater healing, Xiaofan was tormented to the point of panting. Her face was filled with pain, and she didn't have the strength to cast a second greater healing. Xiaofan's face was ferocious as she shrieked, "Damned Steel City, damned Yang Yi, I will tear you to pieces, I will tear everyone in Steel City to pieces." After venting for a while, Xiaofan could only helplessly collapse in the deity's pool and cry softly. The dark elves were filled with betrayals, conspiracies, and massacres. Xiaofan was currently in a weakened state and didn't dare to trust anyone. Once she exposed her weakness, what awaited her would be an extremely miserable fate. Even those who were originally loyal to her would directly bite back at her. At this time, Xiaofan's heart was filled with regret that she couldn't resist the temptation and personally went to Steel City. If not for that, she wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. Even if she was a legend-rank priest, with the help of Goddess Loltha's divine power, it would still take her half a year to recover. And this half a year would be the most dangerous half a year. If she didn't pay attention, she would be consigned to eternal damnation. Xiaofan was a woman who had risen to the throne of the great matriarch through countless conspiracies and massacres. She was keenly aware of the strangeness. There's a conspiracy, there's definitely a conspiracy. Otherwise, how could all of us have coincidentally gathered at Steel City at the same time? This is definitely someone's doing. Xiaofan thought through clenched teeth. From the point of view of the beneficiary, this conspiracy should be a trap set by Steel City to catch us all in one fell swoop. Steel City's beasts, each and every one of them deserves to die. Hatred brewed in Xiaofan's heart. Inside Demonic Snake Fortress, Beverly didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. She immediately implemented military control over Demonic Snake Fortress. All the human slaves were locked up and strictly guarded. Within Demonic Snake Fortress, all the weapons were transported out of the warehouses and placed on top of the city wall. The entire Demonic Snake Fortress entered a state of martial law. On the other side, after Yang Feng captured Fishtooth City, he left it to Ares to pacify, while he himself took 200,000 level 8 primary battle robots into the underworld. After going through a fierce battle, ordinary armies had to rest and reorganize before they could continue fighting. Otherwise, their battle prowess would be greatly reduced. But level 8 primary battle robots were different. They were robots. As long as they had enough energy, then they could continue fighting until they were completely destroyed. This was also one of the most terrifying characteristics of robot warriors. So this is the underworld? Sure enough, it's not a place for people to stay. No wonder human warlocks didn't occupy this place. Once they entered the underworld, they were shrouded in endless darkness. In the underworld, it was practically impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. Only some rare fluorescent moss and other fluorescent plants emitted traces of extremely gloomy radiance. The air was filled with a damp and sticky aura. Analysis complete. The humidity contained in the air is by far greater than that of the surface world. Unless one promotes to a level 1 warlock, otherwise, even an Earth Knight rank expert would suffer from serious rheumatism and arthritis after living in this area for 5 years. Ordinary people living in such an environment would fall ill within a year. Yang Feng had just had a thought, when the optical computer quickly reported the analysis to him. Yang Feng mused silently. Although ordinary people are like ants in the eyes of warlocks, but the foundation of human warlocks is still ordinary people. Ordinary people are unable to live in the underworld, therefore, it would be very difficult for human warlocks to conquer the underworld. This is also the reason why the underworld was abandoned. However, for the ancient warlocks to be able to completely conquer the underworld, the strength of the ancient warlocks was really terrifying. The underworld was still under the control of human warlocks during the time of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, the Dawn Dynasty. Tyrannid subcontinent's underworld was also under the control of the ancient warlocks belonging to the Dawn Dynasty, and was transformed into a trial ground. After the collapse of the Dawn Dynasty, the underworld once again returned to the hands of the dark races, and became a land of despair for humans. Humans only had some bridgeheads like demonic Snake Fortress in the underworld, where they traded with the underworld's major races. Turn on the lights. Yang Feng ordered, and the 200,000 primary battle robots turned on their searchlights, brightly illuminating the places they passed. Once the 200,000 primary battle robots turned on their searchlights, a dense swarm of thumb-sized extraordinary life-form vampire moths immediately flew towards the 200,000 primary battle robots. Vampire moths were the most commonly seen extraordinary life forms in the underworld. Once they saw light, they would be attracted by the phototaxis of life forms, and then they would suck the life forms dry. Many human experts who came to the underworld weren't prepared. Once they lit torches or similar light sources, they would attract countless vampire moths. Among those terrifying blood-sucking moths, even level 3 warlocks had the possibility of dying. Electrify. Crackle, crackle. Following Yang Feng's order, the 200,000 primary battle robots were electrified. When the dense swarm of vampire moths touched the 200,000 primary battle robots, they issued crisp sounds, and then fell to the ground. Oam! 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 Along with a series of insect cries, all sorts of strange poisonous insects were attracted by the searchlights, and they rushed to the 200,000 battle robots before exploding with a crackling sound and emitting a charred smell. The 200,000 primary battle robots practically crushed countless insect corpses as they marched towards demonic Snake Fortress. Yang Feng's scalp turned slightly numb when he saw the countless insects pouncing towards him, and he was brimming with curiosity. How did Black Dragon Empire's demonic snake corps pass through this path? With so many strange insects, even 100,000 strong army would be wiped out before they could even reach demonic Snake Fortress. In the underworld, there were practically endless poisonous insects. If Yang Feng was leading a human army, then even a 100,000 strong army would have been killed by the poisonous insects by now. Even if the 200,000 primary battle robots had thick armor, but there were still a lot of them that had their armor bitten through by the poisonous insects. The poisonous insects of this world were different from the poisonous insects of Earth. In the world of warlocks, many of the poisonous insects were extraordinary life form rank poisonous insects. The most powerful poisonous insects could even easily kill a great warlock rank expert. Fortunately, there weren't such powerful poisonous insects in the first layer of the underworld, which allowed Yang Feng to tread on the countless insect corpses and proceed forward. Yang Feng sighed somewhat regretfully. I originally wanted Ares to lead troops to fight alongside me, but it seems like that won't be possible. If he were to lead troops, then only death would await him. Yang Feng wanted to nurture Ares' ability to lead troops, and nurture him into a general. Like this, when he went to explore other planes in the future, he wouldn't be without manpower. Even in the world of warlocks, planar colonization was an extremely abstruse subject. In planar colonization, sometimes warriors with neither strong nor weak strength played the most important role. Chapter 165. Among the different planes, there were many planes that had gods guarding them. Those gods were experienced and knowledgeable, and had a certain understanding of the world of warlocks. Many planes had been invaded by the 6th Warlock Dynasty's Mechanical Golem Legion. If Yang Feng had brought his Mechanical Legion to another plane from the start, then there would only be one outcome, and that was to become enemies with everyone on the other plane. If he won, then so be it, but if he lost, then the entire Mechanical Legion would be destroyed. With Yang Feng's current strength, he still couldn't challenge a god, let alone become enemies with an entire plane. Yang Feng also had a clear understanding of Tyrannid subcontinent's power structure, as well as the successful establishment of the portable fortified stronghold. Only then did he truly begin to launch an attack on the underworld. After the huge Mechanical Legion entered the underworld, after marching for a dozen kilometers, an extremely majestic 100 m tall city wall with 9 5-story tall warlock pagodas built on top of the city wall appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. In the center of the huge demonic snake fortress, there was a 500 m tall large purification tower. The large purification tower emitted traces of radiance that shrouded the entire demonic snake fortress. In the dark underground world, the demonic snake fortress was like a bright pearl blooming with light. Moreover, it was very strange that the radiance emitted by demonic snake fortress was merely limited to within 500 m of it. The area outside was still shrouded in endless darkness. At the same time, the various poisonous insects of the underworld didn't pounce towards demonic snake fortress. This was the power of human warlocks. There were a lot of ordinary people living in demonic snake fortress. It was due to the effect of the large purification tower that ordinary people could live in demonic snake fortress without falling sick or dying. Only warlocks who were proficient in the knowledge of countless extraordinary life forms and possessed formidable power could build a human fortress in the dangerous underworld. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion had just approached demonic snake fortress, when loud and clear alarms sounded inside demonic snake fortress. The elite Dark Elven warriors stationed inside demonic snake fortress quickly returned to their posts, clenched the weapons in their hands, and looked into the distance with solemn expressions. Enemy attack! How come they're here so quickly? Beverly was startled. She quickly put on the priest robe, held the scepter, and rushed to the city wall of the demonic snake fortress. Among the Dark Elves, the matriarchs of the 13 clans were part-time priests, and the great matriarch was the high priest of the Dark Elves. It didn't matter if the matriarchs were mages, warriors, or druids. Once they became matriarchs, they would have to become priestesses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be recognized by Goddess Lolth and wouldn't be able to become the matriarch of a clan. In Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world, the Dark Elves were governed by a combination of politics and religion. As soon as Beverly ascended the city wall, she saw numerous level 8 primary battle robots in the distance. She felt a chill in her heart. How come there are so many powerful alchemy puppets? Beverly was not afraid of 1 or 2 level 8 primary battle robots. Even if the number of level 8 primary battle robots reached 100, Beverly was still confident in destroying them. With the help of the various defensive weapons in the demonic snake fortress, Beverly was confident that she could destroy 1,000 demonic snake fortresses and obtain victory in the end. But outside the demonic snake fortress, there was a dense swarm of level 8 primary battle robots. That terrifying number made Beverly feel some despair. A voice came from the center of the dense swarm of primary battle robots. urging them to surrender. I'm Yang Tai, one of the 10 marshals of Steel City's Mechanical Legion. People inside the demonic snake fortress, listen up. If you immediately surrender and pledge allegiance to Steel City, we'll give you a way out. If you resist, we'll kill you without mercy. Steel City's trash, you want us to surrender? That's impossible. Go to hell. Beverly gave a furious roar, her figure shook, and she flew to the top of the city wall. She aimed at Yang Feng with the level 3 secret treasure star splitter bow in her hands, madly urged her life force, and shot. A dark green radiance shot towards Yang Feng amidst the swarm of robots like a shooting star. The level 8 shield troops guarding in front of Yang Feng raised their shields, and protective covers suddenly rose, blocking in front of Yang Feng. The dark green arrow shot at the level 8 shield soldiers' level 3 energy cover, instantly piercing through the level 3 energy cover and piercing through the super alloy shield. The arrow pierced into the body of the level 8 shield soldier, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. This scene set off bursts of cheers from above the city wall. The morale of the Dark Elves rose greatly. Beverly's complexion, however, was slightly pale, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. That arrow of hers contained all of her strength. She originally thought that it could pierce through the 10 shield troops, and then conveniently kill Yang Feng. But that arrow had only pierced through a level 8 shield troop. The defensive strength of the shield troops was beyond her imagination. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Fool." The figure of the level 8 shield troop that had its body pierced by Beverly's arrow shook, and it stood up. Its body was still pierced by Beverly's arrow. As long as the control chip, propulsion furnace, and other core components weren't hit, then even if the arrow pierced through the head, it wouldn't have any effect on the level 8 shield troop. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Dark Elves above Demonic Snake Fortress flashed with a touch of fear and despair. Their morale at once dropped to the freezing point. Beverly was the commander of Demonic Snake Fortress, as well as the most powerful being in Demonic Snake Fortress. Her battle prowess was comparable to that of a human level 3 warlock. Such a peerless expert's all-out attack couldn't even kill a single alchemical golem, while the number of alchemical golems below was calculated in the tens of thousands. This disparity in battle prowess was simply despairing. Yang Feng waved his hand and said flatly, "Attack." The eyes of the originally motionless beast-type bladed troops flashed with red light, and 30,000 beast-type bladed troops madly rushed forward, shaking the earth. Fire! Fire! From above Demonic Snake Fortress, countless arrows, as if raindrops, shot towards the beast-type bladed troops. When the arrows hit the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops, they were immediately ricocheted. The peerless archery of the Dark Elves, the archery that made the countless races of the underworld tremble with fear, was completely useless in front of the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops. This was a complete suppression of technology. Seeing this scene, the pretty complexions of the Dark Elves above the city wall changed, and their beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. Beverly shouted loudly, "Night Scimitar Ballistas, use the Night Scimitar Ballistas." The Night Scimitar Ballistas embedded with 36 superior magic stones, up to 6 m long, engraved with countless exquisite patterns, and manufactured from the trunk of the precious Night Scimitar sacred tree were pushed out. The Night Scimitar Ballistas were one of the most formidable weapons of the Dark Elves. Once they were launched, even a great warlock rank expert might be able to seriously injure them, or even kill them. However, the manufacturing of the Night Scimitar Ballistas was extremely difficult, and there were only 20 of them in the entire Demonic Snake Fortress. Behind the 20 Night Scimitar Ballistas stood 20 Dark Elven wizards. They silently recited incantations, pointed at the Night Scimitar Ballistas, and magic radiances entered the Night Scimitar Ballistas. The power of 36 superior magic stones was frantically extracted from the bodies of the Night Scimitar Ballistas, and entered them. In a split second, 20 Night Scimitar blades erupted in a flash, and directly chopped at the charging beast-type bladed troops. The 20 knight scimitar blades were extremely sharp, and each knight scimitar easily cut open the beast-type bladed troops' protective covers, and chopped them in half. Each knight scimitar blades chopped at least 10 beast-type bladed troops in half. With this attack, more than 200 beast-type bladed troops were chopped in half. However, with this attack, 720 superior magic stones were also directly crushed. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a trace of a smile. Such an amazing alchemical weapon, I must seize it. The greater the might of alchemical weapons like the knight scimitar ballistas, the more Yang Feng liked them. In a lot of planes, robots would be attacked by god-rank experts once they appeared. However, alchemical weapons like the knight scimitar ballistas wouldn't attract the attention of gods. Under the delight of seeing a prey, Yang Feng didn't order the mechanical artillery troops to cover the area with artillery fire, but instead continued to have the beast-type bladed troops crazily charge against the knight scimitar ballistas' attacks. The knight scimitar ballistas only fired 2 volleys, and more than 500 beast-type bladed troops were chopped in half. The remaining beast-type bladed troops had already rushed in front of demonic Snake Fortress. At this moment, Beverly waved her lily-white hand, and a mass of awakening magic powder fluttered in the wind, before sprinkling it on the black giant blood-sucking rattans coiled around the fortress's city wall. Those huge black blood-sucking vines were extraordinary plants that the Cartman family, which Beverly belonged to, had spent 500 years to cultivate. As soon as they were sprinkled with the awakening magic powder, they were immediately transformed and instantly evolved into dark intelligent treants. The originally motionless black giant blood-sucking rattans suddenly erupted, and ferociously whipped the beast-type bladed troops, sending them flying. Hundreds and thousands of beast-type bladed troops were whipped away by the black giant blood-sucking rattans transformed into dark wisdom treants. The protective covers of many beast-type bladed troops were even broken, and then, under the effect of the terrifying power, they were twisted and their components scattered. Beverly also heaved a slight sigh of relief. The dark wisdom treants were one of the strongest weapons of her family. Once they were released, even a magnificent army would find it difficult to cross their defensive perimeter. Seeing this scene, the dark elves above the city wall heaved a slight sigh of relief. Get rid of them. Yang Feng looked at the dark wisdom treants wreaking havoc everywhere and said coldly. Chapter 166. The silent artillery troops quickly adjusted their cannons and aimed at the dark wisdom treants formed by the vampiric vines, and started firing wildly. Boom! 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 10,000 cannons roared in unison. Almost in an instant, the blood-sucking vines surrounding the demonic snake fortress were torn apart by the cannon fire and flew in all directions. The terrifying artillery fire was endless, directly blasting demonic snake fortress's wall into pieces, collapsing a large piece and revealing a huge hole. Demonic Snake Fortress originally had the support of 9 warlock pagodas. The fortress's sky was covered with restricted space arrays, and the fortress's city wall was also incomparably firm under the effect of the warlock pagodas. But there were no warlocks among the dark elves, and those warlock pagodas were of no use in their hands. That was why Demonic Snake Fortress seemed so weak and vulnerable. After a huge hole was blasted open in Demonic Snake Fortress, countless beast-type bladed troops swarmed in, brandishing their taser rods and whipping the dark elves. The dark elves were also frantically resisting, but as soon as they encountered the beast-type bladed troops, they were directly hit by the electric batons. After twitching, they fell to the ground. Beverly's beautiful eyes flashed with despair, and she said with a sad face, "It's over. How could it be so simple? How can the City of Steel be so powerful? Because Steel City's City Lord Yang Ye's alchemy skills are too formidable." A voice suddenly rose from Beverly's back. Beverly was startled. She turned around and saw Dephilia standing quietly behind her. "I am Steel City's Snow White Madam, I have come to capture you. Who told you to be so conspicuous? You're unlucky to have caught his eye. Dephilia revealed a faint smile as she pointed at Beverly with her lily-white hand. An ice-cold chi instantly erupted and bombarded Beverly, freezing her into an ice cube. Based on Beverly's strength, even if she was not a match for Dephilia, she might still be able to escape from Dephilia's hands if she risked her life. But under Dephilia's sneak attack, he didn't even manage to block a single move before being frozen into an ice cube. Mistress. The complexions of the dark elven guards beside Beverly changed greatly as they attacked Dephilia one after another. Dephilia raised her lily-white hand and silently chanted an incantation. A cloud of frigid air instantly erupted and blew towards the surroundings. The dark elves guards beside Beverly were all frozen into ice sculptures by the chilly wind. Dephilia smiled sweetly, grabbed Beverly, and disappeared from Demonic Snake Fortress with a shake of her body. After losing Beverly, the dark elves who were on the verge of collapse finally collapsed. They threw away their helmets and armor, rushed out of the Demonic Snake Fortress, and fled in all directions. Yang Feng easily recaptured Demonic Snake Fortress. After seizing Demonic Snake Fortress, Yang Feng continued to dispatch the Mechanical Legion to advance deeper into the underworld. After becoming the Lord of Satsuma Marquisdom, Yang Feng dispatched all kinds of robot insects to infiltrate the underworld and carry out road reconnaissance. The Black Dragon Empire also had human merchants and powerhouses who were lucky enough to go to the City of Dark Elves and successfully return alive. The robot insects dispatched by Yang Feng explored along that road and expanded in all directions, investigating the terrain of the underworld. Although Yang Feng still didn't have a complete grasp of the underworld's terrain, but the two most important headquarters of the underworld's allied forces, the City of Dark Elves and the City of Hellions, had already been thoroughly investigated. Along the way, all the forces obstructing Yang Feng's path were crushed by the 200,000 primary battle robots as if they were dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. The underworld's third layer, City of Dark Elves Great Temple, Holy Spring Divine Pool. Great Mistress, there's an urgent military report. A melodious voice came from outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Cheyenne didn't have the slightest intention of letting that person in, and said coldly, "What's the matter? Speak." An anxious voice came from outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Demonic Snake Fortress has fallen, Mistress Beverly's fate is unknown. Steel City's Mechanical Legion has already broken through the first layer of the underworld. We've also lost contact with the few reconnaissance points in the second layer of the underworld. Cheyenne's pretty face paled and she barked, "What? Demonic Snake Fortress has fallen? How is that possible? There are 30,000 elite warriors of my clan inside Demonic Snake Fortress. Furthermore, there's also Mistress Beverly, so how could they not even defend for a day? You dare to deceive me?" Demonic Snake Fortress had Beverly guarding it, as well as 30,000 elite Dark Elven warriors and several hundred Dark Elven wizards. Even if a great warlock came to attack, it still wouldn't be that easy to capture. At the very least, it could last for 2 to 3 days. And 2 to 3 days was already enough for the Dark Elves to react. However, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion was so terrifying that it was far beyond Cheyenne's imagination. It easily flattened Demonic Snake Fortress, and then, as if entering an uninhabited area, charged towards the direction of the City of Dark Elves. The melodious voice sounded once again, "Great Mistress, I definitely wouldn't dare to deceive you. All the information has been verified by us, there's absolutely no falsehood. We've also used divine spells to test it. Please come out and preside over the overall situation, and lead us to annihilate all those freaks." Cheyenne's pretty complexion changed, she was so shocked by the grievous news that she was practically speechless. With Cheyenne's strength, it would take her at least half a year to get rid of the radiation energy within her body and restore her fleshly body. During this period of time, she wouldn't be able to leave the Holy Spring Divine Pool. Once her weakness was discovered, then she might end up in a miserable state. Xiaofan pondered for a moment, and then said, "Let Joanna. No, let Beatrice preside over the overall situation. Send people to the Evil Eye Tyrant, the Caveman, the Great Fiend Barak, the Magma Giant and the Black Dragon Monarch for help. As long as they're willing to help, then try your best to agree to their demands." In the underworld, there were a lot of formidable races that were forced by human warlocks to the point where they couldn't continue living, and could only escape to the underworld to reproduce. After several millennia of recuperation, a lot of formidable beings comparable to great warlock rank had been born. However, just like the surface world's human forces, they weren't united in their schemes. The major clans in the underground world were also scheming against each other for resources. Xiaofan was also forced into a corner, and had no choice but to ask for help from the experts of other forces. What was certain was that even if those forces were willing to send troops to help, the Dark Elves would still have to pay an extremely painful price. Yes. Great Matriarch. The Dark Elven maid standing outside the Holy Spring Divine Pool's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. She responded respectfully, and then retreated. The city of Dark Elves, in a villa's hot spring. A beautiful woman with long blue hair and an extremely beautiful appearance, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, was embracing the Dark Elven maid who had reported the military situation to Xiaofan. The beautiful woman, who was attractive to both men and women, gave a sweet smile, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and she said in a low voice, "In such a critical situation, Xiaofan still isn't willing to preside over the overall situation. It seems that in the battle at Steel City, she was indeed seriously injured as the rumors said. Even at such a critical juncture, she still isn't willing to hand over the authority to me, and instead handed it over to that slut Beatrice. It seems that she's really on guard against me." This extremely beautiful woman, who was attractive to both men and women, was the legendary Joanna among the underworld's Dark Elves. She was also one of the three great warlock rank experts among the Dark Elves. Xiaofan, Romulage and Joanna, these three were the three great warlock rank experts among the Dark Elves. In terms of different planes power system, they were the three great legend rank experts among the Dark Elves. Among them, Romulage was an elusive loner and assassin, with practically no one having seen her true appearance. Xiaofan was the great matriarch's high priestess, while Joanna was a divine archer, possessing the most formidable archery among the Dark Elves. If Xiaofan perished, then Joanna was the most promising candidate to take over the position of great matriarch, therefore, Xiaofan was very on guard against Joanna. Joanna's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and she said coldly, "Since you're so on guard against me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Ding! 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 Within the city of Dark Elves, the Dark Moon Divine Bell, which could only be rung at a moment of life and death for the Dark Elves, suddenly sounded. The complexions of the city of Dark Elves' upper echelon changed, and they quickly gathered in the direction of the temple. Once the Dark Moon Divine Bell's bell rang, all the upper echelon had to gather in the temple. If they were negligent, then the entire family would be regarded as a rebel of the Dark Elves, and the entire family would be exterminated. The upper echelon of the Dark Elves quickly arrived at the temple. Inside the temple, they saw Joanna, dressed in a military attire, sitting on the throne that only the great matriarch could sit on. The complexions of the upper echelon of the Dark Elves suddenly changed, their hearts thumped, and a trace of an ominous premonition welled up inside them. Under the enticement of the goddess Lolth, the Dark Elves had become depraved and lascivious, incessantly plotting and scheming. Within the same race, there were incessant conquests, and even within the same family, there were incessant conspiracies. One of Xiaofan's confidants creased his eyebrows, then stepped forward and loudly denounced, "Madam Joanna, that's the throne that only the great matriarch can sit on. You've overstepped." Joanna said with a faint smile, "Xiaofan can no longer manage matters. From today onwards, I'm the new great matriarch. All of you, why don't you immediately pay respects to the new great matriarch?" The upper echelon of the dark elves in the temple looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The pretty complexion of Xiaofan's confidant changed, and she loudly denounced, "The great matriarch Xiaofan is still here, how can you become the new great matriarch? You're rebelling. Joanna, it's not too late for you to stop. Otherwise, once the great matriarch Xiaofan appears, you'll end up like the drow spider and resentful soulspawn." Drow spider and resentful soulspawn were dark elves who had lost in all kinds of struggles, and were tortured by all kinds of inhumane secret methods, before being refined into freaks. The dark elves were extremely afraid that they would turn into such freaks after death. In that case, their souls wouldn't be able to rest in peace after death, and they wouldn't be able to enter the divine country of the goddess Lolth. Joanna smiled slightly, then her figure shook, and she appeared in front of Xiaofan's confidant. With a flash of a sword ray, Xiaofan's confidant, whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a level 2 warlock, was chopped into two, and blood spilled on the ground. The vitality of Xiaofan's confidant was extremely tenacious. After being chopped into two, she still didn't die immediately, and instead issued extremely mournful screams. Joanna stomped on the head of Xiaofan's confidant, and very ferociously crushed it. She then smiled towards the surrounding upper echelon of the dark elves and asked, "Who else wants to question my position as the great matriarch?" "Greetings, great matriarch." The upper echelon of the dark elves looked at each other, and then immediately took advantage of the situation and said respectfully. Since Joanna had already summoned the upper echelon of the dark elves, then she was bound to have set up an ambush. The upper echelon of the dark elves were also old foxes who had experienced countless conspiracies and coups, so how could they throw away their lives in vain? Even Xiaofan's confidants lowered their heads obediently. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. The corners of Joanna's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. "Very well. I know that most of you aren't convinced by me, but it doesn't matter. Come with me, I'll let you see what great matriarch Xiaofan looks like now." After saying that, Joanna turned around and walked towards the holy spring divine pool with large strides. The upper echelon of the dark elves looked at each other, then followed behind Joanna and walked towards the holy spring divine pool. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the gate outside the holy spring divine pool, which was enchanted with a formidable defensive spell, was directly smashed to pieces. Joanna took the lead and walked into the holy spring divine pool. Looking at Xiaofa, who was soaking in the holy spring divine pool, she said with a faint smile, "Big sister Xiaofa, I've come to see you." Xiaofa turned around with great difficulty and looked at Joanna with a bitter expression, a touch of despair flashing in her beautiful eyes. The upper echelon of the dark elves behind Joanna also saw Xiaofa soaking in the holy spring divine pool. She had lost both her legs, but her head was still as beautiful as a flower, while her body was covered with all kinds of sinister radiation tumors. Long live great matriarch Joanna! Long live great matriarch Joanna! Seeing Xiaofa's miserable state, the upper echelon of the dark elves behind Joanna immediately changed their attitude and loudly praised Joanna. One of Xiaofa's confidants very shamelessly knelt in front of Joanna and said respectfully, "Great matriarch, can you allow me to kill this traitor who colluded with humans? This traitor has committed a heinous crime. I'll make her into a fine sculpture and offer it to you." Chapter 167. Great matriarch, I'm willing to personally turn this traitor into a drow spider and let her suffer until she dies. Great matriarch, I want to turn her into a resentful soul goblin. Her wails will certainly be very pleasant to hear. Xiaofa's confidants scrambled to curry favor with Joanna, shamelessly switching sides. The losers of the dark elf struggle were very miserable. Therefore, they switched sides very quickly. Is this us dark elves? It was too ugly. We were noble, holy, and loyal high elves. Joanna looked at Xiaofa's confidants scrambling to curry favor with her. Not only was she not happy, but her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of deep sorrow. Dark elves were high elves who were seduced by Spider Queen Lolth. Their ancestors were noble, holy, loyal, and powerful high elves. If the high elves encountered such a coup, Cheyenne faction would definitely loyally protect their master until they all died in battle. But now, those former Cheyenne's confidants were racking their brains, wanting to use all kinds of evil means to torture their former master. Many of these means made Joanna's heart slightly cold, making her unable to feel happy. Cheyenne's complexion was pale, but she tried her best to remain calm. "Joanna, you win. I only ask you one thing, kill me yourself and give me a quick death. In exchange, I'll tell you the location of my private property and some precious ancient books." One of Cheyenne's former confidants spat on Cheyenne's face and viciously cursed, "Pa, you slut, you're only fit to mate with those lowly dragons and give birth to more powerful weapons of war for us dark elves." One of Cheyenne's former confidants flattered Joanna, "Great matriarch, the caveman, the evil-eye tyrant, the great fiend Barak, and the black dragon king, these 4 experts are very interested in this slut. It would be better to take her and have the 4 experts mate with her in exchange for their support." Joanna listened to the shameless words of Cheyenne's former confidants. Her complexion became more and more gloomy, and there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. Suddenly, a dark elf said with a panicked expression, "Not good. Not good. Steel City's mechanical legion is less than 20 kilometers away from our city." "What? How is that possible? How did they get here so quickly?" "Impossible? How could they get here so quickly? How is that possible? Don't tell me they're rushing towards us without eating, drinking, or resting. What about logistics? What about logistics?" The eyes of the dark elves revealed a trace of shock as they discussed spiritedly, their eyes flickering with disbelief. Joanna did not panic. She ordered coldly, "Seal her up." A dark elf took out a pair of magic restraining shackles and quickly handcuffed Cheyenne. Anti-magic shackles were mystical secret treasures. Once shackled by anti-magic shackles, then even a great warlock rank expert's power would be sealed, unable to break free independently. Naturally, these anti-magic shackles were very precious. There were only 10 of them in the entire Dark Elven race, and they were only used on the most dangerous and powerful criminals. The entire city of Dark Elves was in chaos. Countless Dark Elven warriors quickly arrived at their posts, ready for battle. The city of Dark Elves was Dark Elven clan's most formidable stronghold in the underworld, as well as their most solid fortress. Within the city of Dark Elves, the number of Dark Elves reached as high as 1,300,000, and the number of adult Dark Elves reached about 1 million. Every adult Dark Elf was a formidable warrior, especially in a place shrouded in darkness like the underworld, where their strength would be greatly boosted. Moreover, the city of Dark Elves had stockpiled a large number of weapons, as if it was an impregnable stronghold. Anyone who wanted to capture the city of Dark Elves would have to pay a painful price. Moreover, the city of Dark Elves had a large number of weapons hoarded, as if it was an impregnable stronghold. Anyone who wanted to capture the city of Dark Elves would have to pay a painful price. So this is the city of Dark Elves. It looks like it will be somewhat troublesome to capture it. Yang Feng looked at the city of Dark Elves amidst the huge mechanical legion, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The city of Dark Elves' city wall was up to 150 m tall, with all kinds of incomparably thick ancient vines crawling around the city wall. Moreover, above the city wall, there were all kinds of strange extraordinary plants, giving people a feeling that they shouldn't be trifled with. In the very center of the city of Dark Elves, there was a huge temple. The huge temple exuded incomparably sacred fluctuations, shrouding the entire city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng had once read records pertaining to the city of Dark Elves. Ever since the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, Dawn Dynasty, the Dark Elves had built the city of Dark Elves under the guidance of the goddess Lolth. Tyrannid subcontinent's human warlocks had once launched an expedition against the underworld, but it had ended in failure. More than 500,000 human troops had perished beneath the city of dark elves, their corpses piling up like mountains. The biggest reason for the human warlocks' defeat was the temple of the goddess Lolth at the very center of the city of dark elves. In the battle that decided the fate of the dark elves, countless dark elves had prayed in the temple of the goddess Lolth. The temple had released terrifying divine light, prohibiting flight, strengthening the city wall's defenses, weakening the fighting spirit of the attackers, weakening the power of all kinds of hostile spells, strengthening their own courage, upgrading their physical constitution, and upgrading the might of their own magic power. Under the strengthening of the temple of the goddess Lolth, the dark elves had erupted with terrifying battle prowess, nearly wiping out the human expeditionary army of more than 1 million people in one fell swoop. In the underworld, there were many dangers. The human expeditionary army had won, so be it. But once they were defeated, only the peak warlocks could escape from the underworld back to the surface world. The rest had died tragically at the jaws of all kinds of demonic insects and poisonous creatures in the underworld. Ever since that battle, the humans hadn't launched any more large-scale expeditions to the underground world, instead choosing to establish strongholds. If Yang Feng hadn't used nuclear warheads to kill the 3 black dragons worshipped by the Dark Elves in one fell swoop, as well as seriously injuring the Dark Elven Great Matriarch Xiaofan, then he definitely wouldn't have dared to invade the city of Dark Elves with his main force. One after another, primary battle robots emerged from the dimensional troop carriers, causing the number of Yang Feng's mechanical legion to rise from 200,000 to 1 million. The 1 million level, 8 primary battle robots, this was the main legion that Yang Feng had produced with all kinds of resources he had scoured for years. Once the 1 million level, 8 primary battle robots were destroyed, then 2/3 of Yang Feng's mechanical legion would be destroyed, and several years of hard work would be wasted. With the whole world as his enemy, Yang Feng definitely wouldn't be able to persevere for too long. He could only wash the land with nuclear warheads until the nuclear warhead tactic was cracked. This plane's human warlocks had conquered countless planes, they were experienced and knowledgeable, and possessed countless reserves of knowledge. Furthermore, they had absorbed the knowledge of countless other planes, and created countless mystical spells. The nuclear warhead tactic had a fatal weakness. Once that weakness was discovered by warlocks, cracking it would only be slightly difficult for them, that's all. The weapons in the hands of the level 8 beast-type bladed troops as the main force were no longer electric batons, but rather the most powerful high-frequency oscillation blades. The city of Dark Elves wasn't a human city like Demonic Snake Fortress. Demonic Snake Fortress didn't have any human warlocks, it was basically unable to display its terrifying battle prowess. Yang Feng was very clear that he could easily occupy Demonic Snake Fortress, without any losses. As for the city of Dark Elves, Yang Feng didn't have full confidence in capturing it. I'm Yang Tai, one of Steel City's 10 marshals. People of the city of Dark Elves, listen up, immediately surrender and pledge allegiance to Steel City, and we'll give you a way out. Otherwise, after the city is breached, you'll all become Steel City's slaves, never to be able to transcend. The 3 black dragons worshipped by the Dark Elves have already been eliminated by Steel City, and your great matriarch Xiaofan has also been seriously injured by Steel City. Your allies, the Hellion clan, have also betrayed you. Take a look, who is this? Yang Feng waved his hand, and the rock giant Bonardine stepped out from the battle array, before facing upwards and issuing a long howl. I'm the rock giant Bonardine, under the orders of the undying Hellion monarch Napman, I came to help Steel City in a crusade against your Dark Elven clan. That's the rock giant Bonardine. It's really Bonardine, he's Napman's right-hand man. Could it be that the Hellion clan betrayed our alliance? When they saw the rock giant Bonardine, the pretty complexions of the Dark Elves changed, and a touch of fear flashed past the abyss of their beautiful eyes. In the underworld's races, purely in terms of strength, the Hellion clan was far stronger than the Dark Elves. However, the Dark Elves believed in the goddess Lolth, and had the support of the goddess Divine Power. In actual battles, the Dark Elves would often suppress the Hellion clan. After drawing support from the goddess Lolth's divine power, the great matriarch of the Dark Elves Cheyenne strength was infinitely close to that of a Starry Sky warlock, and her battle prowess could be rated as the #1 expert of the Underworld's races. Thus, the Dark Elven clan suppressed the Underworld's major races, and obtained the right to speak in the allied forces of the Underworld's races. However, the strength of the Hellion clan was absolutely tyrannical, and their experts were as common as clouds. Once the Hellion clan sided with Steel City, then the situation would be unthinkable. Chapter 168. Joanna was full of bewilderment, and her pretty face surged with a touch of wavering. Hellions are siding with Steel City, how is that possible? Yang Feng ordered coldly, cover the area with artillery fire. The 50,000 artillery troops adjusted their muzzles, and launched a volley of artillery fire towards the city of Dark Elves. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of cannons roared in unison, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The dense volley of artillery fire landed on the city of Dark Elves' city wall, and more than 3,000 Dark Elves were killed or wounded in a single volley of artillery fire. Miserable screams came from among the Dark Elves. What a frightening magic artillery! Above the city of Dark Elves' city wall, the Dark Elves hid under the cover of the city wall, their hearts brimming with fear. This city of Dark Elves is really a tough nut to crack. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and a touch of graveness flashed past the abyss of his eyes. He had watched very carefully a moment ago. The scope of the artillery fire of the artillery troops should have a diameter of 45 meters. But there was a mysterious force shrouding the city of Dark Elves, forcibly suppressing the scope of the artillery fire to about 3 meters. Moreover, the simultaneous barrage of the 50,000 artillery troops, if it was on Earth, could completely shave off a small hill. However, when the 50,000 artillery shells bombarded the city of Dark Elves, they merely left behind traces of smoke, and were unable to shake the city of Dark Elves in the slightest. Yang Feng had the 50,000 artillery troops carry out 2 volleys of artillery fire in a row, but the effect of the shelling was getting worse and worse. Above the city wall, the Dark Elves hid in the caverns of the city of Dark Elves, and weren't affected by the artillery fire in the slightest. Countless Dark Elves had already entered the temple of the goddess Lolth, prostrated themselves on the ground, and prayed very respectfully. Tremendous and pure faith power entered the statue of the goddess Lolth in the center of the temple, and then released formidable and pure divine power through the statue, firmly guarding the city of Dark Elves. After being blessed by the divine power of the goddess Lolth for several millennia, the city of Dark Elves had already begun to transcend the ordinary, and possessed terrifying might. The city of Dark Elves was the greatest foundation of Dark Elves, as well as the greatest capital for Dark Elves to gain a foothold in the underworld. Mortals believed in gods, and gods protected mortals. The survival ability of a race that had the protection of a god was much stronger than other races. Because of this, many races in different planes had gods that they believed in. Those gods would also protect the races they protected, and the two were interdependent. Even the world of warlocks, before the rise of the first warlock dynasty, was also a world ruled by the ancient gods. All races believed in the ancient gods and were ruled by the ancient gods. After the rise of the first warlock dynasty's Time Lord, he led the human warlocks to kill, seal, and refine the ancient gods that ruled the world one by one, knocking the gods off their pedestals, and thus establishing the first glorious first warlock dynasty. Ever since the first warlock dynasty, human warlocks had continuously developed and strengthened, possessing power surpassing that of gods. Only then did they attack other planes everywhere, plundering their knowledge and civilization inheritances. In the colonization war of other planes, human warlocks encountered ancient demons, ancient fiends, ancient devils, giants, dragons, and other powerful enemies. Among them, the most powerful enemies were the gods from other planes. When the 8th Warlock dynasty attacked a plane that had the protection of a powerful god, it fought against that plane's powerful god until both sides suffered. Coupled with the internal strife within the dynasty, only then did it collapse. It was precisely because the gods were so powerful that even though the goddess Lolth was licentious and shameless, inciting the Dark Elves to kill each other and torture each other for fun, those Dark Elves still respectfully believed in her for several millennia, not daring to slight her in the slightest. Strength was the truth, weakness was a sin. Assault helicopters. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly when he saw that the effects of the bombardment weren't great, and he ordered. 20 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters suddenly took off, flew to an altitude of 300 meters, and then flew towards the city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the 20 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters. Once the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters could fly into the city of Dark Elves, then he could directly use airdrop tactics, and directly airdrop 100,000 beast-type bladed troops into the city of Dark Elves. When the 20 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters were 200 meters away from the city of Dark Elves, they suddenly swayed. Although their propellers were constantly rotating, yet they didn't give rise to any hurricanes. They swayed and instantly fell from the sky to the ground. With a loud boom, they turned into 20 fireballs and exploded. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. The no-space restriction array is indeed flawless. If the city of Dark Elves didn't have the no-space restriction array, then it would have already been captured by human warlocks. There was no lack of flight spells among human warlocks, and there were also many human warlocks who cultivated large numbers of flight extraordinary life forms. If they could fly, then with a single explosion, the city of Dark Elves would be insta-killed. Attack! Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he immediately ordered. After Yang Feng contributed Demonic Snake Fortress, he practically didn't stop. He traveled day and night straight towards the city of Dark Elves, in order to capture the city of Dark Elves before they had the time to gather their allies. Once the Dark Elves gathered all of their powerful allies, then the difficulty of capturing the city of Dark Elves would increase by more than tenfold. The electronic eyes of the 100,000 beast-type bladed troops flashed with radiances, and they charged forward together. In a split second, as if 10,000 horses were galloping, the earth shook. Joanna ordered coldly, "Night Scimitar ballistas, fire." Among the ballista positions in the city of Dark Elves, radiances flashed, and 300 Night Scimitar ballistas fired at the same time. 300 Night Scimitar ballistas were shot in a flash, entering the densely packed group of beast-type bladed troops. Under the guidance of the Dark Elven Wizard, the 300 Night Scimitar ballistas chopped 20 beast-type bladed troops into 2 pieces. With a single strike, 6,000 beast-type bladed troops were directly chopped into 2 pieces, falling on the charging path. The charging 100,000 bladed troops were like wheat being cut, falling in large numbers, with more than 1/20th of the bladed troops being chopped into 2 pieces. The price Dark Elves had to pay was 10,800 superior magic stones, which was equivalent to more than 140 million inferior magic stones. Artillery barrage. Yang Feng no longer thought about seizing anything, and immediately issued an order. The 50,000 heavy artillery once again rumbled, madly shelling the Dark Elves' Night Scimitar ballistas. Warping Force Field. Dark Shadow Wood. Azure Wood Shield. Among the Night Scimitar ballistas, the Dark Elven Wizards cast defensive spells, resisting the bombardment of the heavy artillery. If it was outside the city of Dark Elves, then the Dark Elven Wizards would have already been torn to shreds by the countless artillery barrage. But inside the city of Dark Elves, the might of the artillery barrage was greatly weakened, while the Dark Elven Wizard strength was greatly enhanced. Under the effects of 1+ and 1-, the majority of Yang Feng's heavy artillery barrage was actually forcibly blocked by the Dark Elven Wizards. Merely about 20 Knight Scimitar ballistas were smashed by Yang Feng's artillery barrage. Seeing the 6,000 beast-type bladed troops being chopped into 2 pieces, Yang Feng's pupils constricted slightly. He waved his hand, and 10,000 beast-type bladed troops continued to join the charging troops. At the same time, 3,000 engineering robots quickly arrived at the wreckage of the 6,000 beast-type bladed troops, quickly recovering the wreckage and transporting it to the rear. The Knight Scimitar ballistas shot by the Knight Scimitar ballistas were extremely sharp, even great warlocks couldn't resist them. However, it was precisely because the Moon Scimitar ballistas were too sharp that the damage to the beast-type bladed troops wasn't great. So long as they were slightly repaired, then they could once again enter the battlefield. Suddenly, boulders weighing more than a dozen or even several hundred tons were thrown from the city of Dark Elves, smashing towards the beast-type bladed troops. The boulders fell from a height of 100 meters, directly smashing the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops and smashing them into pieces. At the same time, the beast-type bladed troops were smashed into pieces, with components splashing in all directions. Under the bombardment of the boulders, more than 400 beast-type bladed troops were smashed into pieces, and even exploded. Yang Feng's face twitched slightly when he saw this scene. The bladed troops smashed into pieces by the boulders, even if their wreckage was recovered, but they still needed to be sent back to the surface world's munitions factories to be melted down, only then could they be manufactured again. In other words, Yang Feng couldn't recover them before the end of the war. When the 100,000 beast-type bladed troops arrived before the moat of the city of Dark Elves, they stopped at once. Inside the moat in front of the city of Dark Elves, black liquid was churning, continuously bubbling and emitting traces of black fog. As soon as the beast-type bladed troops approached the moat, many parts of their bodies showed signs of slow corrosion. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Dark Poison River, the most terrifying moat of the city of Dark Elves. Once one falls into it, then even great warlock rank experts will be corroded into slag. Release the arrows. Joanna shouted sternly, and suddenly shot countless arrows from above the city of Dark Elves, shooting towards the beast-type bladed troops. The majority of the arrows were blocked by the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops, but there were still more than 3,000 arrows that pierced through the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops and stabbed into their bodies. Among the more than 3,000 arrows, more than 300 arrows directly exploded, blasting 200 beast-type bladed troops into pieces. In the city of Dark Elves, experts were as common as clouds, and the archery of many archers could even penetrate the protective spells of level 2 warlocks. Under the blessing of the temple, they would become even more powerful. Chapter 169. Thud. 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 As soon as the Dark Elven archers emerged, the 100,000 gunner troops immediately opened fire, and countless Gauss shells shot towards the Dark Elves. In a split second, more than 1,000 Dark Elves above the city of Dark Elves city wall were blown up by the gunner troops. Joanna's complexion changed slightly when she saw this. There were a large number of priests in the city of Dark Elves. With the help of divine power, the priests could cast divine spells to heal the wounded. But after being hit by the Gauss shells, the Dark Elves would either die or be crippled. Unless superior divine spells were cast, it would be very difficult to heal them. The gunner troops' firepower completely suppressed the Dark Elves above the city wall. The engineering robots quickly erected thick steel pontoon bridges above the Poison River. Once the steel pontoon bridges were erected, the 50,000 artillery troops adjusted their muzzles, and madly bombarded the huge ancient trees and vines crawling above the city of Dark Elves. The gunner troops also madly fired at the huge ancient trees and vines with their Gauss shells. Under the frenzied barrage, the huge ancient trees and vines crawling above the city of Dark Elves were broken inch by inch, fell into the moat, issued sizzling sounds, and melted. Joanna's complexion changed slightly, and she barked, "Fuck, wake them up." The druids among the dark elves took out precious magic powder and sprinkled it on the huge ancient trees and vines. When the various huge ancient trees and vines were sprinkled with the magic powder, they immediately grew eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, and emitted formidable fluctuations of extraordinary life. White phosphorus incendiary bombs. Under Yang Feng's command, the already prepared powerful incendiary bombs were fired in a flash, and blasted at the huge ancient trees and vines. Boom! Large swathes of flames rose from the ancient vines, burning the ancient vines to the point of letting out incomparably mournful screams. Then, one by one, they were directly burned to death. Rain mist. Water jet. Water element spells were cast, sweeping towards the ancient trees and vines. The rain mist slowly suppressed the flames. Dispel. Standing next to Yang Feng, Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and a formidable dispel erupted in a flash, dispersing the spells cast by the dark elven wizards. Countless white phosphorus incendiary bombs were fired once again, exploding on those huge ancient vines. They burned crazily, burning countless huge ancient vines into ashes. In the city of dark elves, there were as many as 30,000 elven wizards. However, the elven mages were scattered on different battlefields, and most of them had to resist various artillery attacks. The elven wizards near the city wall couldn't suppress the great warlock Dephilia. Under the bombardment of Dephilia's dispel spell and white phosphorus incendiary bombs, those incomparably powerful ancient trees and vines were all burnt to ashes. Joanna was slightly startled within, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Human Great Warlock. Steel City actually has a human Great Warlock overseeing it. Human Great Warlocks were definitely the great enemies of the underworld's major races. No matter what kind of battle they were the cornerstone of existence. After the awakened extraordinary ancient trees and vines were burnt to ashes, a dense crowd of beast-type mechanical bladed troops quickly crossed the pontoon and arrived below the city of dark elves. As if big spiders, their 6 mechanical arms were attached to the city wall, advancing alternately and madly climbing up the city wall. Fuck, those freaks. Above the city wall, the dark elves watched as the big spider-like mechanical bladed troops climbed up the city wall, their scalps turned numb and their hearts turned extremely cold. It was the first time that they had seen such a siege method. In the past, if human warlocks wanted to capture the city of dark elves shrouded in the goddess Loltha's divine power, they would have to manufacture catapults, ballistae, scaling ladders and other siege weapons, and then use the siege weapons to advance step by step. The dark elves could rely on the up to 100 meters tall city wall to inflict tremendous damage to the enemies besieging the city. But now, those beast-type mechanical bladed troops had actually climbed up the city wall. This scene was simply appalling. A lot of dark elves could only risk their lives to draw their bows and madly shoot at the beast-type mechanical bladed troops below. A dense crowd of arrows shot at the beast-type mechanical bladed troops, piercing through a lot of them. The dark elven experts had just emerged, when the dense crowd of gunner troops at once enveloped them. Hundreds and thousands of extremely charming dark elves were blasted apart, their corpses falling to the ground from above the city wall. In this decisive battle that would decide Steel City's future, it was impossible for Yang Feng to show mercy to the fairer sex. He could only attack the city of dark elves in the strongest way possible. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to use nuclear weapons to bombard the city of dark elves. Yang Feng had to win this battle. Once he was defeated, there would be no place for him in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. Joanna said coldly, "Dispatch the mountain giants." The mountain giants were one of Dark Elven clan's trump cards. Adult mountain giants were up to 30 meters tall, with terrifying defensive strength and an extremely formidable life force. They were categorized as level, for extraordinary life forms and could contend against great warlock rank experts. In the past several millennia, the entire Dark Elven clan had only subdued 4 mountain giants under the guidance of the goddess Lolth. A Dark Elven beauty said with a bitter smile, "Great matriarch, you still haven't held the inheritance ceremony and obtained the recognition of the mighty goddess Lolth. You still haven't obtained the divine spells and the dark scepter bestowed by the goddess Lolth. You simply can't command the mountain giants. Once they're awakened, they'll immediately become our enemies." Joanna's pretty face suddenly became very unsightly. The time she had spent seizing power was really too short. Even though the upper echelon of Dark Elven clan had chosen to submit to her, but the power that originally belonged to the great matriarch hadn't been handed over to her. If it was a time of peace, then as long as she performed several wicked sacrifices to the goddess Lolth, she would be able to control the power of the entire Dark Elven clan under the guidance of the goddess Lolth. But she had just rebelled, and Yang Feng had led his troops over. She basically couldn't inherit the power that should belong to the great matriarch. At this moment, the beast-type bladed troops under the cover of the gunner troops and artillery troops climbed the city wall. Once they climbed the city wall, as if moving meat grinders, they rushed into the Dark Elven camp. A copious amount of blood splashed. The beast-type bladed troops, as if peerless generals, madly slaughtered the Dark Elves within their range of attack. The countless beast-type bladed troops instantly tore an opening in the midst of the Dark Elves, before rushing into the city in a steady stream. "Break for me!" A Dark Elven archer with battle prowess comparable to that of a level 3 human warlock gave a shrill cry and shot an arrow. As if a shooting star, an arrow pierced through the protective cover of a beast-type bladed troop, before exploding and blasting it to pieces. The Dark Elven archer didn't even have time to gasp for breath, before more than 30 beast-type bladed troops rushed towards her. The nearly 100 spider drow guarding in front of the Dark Elven archer also rushed over and attacked the beast-type bladed troops. The beast-type bladed troops erupted with a protective cover. After blocking the attacks of the spider drow, they brandished the high-frequency oscillation blades in their hands and easily chopped the spider drow to pieces. The spider drow were considered to be battle golems with excellent martial arts, but in front of the terrifying beast-type bladed troops that combined offense and defense, they were simply unable to withstand a single blow. Bearing the countless fragments, the more than 30 beast-type bladed troops at once rushed before the Dark Elven archer. The Dark Elven archer's complexion changed greatly, her figure shook, and she fled towards the rear. When the Dark Elven fled, she exposed the large number of elite Dark Elven warriors behind her. The beast-type bladed troops rushed into the midst of the elite Dark Elven warriors, and started a frenzied massacre. In just a dozen seconds, they killed the more than 100 Dark Elven warriors at the cost of 0 casualties. Once the beast-type bladed troops entered the city wall, they slaughtered the Dark Elven warriors as if they were crushing dry weeds. Under the blessing of the Temple of Loltha's divine power, the Dark Elven warriors were brave and good at fighting, and their battle prowess had increased by more than 50%. But against the beast-type bladed troops, they still didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. Only the most skilled and powerful Dark Elven archers, who possessed the power to kill warlocks, still continued to resist, as they shot the beast-type bladed troops to death. A steady stream of melting wax demons, spider drow, and all kinds of wicked weapons poured out of the city of Dark Elves, serving as cannon fodder to meet the beast-type bladed troops, before being chopped into pieces by the beast-type bladed troops. "Master, let me join the battle." The rock giant Bonardine shouted in a muffled voice. Such a bloody battle made his blood boil. Yang Feng shook his head slightly. "Now is still not the time. It's too dangerous for you to go." Inside the city of Dark Elves, there were more than 100 Night Scimitar ballistas. The Night Scimitar ballistas had the terrifying power to threaten great warlock rank experts. Once the rock giant Bonardine rushed into the city of Dark Elves, there was a possibility that he would be killed. With his huge body, even though it allowed him to obtain terrifying power, but it also made him a huge target, easily hit by weapons like the Night Scimitar ballistas. If such a good fighter like the rock giant Bonardine were to die in vain in a place like the City of Dark Elves, then Yang Feng would suffer a great loss. He still wanted to take it to another plane to go on a campaign. The rock giant Bonardine muttered somewhat discontentedly, and then became well-behaved. These days, Yang Feng had already used the liquid metal nanorobots injected into its body to teach it a lesson that would leave a deep impression, making the always violent rock giant become well-behaved. Joanna took out the pitch-black, peerlessly exquisite legend rank bow night star engraved with countless mysterious runes. With the bow in hand, Joanna was in high spirits, and a domineering aura spread from her. Joanna's lily-white hands moved unceasingly, emerald green arrows containing formidable life force instantly shot out, easily piercing through beast-type bladed troops, and then exploded, blasting the beast-type bladed troops into pieces. In a short 1 minute, more than 100 beast-type bladed troops had been blown to pieces by Joanna. However, Joanna had killed 100 beast-type bladed troops within a minute, yet close to 1,000 bladed troops had jumped up from above the City of Dark Elves city wall. It gave people a feeling of endless despair. Joanna clenched her teeth, and unleashed the secret method Thousand Arrow Rain. The night star in her hands shot out an emerald green arrow, before splitting into 1,000 and madly shooting at the beast-type bladed troops. Thousand Arrow Rain was one of the strongest inherited archery skills of the Dark Elves, and was also an archery skill passed down by a goddess of the Dark Elven divine system. One arrow could attack 1,000 enemies. However, its weakness was that its power was too scattered, and it wasn't useful against powerful enemies. After the 1,000 emerald green arrows hit the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops and set off ripples, they immediately collapsed. Joanna couldn't help but say powerlessly, "Damn it, the defensive strength of these alchemical golems is really too strong." With the help of the legendary Bow Night Star, Joanna's Thousand Arrow Rain could kill a level 1 warlock, but it was unable to penetrate the protective covers of the beast-type bladed troops, making her feel some despair. At this moment, the Night Scimitar ballistas, which were suppressed by Yang Feng's artillery and didn't dare to come out, once again launched. Night Scimitar ballistas suddenly erupted, chopping the beast-type bladed troops in two. More than 4,000 beast-type bladed troops were chopped in a split second. However, the beast-type bladed troops were still pouring into the City of Dark Elves in a steady stream. Under the Dark Elves' all-out resistance, more than 30,000 beast-type bladed troops had already been destroyed. However, there were also 30,000 beast-type bladed troops that had rushed into the City of Dark Elves, as if entering a no-man's land, went on a killing spree, forming rivers of blood wherever they passed. The Dark Elven experts desperately resisted, but could only retreat in defeat. An upper-class Dark Elf couldn't help but ask Joanna, "Great Matriarch, what do we do now?" The gazes of the other upper-class Dark Elves were focused on Joanna, the newly appointed Great Matriarch, thirsting for an answer. Joanna played it down, "What else can we do? Since we can't beat them, then surrender. In any case, it's not like we Dark Elves have never surrendered to humans." Joanna's words gave rise to a great uproar among the upper-class Dark Elves. In the era of the ancient warlocks, even the primary goddess of the Dark Elves Lolth didn't dare to provoke the ancient warlocks, and obediently hid in her divine country, not daring to come out. She was afraid of being caught by the ancient warlocks, and then treated as a pet or a bed-warming slave. Tyrannid subcontinent's Dark Elves were also pets raised by the ancient warlocks. Chapter 170. However, the glory of the ancient warlocks had already passed. Under the protection and guidance of the goddess Lolth, the Dark Elves had already become half the rulers of the underworld. They were extremely arrogant, and even considered themselves to be a higher species than humans. Now, Joanna actually wanted them to surrender to a human. This was simply a great humiliation for them. The upper-class Dark Elves looked at each other, then carefully looked at the battlefield. After contemplating for a long time, they finally decided to surrender to Yang Feng. Under the instigation of the goddess Lolth, the Dark Elves fought ceaselessly. Although this forced the Dark Elves to rely more and more on the goddess, providing them with even more pious faith power. However, it also fostered the Dark Elves' temperament of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Surrender was a common occurrence. The goddess Lolth didn't forbid the Dark Elves from surrendering. Otherwise, if the Dark Elves were to continuously attack each other and fight to the death until the last moment, then the entire Dark Elven race would have been exterminated due to internal strife. Many of the upper-class Dark Elves secretly heaved a slight sigh of relief. They didn't want to fight against the alchemical golems. As upper-class Dark Elves, they cherished their lives very much. They weren't willing to exchange their lives for those alchemical golems. Joanna looked around and said in a loud voice, "Yang Tai, we surrender. Please stop slaughtering our people." Yang Feng was somewhat bewildered as he mused, they surrendered so easily? What about the mountain giant? What about the resentful soul monster? What about the large area of effect offensive divine spells? After reading the records of the war between the Dark Elves and human warlocks for thousands of years, Yang Feng knew that the Dark Elves at least had these three trump cards. He had already mentally prepared himself for more than 400,000 primary battle robots to be destroyed. But now, only 30,000 plus primary battle robots were destroyed, yet the Dark Elves chose to surrender, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Give up resistance, drop your weapons, raise your hands high, surrender and you won't be killed. Yang Feng's mind moved, and the beast-type bladed troops transmitted cold voices from their loudspeakers, urging them to surrender. The Dark Elven warriors were originally only under the blessing of the divine power released by the temple. They were courageous enough to fight against the ice-cold, ruthless and powerful beast-type bladed troops. Now that they heard Joanna's words of surrender, their hearts turned cold and their morale dropped to the extreme. They dropped their weapons, raised their hands high and chose to surrender. The upper-class Dark Elves also urged them to surrender one after another. The entire city of Dark Elves surrendered at the mere sight of the wind, opening its gates and letting Yang Feng's beast-type mechanical legion march straight in. After the Dark Elves surrendered, Joanna led the upper-class Dark Elves to have an audience with Yang Feng. Joanna looked straight at Yang Feng and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Marshal Yang Tai, I am the great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Joanna. We, the Dark Elven clan, have already pledged allegiance to you. We hope that you can exempt us from the status of slaves." Yang Feng glanced at the upper-class Dark Elves who came to have an audience. Although the upper echelon Dark Elves had dark skin, their figures were curvaceous, sexy, gorgeous, and extremely flirtatious. When the upper-class Dark Elves saw that Yang Feng's gaze fell on them, their faces revealed traces of charming smiles. They stroked their hair coquettishly and unceasingly threw flirtatious glances at Yang Feng. Joanna was incomparably beautiful and had a heroic temperament, which made her feel out of place among the upper echelons of the Dark Elves. Yang Feng said without batting an eyelid, "Isn't Xiaofan the great matriarch of the Dark Elves?" Joanna said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Xiaofan was the great matriarch of the past, while I am the great matriarch of the Dark Elves." Joanna was a great warlock rank expert, moreover, her power wasn't sealed. Even if she was in Yang Feng's lair, she still had the confidence to escape from Yang Feng. Yang Feng said lightly, "Is Xiaofan still alive?" Joanna hesitated for a moment before saying, "She's alive." Yang Feng said lightly, "Leave her to me. Then, I need the Dark Elves to attack the city of Hellions with me. After capturing the city of Hellions, I'll pardon you for your crime of rebellion and abolish your status as slaves of the Dark Elves. Under my command, I won't let anyone do anything unfair to the Dark Elves. Whether it's humans or Dark Elves, as long as they don't violate my laws, I'll treat them equally." The corners of Joanna's mouth rose slightly and she said promptly, "All right, Marshal Yang Feng." "You're Yang Feng? Impossible?" Yang Feng doesn't look like this. The dark elven upper echelon's pretty complexions changed and they exclaimed. Steel City's forces had already attracted the attention of the dark elves. They had spent a great deal of effort to collect the images of Steel City's important figures, so they naturally knew what Yang Feng looked like. Yang Feng was slightly startled, yet he said without batting an eyelid, "What are you talking about? I'm Yang Tai, not Marshal Yang Feng. No soul. The golem avatar you made is very exquisite, it looks exactly like a living person." With a cursory look from a distance, even a great warlock rank expert would find it difficult to discover the difference between it and a living person. But as long as one looks closely, one would be able to discover that the golem avatar doesn't have a soul. Any intelligent life form has a soul. Your golem avatar doesn't have the smell of a soul, it can only be an avatar. Steel City's city master, Yang Yi, doesn't get close to women. The only one who would ask me for Xiaofan is you, the only blood relative of the Steel Lord, Yang Feng. Only you have the authority to formulate Steel City's laws. Joanna analyzed calmly. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, he stared fixedly at Joanna, clapped his hands and said extremely frigidly, "Joanna, you're really smart. Unfortunately, you're too smart. Haven't you heard of the saying that knowing too much can lead to death?" The rock giant Bonardine took a step forward, directly sealing the retreat of the upper-class dark elves in the room. Outside the room, countless primary battle robots took out their weapons and pointed at the room. Dephilia also sighed faintly, flipped her lily-white hand, and the legend-rank secret treasure ice snow box appeared in her hand. Although she appreciated Joanna's intelligence, but since Yang Feng had already spoken, she could only act. The corners of Joanna's mouth rose slightly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of disdain. "You want to keep me here by relying on Snow White Madam and that stupid rock giant? Of course it's not just them. I'm not that naive to think that you can keep a legend-rank dark elven expert with just two great warlocks. If you add them to the mix, then what are your chances of escaping?" Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and rays of light suddenly flew out from the dimensional crest. Moffin demonic polar bear, blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf, Amani lightwing ice bird, Kalaman boa, one after another, mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms appeared in the surroundings, exuding great warlock rank life force. A total of 10 mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms surrounded Joanna and the other dark elven experts, exuding a terrifying life force as they stared fixedly at Joanna. Under the coercion of those mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms, the pretty complexions of the upper-class dark elves changed, their delicate bodies trembling slightly. Even Joanna's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of dread. The 10 mechanical battle beasts comparable to level 4 extraordinary life forms, coupled with Dephilia and the rock giant Bonardine, had a 90% chance of killing Joanna. Joanna couldn't help but feel a touch of remorse, secretly hating herself for talking too much just now. Joanna looked straight at Yang Feng and said lightly, "What do you want? Do you want to kill us here to keep us quiet? I really don't want to silence us." Yang Feng clapped his hands, a robot holding a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir came out. Yang Feng said lightly, "This is a god-extinguishing elixir, as long as I inject it into each of you, I can guarantee that you won't betray me. That way, there's no need to silence us." Joanna's eyes were as sharp as blades as she said coldly, "And if I say no?" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, "Although it's a pity, but I can only get rid of you here, and then support Xiaofan. She's the former great matriarch of Dark Elven Clan, I think that she should be able to quickly take control of Dark Elven Clan." Joanna was silent for a moment, before saying, "What are the side effects of this elixir? Will it affect one's mind?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "There are no side effects, nor will it affect one's mind. Moreover, it's of great benefit to the human body, it can assist in your cultivation, and also clean the impurities within your body. Apart from being used to control people, the liquid metal nanorobots could also be used in the medical field and the cultivation field. Yang Feng had injected himself with a large amount of liquid metal nanorobots to clean the impurities within his body and improve his physical constitution over time. Joanna said lightly, "All right, I promise you." The robot stepped forward and injected the liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Joanna. Joanna was a great warlock rank expert. Her physical constitution was extremely formidable. Once the liquid metal nanorobots entered her body, 1/3 of them were directly killed by her immune system. The remaining 2/3 of the liquid metal nanorobots fused with her. The other upper-class dark elves saw that Joanna didn't resist and was injected with the liquid metal nanorobot elixir. They knew that resistance was futile, and obediently allowed themselves to be injected with the elixir. Yang Feng sensed the changes within Joanna's body, and his eyes flashed with a touch of regret. At present, the limit of the improved liquid metal nanorobots can only control great warlock rank experts, they can't control starry sky warlock rank experts. Chapter 171. Yang Feng asked, "Joanna, where's Romulage?" Night Hunter Romulage was a peak legendary assassin of the Dark Elves. If he could subdue her, then Yang Feng's power would once again rise by a large margin. On the contrary, if he were to be enemies with her, then Yang Feng would have to worry about the assassination of a legend rank assassin at all times. Currently, Yang Feng merely possessed the strength of a level 1 warlock. If his main body were to encounter such a top-notch assassin, he would definitely be in a perilous situation. Joanna said faintly, "Romulage has always been a loner and only obeys the orders of the great matriarch of the Dark Elves. It hasn't been long since I became the great matriarch of the Dark Elves, so I haven't contacted her yet." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a fierce glint, and he said solemnly, "Then forget it. Joanna, go back and immediately select a group of Dark Elven experts to attack the city of Hellions with me. I'll capture the city of Hellions today." The Dark Elves and demons had more than one city in the underworld. But the city of Dark Elves and the city of Hellions were definitely the most important cities of the two races. Once the city of Dark Elves and the city of Hellions were captured by Yang Feng, then he would have two strongholds in the underworld, as well as inflicting heavy losses on the allied forces of the underworld's various races. Hellions and Dark Elves were the core of the underworld's allied forces. If the nests of the two clans were to be raided by Yang Feng, then the impact on the underworld's allied forces could be imagined. It wasn't impossible for it to directly cause the alliance to break. Moreover, in the city of Hellions, there were all kinds of treasures collected by Hellions for millennia. Once the city of Hellions was captured, then Yang Feng would be able to seize a large amount of wealth and obtain a large amount of supplies. They could also use the main demon city as a stronghold to attack the other demon cities. Joanna's heart skipped a beat. Today? The city of Hellions is 4,000 miles away from our city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "That's right, today is the day." If you can't think of it, they definitely can't either. There was a huge difference between the mechanical army and the human army. As long as they had enough energy, they could keep moving and fighting until their components were damaged or their energy was depleted. After a brief pondering, Joanna immediately agreed, "All right." Of the 1 million battle robots Yang Feng brought with him, 100,000 were stationed in the city of Dark Elves, while the remaining 900,000 along with the Dark Elven experts rushed towards the city of Hellions. Among the 100,000 battle robots stationed in the city of Dark Elves, there were also 5,000 engineering robots. The 5,000 engineering robots took all kinds of materials and quickly started building all kinds of munitions factories and defensive installations in the city of Dark Elves. They wanted to fortify the city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng didn't intend to let the Dark Elves continue to worship the goddess Lolth. In this way, the city of dark elves would lose the baptism of goddess Loltha's divine power, and become an ordinary giant city. However, after the city of dark elves was rebuilt by Yang Feng's mechanical legion, it could transform into a terrifying fortress of another form. About an hour after the army commanded by Yang Feng had left the city of dark elves, a figure invisible to the naked eye was silently shuttling back and forth in the direction of the holy spring divine pool within the temple. In every corner of the temple stood beast-type bladed troops, gunner troops, and artillery troops. The figure silently shuttled back and forth among the battle robots, before quietly sneaking into the holy spring divine pool and seeing Xiaofan, who was severely injured and paralyzed inside the holy spring divine pool. Big Sister Xiaofan, you cut a sorry figure. Space distorted, and a petite girl with a pair of pointy ears, a pair of D cups, and exquisite facial features walked out of the distorted space. She looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. She had a pair of pointed ears, an extremely good figure, and a pair of D cups. Xiaofan's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint, and she said with a bitter smile, "Romulage, you're late." If Romulage was still in the city of dark elves, then with Xiaofan's prestige coupled with Romulage's support, she would have been able to suppress the rebellion started by Joanna. Joanna didn't even dare to think of rebelling. But now that the city of dark elves had fallen into Yang Feng's hands, Yang Feng was God knows how many times stronger than Joanna. For the two of them to recapture the city of dark elves, it was simply a pipe dream. Romulage said, "It's still not too late. As long as you're rescued, then we'll still have a chance in the future. With the help of the goddess Loltha's power, your injuries will heal." Xiaofan's body was covered in radiation tumors and her legs were blown off. With such injuries, even if it was a great warlock, if they didn't have the corresponding knowledge, then they would have a slim chance of survival. However, Xiaofan was a high priest, with the help of the goddess Loltha's divine power, she could slowly recover. Even her broken legs could be regenerated by divine spells in the future. Xiaofan's beautiful eyes ignited with the flames of hope and ambition, and she said solemnly, "All right. Take me away from here, and one day, I'll take back everything that belongs to me. I'm very sorry to disturb your reunion. Miss Romulage, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yang Tai, one of Steel City's 10 marshals. I'd like to cordially invite you to join our Steel City." Yang Feng walked out from the direction Romulage had come from and looked at her with a smile. Boom! Along with loud sounds, Moffin demonic polar bear, Amani light-winged ice bird, Kalaman boa, and the other 10-level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts encircled Romulage from all directions, firmly staring at her. 10 great warlock rank life force instantly erupted, surging in the space. Xiaofan's pretty face paled when she saw this scene, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of despair. After the 10-level, for extraordinary life forms were modified by Yang Feng, they were transformed into mechanical battle beasts. However, the life force of each mechanical battle beast as well as their battle prowess were much weaker than when they were alive. Even so, under the siege of the 10-level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts, a legend rank assassin like Romulage would definitely die without a doubt. But at her peak, Xiaofan could rely on all kinds of trump cards to escape from the hands of the 10 mechanical battle beasts. Romulage swept Yang Feng with a glance and said with a contemptuous smile, "You're not a human, but just an alchemical golem. According to you humans, what kind of man are those who hide their heads and show their tails?" As an assassin, Romulage's eyesight surpassed that of many great warlocks. She could see at a glance that Yang Feng was possessing a robot. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Aren't you the same? If we're talking about hiding your head and showing your tails, then you're in such a state all day long." Romulage said coldly, "That's different. I'm an assassin. Hiding my head and showing my tails is a requirement of my profession. As the leader of a force, as a monarch, hiding your head and showing your tails all day long will never lead to great achievements. I've never heard of any of the 8 great warlock dynasty's founding emperors who hid their heads and showed their tails. Am I right, Yang Feng? Yang Feng said faintly, you're comparing me to the founding emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties, you really think highly of me. I'm still relatively self-aware. With my current strength as a level 1 warlock, if I didn't hide my head and show my tails, then I wouldn't know how many times I would have died. In this world, the winner is king and the loser a bandit. I only seek victory, as for the process, it doesn't matter. Romulage, do you surrender or not? Romulage sighed somewhat vexedly and said, there's no way around it, I can't beat so many alchemical golems. I surrender. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng took out a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and walked towards Romulage. Stand still, let me give you an injection. Romulage's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint and she said with ridicule, you can only rely on alchemical elixirs to control others, then you'll never be able to gain their true loyalty. Even if I yield to the elixir's power, I still won't admire you. I don't need your admiration, I only need you to obey my orders and not betray me. People are fickle, I still believe in the power of alchemy. Yang Feng remained unmoved, he directly pricked Romulage's arm with the vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and injected the elixir into her body. Romulage's immune system at once activated, killing 1/10 of the liquid metal nanorobots. Her eyebrows rose slightly, but she didn't say anything. After she agreed to let Yang Feng inject her with the elixir, she understood that what Yang Feng was injecting was definitely nothing good. After injecting the liquid metal nanorobot elixir into Romulage's body, Yang Feng heaved a slight sigh of relief. One could be a thief for 1,000 days, but one couldn't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. For Yang Feng, a legendary assassin like Romulage was the most frightening and most dangerous existence. Once she locked onto the position of his true body, then Yang Feng would have a slim chance of survival. But once she became Yang Feng's person, then she would be equivalent to having the sharpest blade in his hands. Romulage said lightly, help me cure big sister Xiaofan's injuries. As long as you cure her, then I'll serve you wholeheartedly. Whoever you want me to kill, I'll kill. Even if it's Anthony, Aldrich, those old freaks, as long as they dare to come out of their lairs, then I'll assassinate them in front of you. Yang Feng said somewhat expectantly, you're good at killing people, then what about being a bodyguard? Yang Feng's cultivation base as a level 1 warlock was already considered as an expert in Tyrannid subcontinent, but in front of great warlock rank experts, he was basically unable to withstand a single blow. What he lacked the most was a powerful bodyguard. Romulage thought for a moment, then shook her head slightly and said, I'm an assassin, not a bodyguard. I'm good at killing people, but I'm not good at protecting people. Alright, I'll help you cure big sister Xiaofan's injuries. Besides, I also need her to serve me. Yang Feng took out a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and injected it into Xiaofan's body. Chapter 172. Once the liquid metal nanorobots were injected into Xiaofan's body, they quickly cleaned up the cancerous radiation cells inside her. Shizu's research on nuclear power by far surpassed the level of Tyrannid subcontinent's warlocks. Those liquid metal nanorobots also had the miraculous effect of cleaning up the power of nuclear radiation. Xiaofa only felt her throat emit bursts of strange movements. She opened her cherry lips and spat out a pitch-black, ink-like filth emitting a disgusting stench. After Xiaofa spat out that mouthful of filth, she felt her whole body become a lot more relaxed and comfortable. It's still not enough, your body is too much. It seems like I have to inject more elixirs. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, and he immediately took out 5 vials of liquid metal nanorobots and injected them into Xiaofan's body. The original treatment method of liquid metal nanorobots was to stimulate the human body's potential, to let the human burst out with formidable life force, and to remove all kinds of diseases and toxins from the body. Although Xiaofan was a legend rank expert, but her injuries were too serious, and she could only rely on the liquid metal nanorobots to remove the power of radiation from her body. Therefore, the consumption was enormous. Once the 5 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixirs entered Xiaofan's body, they quickly cleaned up the cancerous radiation cells inside her. The ugly radiation tumors on Xiaofan's body burst open one by one, and oozed out layers of rancid pus. The scars all over her body fell off one by one, revealing a bright and flawless, alluring and lovely body. Xiaofan's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of excitement. She waved her lily-white hand and cast the level, for divine spell Great Healing. An incomparably resplendent divine light shrouded her body. Bursts of numbness and itchiness were transmitted from the severed parts of Xiaofan's legs. Countless granulation tissues squirmed, and a pair of elegant and slender legs slowly grew out. The level, for divine spell Great Healing originally had the miraculous effect of regenerating severed fingers, but it had always been interfered with by the power of radiation inside Xiaofan's body, which was why it was unable to repair her severed limbs. Now that the radiation energy was completely removed by the liquid metal nanorobots, Xiaofan used a level, for divine spell to repair her severed limbs. Xiaofan jumped lightly and jumped out of the holy spring divine pool. Countless streams of water washed her body, cleansing away all the filth. From a disgusting and ugly cripple with tumors all over his body and 2 broken legs, he had transformed into a bright, moving, and peerlessly beautiful dark elf. Xiaofan gave a flirtatious smile and said charmingly, "Thank you Sir Yang Feng for your help. Xiaofan is willing to serve you as my master." Yang Feng revealed a trace of a smile. "She's really sensible. No wonder she could become the great matriarch of the Dark Elves." Since Xiaofan was so sensible, Yang Feng didn't let her have a taste of the liquid metal nanorobot's backlash. Even such a proud and powerful expert infinitely close to the starry sky warlock rank like Carolina couldn't resist the backlash of the liquid metal nanorobots, so it was impossible for Xiaofan to resist it. Yang Feng waved his hand and threw a mobile phone to Romulage. "Xiaofan, come with me to the city of Hellions and attack it. Romulage, guard the city of Dark Elves in secret. If anything happens, use this magic sound box to notify me." Romulage took the mobile phone and fiddled with it, revealing a trace of curiosity. "The magic sound box manufactured by your Steel City looks really unique." The magic sound box, such a convenient alchemical item, was also the focus of the transactions between Dark Elves and human warlocks. Basically, every upper-class Dark Elves had one in their hands. Romulage had seen a lot of them, but she hadn't seen an Earth-style mobile phone. Xiaofan said deferentially, "Yes, sir." Only then did Yang Feng take Xiaofan and the 8th level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts towards the city of Hellion clans. The flying speed of the Amani light-winged ice birds surpassed the speed of sound. They could catch up to the troops ahead. It was precisely because of this that Yang Feng had left the 10 mechanical battle beasts to guard Xiaofan. He hadn't expected that he would be so lucky as to capture Romulage. The City of Hellions. Different from the City of Dark Elves, the City of Hellions was merely a huge city with a city wall more than 30 meters tall. Within the City of Hellions, there were all kinds of grotesquely shaped lairs. Hellions were monsters artificially manufactured by the Second Warlock Dynasty's taboo lord with humans as the main body and the blood meridians of various formidable beings from different planes. Hellions possessed the blood meridians of countless formidable beings. Every single one of those greater Hellions was a formidable existence comparable to extraordinary life forms. The 5 great Hellion ancestors even possessed the terrifying power to slaughter gods. It was precisely because Hellions were so formidable that they didn't believe in any gods. At the same time, they weren't proficient in alchemy. Without the support of formidable alchemy, no matter how sturdy the city wall they built, it still wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from an expert. A casual all-out blow from a great warlock could destroy the City of Hellions. they naturally weren't willing to waste their efforts. Hellions could obtain most of the other party's knowledge and a part of their power by devouring them. Therefore, the majority of Hellions didn't like to bitterly practice cultivation, but rather thought of ways to hunt humans. This was the reason why humans were so hostile towards Hellions and wanted to exterminate them. In the underground world, the fiendish demon clan was definitely the strongest clan. Although Dark Elven clan had Xiaofan, the #1 expert of the underworld, but the number of great warlocks of Dark Elven clan was far less than that of Hellions. But Hellions were also divided into different tribes, and there were many contradictions between the major tribes. This was the reason why Dark Elven clan was the most formidable force in the underworld. Within the city of Hellions, in an exquisite and luxurious palace that wasn't the slightest bit inferior to human imperial palaces. A godlike handsome young man with a tall stature, a head full of dazzling short golden hair, dressed in black, was quietly reading a book in his hands. Beside the young man, there were 7 beautiful young girls dressed in light muslin sitting on their knees. The 7 young girls were looking at the young man with coquettish eyes, their beautiful eyes brimming with adoration. An eagle-eyed, hook-nosed young man exuding a capable aura strode into the room. Without even giving the 7 charming young girls a glance, he said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Steel City's expeditionary army has broken through the city of Dark Elves and is currently advancing towards our city of Hellions." The golden-haired young man was the king of Tyrannid subcontinent's Pantheon Hellion clan, the Pantheon Hellion monarch. Although he looked to be only 23 or 24 years old, but he had already lived for more than 3,000 years, he was an old freak in name only. Pantheon Hellion clan's inheritance came from the Pantheon Hellion ancestor. The Pantheon Hellion ancestor's body had gathered the blood and divinity of countless formidable gods from different planes, and was the most formidable among the 5 great Hellion ancestors. Pantheon Hellion clan was also the longest-lived among Hellion clans, and was the most formidable among those of the same rank. The only weakness of Pantheon Hellion clan was their very low fertility, and their numbers were the least among Hellion clans. Every adult descendant of Pantheon Hellion clan would possess a cultivation base comparable to that of a great warlock rank expert. Moreover, once they reached adulthood, then as long as time passed, even if they didn't practice cultivation, they would still slowly condense a trace of divinity, and become a divine life form. The Pantheon Hellion monarch was the only expert of Pantheon Hellion clan in Tyrannid subcontinent. Together with the undead Hellion monarch and the myriad beasts Hellion monarch, they were known as Hellion clan's 3 great tycoons. The eagle-eyed, hook-nosed young man exuding a capable aura was the Pantheon Hellion monarch's trusted aide Wormsley. The Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment, and he exclaimed, "So fast? The city of Dark Elves has the divine power of that Horlolth, how could it be breached so quickly? How could Steel City's mechanical legion be so powerful?" Wormsley said with a bitter smile, "I don't know either. I only know that they're heading this way. Not long ago, the warriors of the 8th outpost were annihilated." The Pantheon Hellion monarch creased his eyebrows slightly, saying, "It seems that Steel City's mechanical legion will reach our city of Hellions in 30 minutes at most. Such a fast speed of advance. At this time, there's no news from the undead Hellion monarch, and the myriad beasts Hellion monarch is presiding over the surface world. Am I the only one left in the city of Hellions?" Wormsley said with an expectant look on his face, "That's right, Your Majesty, our city of Hellions now depends on you." The Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyebrows suddenly relaxed, and he said with a faint smile, "In that case, pass down my order, everyone is to immediately leave the city of Hellions and give this city to Steel City." Wormsley stared blankly, and said with some disbelief, "Your Majesty, did I hear wrong? Give this city of Hellions to Steel City? This would be the greatest humiliation of our Hellion race for several millennia." The Pantheon Hellion monarch said indifferently, "Wormsley, which one has a stronger defense, our city of Hellions or the city of Dark Elves?" Wormsley said without hesitation, the city of dark elves has the divine power of the goddess, it's full of incredible extraordinary power, and its defense is far stronger than our city of Hellions. The Pantheon Hellion monarch continued, the main force of our Hellion race has already gone to the surface world. How is the strength of the city of Hellions compared to the city of dark elves? Wormsley was silent for a moment, and then said with difficulty, the remnant strength of our city of Hellions can't compare to that of the city of dark elves. The Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyes flashed with a radiance of wisdom, and he analyzed in a logical manner, since the other party can capture the city of dark elves in a short period of time, then our city of Hellions also can't withstand their offensive. Staying here would just be throwing away our lives in vain. We'll take the initiative to evacuate and leave this empty city to them. In the future, we'll think of a way to recapture this city. The underworld belongs to us. No matter how strong humans are, they still can't stay here for a long time. Wormsley sighed in admiration. That's right, the underworld's environment isn't suitable for human survival. Even if they hide in the city of Hellions, it's still nothing to be proud of. We'll just take it back in the future. Your Majesty, you're really amazing, this subordinate is far inferior to you. Finished speaking, Wormsley saluted the Pantheon Hellion monarch, and then quickly left the palace. The Pantheon Hellion monarch suddenly sighed in disappointment and frustration. Steel City, interesting, to actually be able to capture the city of dark elves. It seems that the rumor of it annihilating 18 great warlocks in one fell swoop isn't false. Alchemy is really too powerful. Human warlocks alchemy, ah. When humans contended against other formidable beings, all kinds of incomparably formidable alchemical secret treasures emerged one after another, only then could they overwhelm those exceptionally talented formidable beings. In terms of cultivation aptitude, more than 99% of humans simply couldn't compare to fiends, ancient demons, demigods, and other formidable beings. The Pantheon Hellion monarch's strength was astonishing. If he didn't have secret treasures, then his battle prowess would be Tyrannid Subcontinent's #1, and even Starlight Aldrich might not be his match. But if he could use secret treasures, then Starlight Aldrich would be able to defeat him after paying a great price. When Yang Feng's huge mechanical legion arrived at the city of Hellions, he saw raging flames rising from inside the city of Hellions, and countless plumes of smoke rising from it. Fortify the walls and clear the fields. When Yang Feng saw the city of Hellions gate open and the raging flames, his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and he felt that things had become thorny. If Hellions were willing to stay in the city of Hellions and engage in a face-to-face fight with Yang Feng, then that would be the scene that Yang Feng would like to see the most. No matter how many primary battle robots were destroyed by the Hellions, as long as the wreckage could be recovered, then the consumption would only be a little bit of energy. A little bit of energy in exchange for the lives of a large number of Hellions, that would definitely be very cost-effective. But those Hellions were very cunning. They burned the city of Hellions and all the supplies that couldn't be taken away, leaving an empty city for Yang Feng, which gave him a headache. Hellions were a formidable race in the underworld. Even without the city of Hellions, they could still disperse to various corners of the underworld, living by eating demonic insects, mushrooms, and moss. As for the problem of not being able to wake up without eating human flesh, Hellions also had a way to solve it. In addition to the city of Hellions, there were still more than 30 cities established by Hellions in the underworld. It wasn't that simple to capture the cities of Hellions one by one. What a cunning Hellion! If I had abandoned the city and fled at that time, would things have been different now? Joanna's thoughts revolved, and she immediately knew that she wouldn't have had a second choice at that time. The city of Dark Elves was an extraordinary city that Dark Elves had spent countless painstaking efforts to build. With the blessing of the goddess Loltha's divine power, its defensive strength was extremely formidable, and other cities simply couldn't compare to it. At that time, if Joanna had wanted to abandon the city of Dark Elves, then Dark Elves would have never agreed. Moreover, at that time, they had looked down on the small force Steel City. Chapter 173. Yang Feng pointed at the city of Hellions and said with a loud laugh, fleeing at the mere sight of the wind, "These Hellions are smart." However, I already knew that it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the Hellions. Once they give up on the city of Hellions, they won't be able to take it back. This city of demonic beasts will become a sharp knife in the hearts of the demonic beasts clan. Unless they all submit to me, otherwise, they will only have one path left, destruction. It's just a matter of time. With Yang Feng's smile, the upper-class dark elves following him started to feel relieved. Many beautiful dark elves looked at Yang Feng with traces of interest in their beautiful eyes. Joanna looked at the confident Yang Feng and was somewhat surprised. He's quite a character. Yang Feng ordered simply, "Enter the city and put out the fires." Shortly after, the enormous mechanical legion entered the city of Hellions. Under Dephilia's lead, the dark elven wizards began to put out the fires in the city of Hellions. Countless raindrops fell from the sky and fell on the fires, extinguishing them and emitting bursts of burnt black smoke. The Pantheon Hellion monarch stood in a dark corner of the city of Hellions and watched the mechanical legion enter the city of Hellions in an orderly manner. He was secretly startled. Is that Steel City's mechanical legion? It's different from what I've seen before. This should be Steel City's most elite and most formidable mechanical legion. The Knight rank mechanical golems are just a decoy. Before the battle with Black City, Steel City was known to have 100,000 Knight rank mechanical golems. That bit of strength wasn't taken seriously by any of the major forces. After the battle with Black City, the gazes of all the major forces were focused on Steel City. Yang Feng led Steel City's most formidable forces in their first attack, defeating the Dark Elves and occupying the city of Dark Elves. This attracted the attention of the Pantheon Hellion monarch, and he personally went to investigate in spite of the danger. That lifelike alchemical golem is the commander of this mechanical legion. That being the case, the true commander of this enormous mechanical legion is either Yang Feng or Yang Yi. Steel City's city master Yang Yi is said to be obsessed with alchemy, researching alchemy all year round. Only such a paranoid person could refine so many formidable mechanical golems with the identity of a level 1 warlock. In that case, the commander of this mechanical legion should be Steel City's city master Yang Ye's sole kin, Yang Feng. The Pantheon Hellion king quietly observed from the side. He used the wrong information to come to the correct conclusion by chance. As soon as the huge mechanical legion entered the city of Hellions, the 100,000 engineering robots began to carry out construction and fortification of the city. The Pantheon Hellion king's heart sank when he saw the Hellion main city being transformed into a fortress by the siege robots. He was very clear that once the city of Hellions was completely fortified by Yang Feng, it would become a huge fortress that would be akin to a dagger pointing at the heart of the Hellions. Using the city of Hellions as a stronghold, Yang Feng could attack everywhere, sweep through the Hellions, gradually compress the living space of the Hellions, and finally wipe them out. Inside Rose Garden, the beautiful eyes of Eunice, who was researching a new spell model in a laboratory, suddenly flashed with a whiff of alarm. Suddenly, fluctuations of magic came from behind her. Her quick-witted and spirited eyes suddenly dimmed, losing all of their luster. As if a walking corpse, she silently walked outside. As one of Yang Feng's forbidden descendants, Eunice's status in Rose Garden was extremely high. Along the way, she easily passed through one checkpoint after another and arrived outside Rose Garden. When Eunice arrived outside Rose Garden, she waved her lily-white hand and a magic carpet suddenly flew out. With a light leap, she landed on the magic carpet. "Teacher Eunice, what's wrong? Didn't Master tell us to stay inside Rose Garden? It's very dangerous outside, Master's enemies are everywhere." The beautiful and sexy Judy, with a child's face and big breasts, wearing a pet collar around her neck, walked over and asked loudly with a puzzled expression. "Interesting, I remember that you should be Yang Feng's pet. Then come with me." Suddenly, another person's voice came from Eunice's mouth. Eunice pointed with her lily-white hand, a magical radiance flickered and a wind rope suddenly formed, sweeping towards Judy. An extremely bright radiance surged from Judy, dispersing the wind rope in a flash. "You're not Teacher Eunice, who the hell are you?" Judy's beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of fear. She shouted, turned around and quickly fled towards the depths of Rose Garden. In Rose Garden, there were Carolina and the other two great warlock rank experts. In Rose Garden, they were invincible existences. Even if a Starry Sky warlock came, they would still be suppressed by the three of them. "Who am I?" "I'm Aldrich, Starlight Aldrich." "You actually have a level 3 defensive secret treasure on you. It seems that youngster Yang Feng is quite fond of this pet of yours. Don't run, come with me." Eunice spat out a voice brimming with confidence and magnetism, erupted with a great warlock rank life force, and reached out. An invisible big hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Judy. Judy at once blossomed with radiances of defensive spells. Each defensive spell was a level 3 defensive spell. They were extremely formidable, but still couldn't contend against that invisible hand. The radiances of defensive spells were shattered one after another. They were simply unable to block Aldrich's strike. She was grabbed by Aldrich and thrown onto the magic carpet. A series of alarms sounded throughout the entire Rose Garden, and a series of incomparably tyrannical mental energy waves descended from the sky, sweeping towards them. From within Rose Garden came Carolina's ice-cold and ruthless voice, "This soul fluctuation, you're Aldrich. Aldrich, you've got some nerve, you actually dare to come to our Rose Garden to snatch someone. Do you want to provoke a war between Rose Garden and Warlock College Antalya?" Aldrich said with a slight smile, "Your Rose Garden has already been subdued by Steel City, you've been reduced to Steel City's slaves, you're no longer fit to stand side by side with us. Carolina, immediately inform your master, Yang Yi, to personally come to Warlock College Antalya to apologize for his offense. Otherwise, I'll burn his only blood kin, Yang Feng's two most beloved women, to death at the stake." Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and she said coldly, "Aldrich, Eunice is your daughter, you're actually so heartless as to burn her to death? To accomplish great things, one must not bother with trifles. If she dies, I'll feel a bit of heartache, but that's all. Compared to my pursuit of the path of immortality, love isn't worth mentioning. Besides, so what if my daughter dies? As long as I'm still alive, I can have as many as I want in the future. Please inform Yang Feng to have his uncle come to Warlock College Antalya to apologize for his offense. If Yang Yi doesn't come in 2 days, then I'll burn them to death in Warlock College Antalya." Aldrich laughed wildly, then turned into a stream of light while riding the magic carpet and flew into the distance. Carolina stood quietly in Rose Garden, not moving an inch. After a long while, the powerful mental energy finally retracted with some regret. Inside Rose Garden, with the help of the semi-divine armament Rose Divine Mirror, Carolina could even suppress a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert. But once she left Rose Garden, then there was a possibility that she would be defeated. Starlight Aldrich, Tyrannical Black Dragon Anthony, Steel White Elephant Harris, Behemoth Claw Cornell, and Sword of Justice Atchison. These 5 people were the leaders of Warlock College Antalya, Black Dragon Pagoda, White Elephant's Ivory, Savage Claw and Eyes of Justice, the 5 great warlock groups' leaders. They were also publicly recognized as Tyrannid Subcontinent's 5 great experts, each of them wielded 1 or more semi-divine armaments. Carolina was very outstanding. She didn't think that she would lose to any one of the 5 great experts, but she also didn't have absolute certainty that she could defeat any one of them. Once 2 or more of the 5 great experts besieged her, then there was a possibility that she would be defeated. Therefore, even someone as powerful as her didn't dare to rashly leave Rose Garden. Cordelia arrived beside Carolina and said faintly, "Judy and Eunice have been captured. Big Sister Carolina, what should we do now?" Carolina was silent for a moment, then said somewhat unwillingly, immediately inform Yang Feng of the situation here. Carolina had always thought highly of herself, and now that Judy and Eunice had been seized from under her eyes, it was simply a great humiliation for her. If it was any other time, she would have already flipped out at Warlock College Antalya. But now Rose Garden was practically standing on the opposite side of the 5 great warlock groups. Even if Carolina flipped out, it would still be of no use. Cordelia smiled slightly. She didn't argue with Carolina. She took out a communications magic box and reported the situation to Yang Feng in the distance. Underworld, within the city of Hellions. After listening to Cordelia's report, Yang Feng's complexion was ashen. He slapped a table, directly smashing it into pieces. Fuck, Aldrich's move is too ruthless. Yang Feng had always suspected that Aldrich had done something to Eunice, therefore, he hadn't dared to touch her. Now, his suspicions had really come true. Aldrich was obviously monitoring Yang Feng's actions. Only after Steel City's main army had gone on an expedition to the underworld, did he move in one fell swoop and capture Eunice and Judy. If Yang Feng's mechanical legion were to stop at the city of Dark Elves, and then be forced to return to the surface world, then Steel City would face the crisis of a pincer attack. The underworld's allied forces would take advantage of this opportunity to counterattack, coupled with the 5 great warlock groups taking advantage of this opportunity to hit Steel City while it was down. A moment of carelessness would lead to the collapse of Steel City. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.